Good morning. We're going to call our hearing to order here. We're up on the live stream and recording. We're going to start with some preliminary matters. Again, thank you all for being here. I'm Jay Griffin, Chair of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, and in attendance for this virtual hearing is Commissioner Jennifer Potter, Commissioner Leo Suntian. There's a hearing for our Public Utilities Commission docket number 2018-0088 related to the Commission's investigation into performance-based regulation, or PBR. We're joined by several members of our staff. We have Dave Parsons. He's our under the PUC Hawaii host designation. Mark Kayatsu, supervising attorney. Elsie Lee is our IT staff here in support. We have a number that are watching live or watching but not in our in the WebEx room. So thank you folks for being here. Hearings being held virtually. We have all successfully navigated this in the past. So we'll have some instructions, but we hope to continue that track record. The Commission has also provided the parties here with any procedures for troubleshooting in case you have technical issues that may arise. Commission is recording this hearing. We'll notify the parties how to access the hearing via letter filed in the docket following the conclusion of the hearing. In addition, the Commission's live streaming the hearing over its YouTube page. The link for the live stream was provided in a notice letter, as well as on the Commission's webpage. It's critical for both the recording and the live stream that questions and responses can be clearly heard. Disruptions which interfere with the clear recording of the hearing, please try to avoid that. In particular, just, I think we've done this for a while, but be mindful of muting yourself after you speak. We can avoid any disruptions that way. As we said in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order, the provisions set forth in that order shall govern the hearing and the post-hearing schedule. And so we'll start with the appearances from the parties, starting with Hawaiian Electric.
Good morning, Chair Griffin. Good morning, Commissioners Potter and Asuncion, Commission staff and parties, Rada Oki and Peter Kikuta for Hawaiian Electric. And Chair Griffin, we also have a number of our witnesses on the WebEx ready for the panels to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aoki. Thank you for all your representatives from Hawaiian Electric. Next is the Consumer Advocate.
Good morning, Chair. This is Mickey Knox, attorney for the Consumer Advocate. We have our witnesses, the Consumer Advocate Dean Nishina and Tim Wolf from Synapse.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Next is Blue Planet Foundation.
Morning, Chair, Commissioner, staff, parties. Isaac Moriwake, Earth Justice for Blue Planet Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwake. Next is Ulupono Initiative.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff, and parties. Doug Kodaga, outside counsel for Ulupono. And with me this morning is Murray Clay, President of Ulupono, and Samantha Ruiz, Director of Regulatory Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Kodaga. Thank you all. Next is County of Hawaii. Okay, no representatives present. Next is City and County of Honolulu. Okay, no, not seeing any representatives speak up. Next is Life of the Land.
Aloha, Chair Griffin, commissioners, staff, Henry Curtis for Life of the Land.
Mr. Curtis, it was a little weak. Can we try again? Make sure we get the sound right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Aloha, Commissioner, Chair Griffin, commissioners, staff, and everyone else. Henry Curtis, Executive Director of Life of the Land.
Much better. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next is the DE parties.
Chair, this is Baron Argetsinger with Keys and Fox Council for Hawaii Coalition. The DE parties on. With me today are Rocky Mold for Hawaii Solar Energy Association and Stephen Rimshaw for Hawaii PV Coalition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Argensayer. Your Your video is breaking up a little bit. So I know you guys won't be up for a little while, but maybe we can just double check, make sure that you have a solid connection.
Thank you. I will close my video out. I anticipate we would actually be on the panel for tomorrow, but we were joining to for the beginning of today at least. But if we need to be on for today, we can be as well.
Okay, yes, I think that's anticipated time frame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll next touch briefly on the hearing organization. As we noted in the pre-hearing conference order, the hearing will be held in panel format and proceed in the following order. The following topics: grid reliability, timely retirement of fossil fuel generation units, interconnection of large-scale renewable energy projects, cost control for fossil fuel purchase power and other non-ARA costs, and expedient utilization of grid services from demand-side resources. Parties have designated witnesses for each panel in advance of the filing of the lists that came in last week, so thank you. And just as a reminder, at the beginning of each panel, each party will have the opportunity for up to 15 minutes to make a presentation or note their discussion for that panel. The order of presentations will be the following: Hawaiian Electric, Consumer Advocate, Blue Planet, Ulupono, DER parties, Life of the Land, City and County of Honolulu, and County of Hawaii. Sorry, I was just notified we had County of Hawaii make a appearance through the chat. Mr. Wodaker, maybe can you please identify yourself for the group here?
Hey everybody, sorry for the delay. Mac Wadaker from Arizona State University representing County of Hawaii. And then later on, Kip Ott and Kat Hofflin will be joining the paper before me.
Thank you very much. Okay, as we said in the pre-hearing conference order, parties may use PowerPoint for their presentations. Those materials should have been shared via email with the commission and other parties up last Friday. Thank you for those using that. Thank you for sending them in. As previously discussed, those materials may summarize materials and positions in the record, but should not be used to admit any new evidence. Further presentation materials may be used as demonstrative aids, but not admitted into the record or considered as evidence. Questions for the panel witnesses. Panel witnesses will answer questions from commission staff, followed by individual commissioners. Commissioners and commission staff may ask questions of any witness on the panel in any order on any issue within the scope of the panel. If a party has more than one witness on a panel, the commission and commission staff will direct their questions initially to the lead witness, who's been identified in the party's witness list. The lead witness may request leave from the presiding officer to redirect a question to another witness from the same party on the same panel. Witness may serve on more than one panel. Following the conclusion of questions for a panel, those witnesses may be excused and exit the WebEx. However, a witness may be subject to recall at the discretion of the presiding officer. Closing remarks. After questions have been concluded for all 5 panels, each party will be given opportunity to make closing remarks not to exceed 10 minutes. And again, regarding our intent, our strong desire to keep this an open hearing, Commission does not intend to close any portion of this hearing unless pursuant to Oahu Publications Incorporated versus On. It meets 3 conditions. The closure serves a compelling interest. There's substantial probability that in the absence of closure, this compelling interest would be harmed, and there are no alternatives that would adequately protect the compelling interest. And just a few housekeeping matters, and then we'll get started with the first panel. Mr. Parsons is hosting the WebEx hearing and the point person for any technical problems. You all should have, your parties, you should have each received some materials on procedures for addressing technical difficulties at the hearing. And note in that docket or document, should it become necessary, we have established a dedicated phone line to address any problems that you have. We open the WebEx each morning at 8:30, so thank you all for being there, being here this morning on time. We'll be taking breaks during the proceeding at the discretion of the presiding officer. We anticipate a 1-hour break for lunch, approximately starting at noon, and we anticipate ending the day at 5 o'clock today. But each of those breaks and lunchtime will be subject to the call the presiding officer. And just final reminder to witnesses, please speak slowly and clearly. Please respond to questions verbally so we can capture your response on the recording. After you're done speaking, please mute so we don't cover up the audio for others. And with that, we will start with the grid reliability panel. And first up is Hawaiian Electric.
Good morning, Chair Griffin, Commissioner Potter, Commissioner Asuncion, TUC staff, and parties in the docket. My name is Colton Ching from Hawaiian Electric Companies, and I'm the lead witness for the grid reliability panel for the company. And I'll give a quick overview along with Dr. Toby Brown on this topic. So to address the Commission's concern with grid reliability, Hawaiian Electric's recommendation includes 4 elements. Number 1, to accelerate procurements targeted to resolve near-term reliability needs. That can be big and large systems. I'll expand on that further. Number 2, to involve stakeholders such as the IGP Technical Advisory Panel to improve grid reliability planning methodology and criteria. Number 3, expand existing T&D or transmission and distribution, SAIDI and SAIFI reliability PIMs to include generation outages, and Dr. Toby Brown will cover that a little further. And number 4, the companies do not support PIM based upon an energy reserve margin or other capacity planning criteria. So between Toby and I, we will dive a little bit deeper on each of these topics. So first, on accelerating procurements, we have targeted to resolve the near-term reliability needs across each of the 3 counties that we serve through a number of efforts. And we're pursuing them in the form of additions to generation, as well as means and methods to reduce loads on our system as well. So we're looking both on the generation side and the demand side. For the island of Oahu, the company is seeking 500 to 700 megawatts of new firm renewable generating capacity to increase our generation reserves, and at the same time to allow for the shutdown of less flexible fossil generation and to cover for the expiration of the KPLP unit, subject to the application that we have before the Commission for a new PPA. In addition to these new resources, the company is continuing to add resources contracted from the 2 grid scale procurements that are currently in flight, as well as 3 grid services or GSPA procurements, as well as the battery bonus program. On the island of Maui, the company is seeking 30 to 40 megawatts of firm renewable generating capacity to increase generation reserves for the island, and also at the same time allow for the retirement of 4 fossil units and the conversion of 2 of these units to synchronous condensers at Kahului Power Plant, and as well as to cover for the eventual shutdown of 4 diesel generators at Ma'alaya Power Plant. So again, for Maui, those are the new efforts that we are pursuing. But in addition to that, the company is continuing to add resources contracted from 2 grid scale procurements, as well as from 2 grid services or GSPA procurements for the island of Maui, and is planning to shortly begin a 3rd GSPA, as well as to implement a battery bonus program, all for the island of Maui. And then 3rd, for Hawaii Island, the company is seeking up to 65 megawatts of firm renewable generating capacity to increase generation reserves and allow for the shutdown of 2 steam units and a placement of a 3rd steam unit into standby, as well as to provide capacity when the current Hamakua Energy Partners or HEP contract expires in 2030. Those are the new efforts underway or beginning on Hawaii Island. But in addition to that, the company is continuing to add resources contracted from the expansion of the Puna geothermal Ventures geothermal plant, grid scale procurements that are currently underway, and one grid services or GSPA procurement. So that summarizes all of the efforts that are either underway or beginning or planned for the 3 counties to increase generating and demand side reduction capabilities in our system to address the near-term reliability needs. Number 2, we do want to involve stakeholders and continue to involve stakeholders in improving our grid reliability planning methodology. Many of the parties here are also parties to the integrated grid planning proceeding, and we're working with stakeholders in the IGP proceeding, as well as the technical advisory panel of IGP, in addressing improvements to the company's resource adequacy planning methodologies. The companies will continue to improve their energy reserve margin methodology by developing robust reliability assessment methodology that represents the industry's best practices, considers the unique characteristics of Hawaii's island grid systems, the high penetration of intermittent renewables and rooftop solar, the incorporation of distributed systems and demand-side resources, and all of those options and methodologies are being reviewed by the IGP's TAP as part of the IGP process. This more appropriately addresses previously expressed commission and stakeholder concerns regarding the methodology previously used and most recently updated to assess resource adequacy, which is a principal driver in planning for and determining whether existing fossil fuel generators are no longer needed for service, and whether planned variable renewable plus storage provide adequate replacement capacity. The Commission and many of the parties of this proceeding, again, are also participating in the Integrated Grid Planning Docket 2018-0165. And we can continue to rely and seek input and comments from the Commission and the parties in that docket to resolve any concerns related to resource adequacy methods and to use that for the going forward planning for reliability, amongst other things, for each of our island systems. The third item, as I mentioned at the beginning, was SAIDI and SAFE. I'm going to skip on that for now and invite Dr. Toby Brown to touch upon that in a minute. But another thing that I want to kind of just dive a little deeper on is that the company does not support an adequacy of supply or AOS PIM base on energy reserve metrics or other capacity planning criteria. We feel this way for several reasons. Number one, the proposed AOS PIM could conflict with other proposed PIMs or desired outcomes, such as the retirement of fossil fuel generating units. The proposed AOS PIM would incentivize the utility to really target generating reserve levels, excuse me, above the planning criteria, or in addition to what's established in the planning criteria to avoid PIM penalties. It would also incentivize the utility to retain utility and IPP generating units that provide capacity as a buffer to avoid potential AOS PIM penalties. The proposed AOS PIM could also lead to the perverse or reverse incentive to actually set a lower reliability standard, i.e. A lower loss of load probability or lower ERM percentage, or to use perhaps older, more conventional metrics, deterministic metrics such as Rule 1, to ensure that generation adequacy supply levels are above a PIM target. The proposed AOS PIM is really not well suited to address actual reliability performance. In the event that an AOS PIM is established and it's based upon a planning criteria or planning methodology, such as ERM or other options, that may not actually have a direct impact on the duration or a number of customer outages. Because it's a methodology based upon a calculation of a future planning criteria and generation reserves rather than actual customer outages. So as a result, there could be violations of the planning criteria and the consequential PIM associated with that do not result in any customer outages and vice versa. Hence, the company believes that a more appropriate PIM should be based upon generation contributed outages to customers as reflected in SAIDI and SAIFI metrics. To impose a downside PIM for generation reliability based upon the planning criteria would be counterproductive to the Commission's other objectives, to state policies, and the stakeholders' desire to innovate. It's also incongruent with the Commission's previous acceptance of the IGP work plan. So in the future, newer technologies such as wind, solar, battery energy storage, distributed energy resources on the supply and demand side, among other newer technologies, really should be relied upon to provide adequate supply, diversifying the generation mix, and thus lessening dependence on conventional generators. However, these newer technologies have different characteristics that must be considered in the determination of planning for generation adequacy, such as the output for things like solar and wind by their nature will vary, and the amount of power and energy that's stored in a battery system is limited by that capacity. So our belief is that the planning criteria should evolve to reflect the benefits of such newer technologies and be allowed to be continuously reviewed and improved as the mix on our system and as technologies advance. An AOS PIM is not appropriate incentive for any perceived deficiencies or lack of confidence in the company's resource planning, particularly where novel approaches and innovative solutions are needed. Lastly, planning criteria is based upon current and new generation and capacity resources, meaning it's not a calculation based upon what is only needed in the future, but it is really a consideration of existing resources that are in service today, as well as new resources that are planned for the future. And an AOS PIM could potentially penalize the utility when an existing resource not owned by the utility experiences an operating issue, or for new resources whose addition or expansion is affected by acts of God and other force majeure issues. Some recent examples of this includes the Kilauea lava eruption in 2018 that unfortunately took down the operation of the PGV plant for a considerable amount of time. And the unavailability of that PGV plant due to that act of God does have an impact on the calculation of generation reserves and our planning criteria. But we were able to avoid direct customer outages tied to the loss of the generating facility. So that's one example. And I think we're all familiar with the challenges in new federal rules and acts that have held up the delivery and installation of solar panels and various COVID-related shutdowns of cities and factories that have delayed the manufacturing and shipment of power generating equipment. So those factors are real. They are included in a generating resource adequacy or capacity planning criteria. And those things are well beyond the control of the utility and the utility plans. So that's it for those three pieces. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Dr. Toby Brown, who will cover our SAIDI and SAIFI PIM.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. I'll just try to cover the main points in the recommendations I've made to the companies about including generation interruptions in reliability PIMs. Firstly, I was asked to look at the company's data, and looking at the data, we observed that there are fewer interruptions caused by generation problems than by network problems, and the generation interruptions also tend to be much shorter. But still, with that, the interruptions caused by generation problems are a non-negligible fraction of the total of all interruptions that customers experience. And therefore, it does seem important and beneficial to try to capture the impact of those interruptions in reliability pins, since they do have impacts on customers. And although the impacts of interruptions on customers are multidimensional, there's no reason to think that the cause of an interruption per se has any influence on the impact on customers. And therefore, it seems that we should treat both generation and network interruptions in a similar way if we are going to be able to align interests as between the customers and the companies in maintaining a reliable service. The first approach I took was to try to use the existing methodology behind the network reliability PIMs to come up with a way to capture generation interruptions. And I wasn't able to do that. I think the fundamental reason why I wasn't able to use the existing methodology is that generation interruptions from year to year are much more variable. There's a larger standard deviation than the network interruptions, and that means if you apply the existing methodology, you get a very sort of strange looking outcome where either you have a maximum penalty for generation interruptions that seems much larger than the would be appropriate given the relative significance of generation interruptions and network interruptions, or you would have, if you had the incentive, the maximum financial incentive at around the right level, you would have an incentive rate that is a financial impact per unit of interruption that would be much too small for generation interruptions relative to network interruptions. And therefore, I've recommended, instead of having a separate standalone generation PIM, to bring the generation interruptions within the scope of the existing reliability PIMs. When we do that, we should make some adjustments to those parameters. Part of that is, obviously, if there are more interruptions within the scope, then the target level and the overall maximum incentive, maximum financial penalty needs to increase. But also, because the generation interruptions, as I mentioned, are shorter, we found that the existing parameters of the network reliability PIMs really don't work. And we went to look for benchmarks that we could use from other jurisdictions that have multi-year rate plans and which also have reliability incentives, PIMs. And we used those benchmarks to...
Toby. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, the 15 minutes is up. Can you please summarize?
Yes, I will attempt to do that. And so based on the benchmarks from the jurisdictions that we reviewed, we have come up with recommendations for how a combined generation and network reliability PIM could be parameterized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Next is Consumer Advocate.
Hello and good morning, Chair, Commissioner Potter and Asuncion Commission staff, other members from other parties in this proceeding. I'm Dean Yoshino with the Division of Consumer Advocacy. I'm going to keep my presentation fairly brief. We appreciate the Commission's attention to this area. We've brought this up in other proceedings before, where the current reliability standards focus on T&D, and that perhaps by not paying attention to the impacts on customers' experience with respect to generation, we're doing a disservice to customers. So again, we appreciate the Commission's attention to this matter. We do support an outcome-based type of PIM for this, and that's why we support a generation-related outage PIM, whether it's in the form of SAIDI or SAIFI, or some other reasonably administratively efficient manner in which to measure that performance. And we believe that, the commission, what's been put before the commission, is having it either as part of the existing T&D PIMs or maybe as a separate PIM, and we support having it as a separate metric for generation related outages. And we also support the adoption of a PIM similar to the existing PIMs for the T&D reliability metrics, which is just looking at penalties only. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to provide this summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Next is Blue Planet, Mr. Moriwaki.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, everybody. Blue Planet will also keep this to the point. The one sentence summary is that we more or less agree with what Mr. Nishina said for the Division of Consumer Advocacy. But to slightly elaborate further, this is one of those issues where the answer seemed to present itself pretty quickly. Let's track generation reliability performance based on customer outage metrics and not planning criteria like adequacy of supply or energy reserve margin. And it seems like the parties unanimously agree on this at this point. It's not much of a dispute. The only question was whether generation outages can be translated into industry outage metrics like SAIDI and SAIFI, and the answer is clearly yes. So Blue Planet would support establishing a generation reliability PIM to track this area of concern separately. That PIM would address this specific area of concern while maintaining the specific historical practice and record on the network and T&D PIM. And similar to the existing network reliability PIM, we maintain that the generation reliability PIM should be penalty only and not a symmetrical reward and penalty. As everyone recalls, these reliability PIMs have always been viewed and treated as a backstop incentive, and the companies have not made the case that increased reliability is a priority need for customers or justified from a cost-benefit perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Next is Ulupono Initiative. I believe Mr. Clay, you're the witness here.
Chair, if I may, this is Doug Kotiga, outside counsel. I was going to, with your permission, assist Mr. Clay by sharing slides and advancing the slides for him.
Sure.
Okay,
Please proceed. Thank you. Thank you both.
And I'll apologize in advance because I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it just so happens on the day we have our hearing, my lawn care people are outside making a bunch of noise. So I'll do my best to be brief. Next slide, please. And next slide. There we go. Okay, just 2 slides, so I will also be brief. I think we all understand the need for this area of concern driven by the recent reliability events, the need to retire AES and Kahului, and of course, the supply chain and COVID related delays to the RFP 1 and 2 projects. We have made the point repeatedly, and will probably continue to make the point, that strengthening the RPSA partially addresses this area of concern, because really our shortfalls are coming because those renewable resources weren't added as quickly as we had hoped, again, because of those supply chain and COVID related delays largely. So providing a bigger incentive to add renewables more quickly does at least indirectly satisfy this area of concern. I would point out that due to the broad outcome-based nature of the RPSA PIM, you'll also hear us talk about this in the interconnection AOC and the fossil fuel retirement AOC. But just to be efficient, we'll only discuss the updated benefit cost analysis in the interconnection AOC presentation. So we'll get to that later. Next slide, Doug. Okay, last slide, so not too lengthy. But like many of the parties have said, we do support and recommend modifying the existing SAIDI and SAIFI metrics to include generation outages. We do have concerns that an overly punitive PIM would work counter to the fossil fuel retirement area of concern. And given how complex we all know utility regulation is to begin with, we always prefer the administratively simple option, and modifying those existing metrics seems to be the most straightforward way to do that. And I think Mr. Moriwaki said that quite well as well. We think that we're okay with combining it into a single metric, and functionally you can still look at the existing T&D metrics and sort of keep those the same and then add on the adjustments that are based on historical generation outages. So we don't see a problem with combining the T&D and the generation into a single set of SAIDI and SAIFI metrics. We made the point that the more frequently you roll forward a new metric based on historical look back, the more important it would be to have an upside to this. So if you do use a longer look back, like a 10-year look back, and you do fix that value across the entire 5-year MRP, then it may be less important and less necessary to have an upside PIM. If you're going to roll it forward and update it frequently, then there's a very strong incentive to not exceed the metric by very much, because by doing so, you just make it harder for yourself in the future, make it more likely that you experience penalties in the future if you don't continue to improve all the time. But with a 10-year look back and keeping it fixed across the MRP, just the downside could work. Again, more frequently would probably require the upside. And then finally, we noted that in the utilities statement of position, they recommended weighting the SAIDI at 3.5 times the value of the SAIFI max rewards. And we don't object to SAIDI being tilted more heavily on the rewards or penalties than SAIFI, but 3.5 times does seem kind of extreme. And just note that even in their set of examples that they provided, at least as far as I read it, none of the examples they provided were as extreme as 3.5 times the SAIFI. I think the highest was 2 or 2.5 times. So again, don't object to SAIDI being worth more than SAIFI, but that tilting of 3.5 times seems a bit aggressive. But that is really my final point on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Next up are the DER parties, but you've identified no witnesses for this panel, so just confirming that's the case.
Thank you, Chair. That is the case.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Curtis.
Aloha, commissioners and staff. Fossil fuel systems need to be replaced with systems that have low life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, including variable renewables with storage, standalone storage, and firm renewable energy, as mentioned by Hawaiian Electric. In this transformation, ratepayers are concerned with outages, regardless of whether the outage is caused by generation, transmission, distribution, or an extreme weather event. Regardless of the cause, outage metrics should be handled in similar ways as noted by Ulupono Initiative. Reporting metrics should expand for distinguishing between transmission and distribution outages and for reporting under frequency load shedding. Lifeland asserts that the most effective approach is strengthening the RPSA PIM. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next, City and County of Honolulu. Okay. Noting no one's present. County of Hawaii, you've identified no witnesses for this panel, but just want to confirm, do you wish to participate?
That is correct, Chair. No participation necessary.
Okay. Thank you all. We're going to go ahead. Let's see. We're ahead of schedule. We're going to go ahead with the questioning. So for those witnesses for the panel, we're going to swear you in. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to commission staff.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for making time here today. To begin, I wanted to direct some questions towards you, Mr. Ching, just to follow up on some of the things I heard in your panel presentation. I believe you said for Hawaii Island, Oahu, and Maui, you were you're planning on undertaking a number of procurements to help secure again additional amounts of firm generation capacity. Is that correct?
Yes, amongst other grid services, we are seeking capacity. That's correct.
And could you just clarify, is that where is that coming from, or has that been shared before? Is that part of the upcoming RFP3 phase, or is it some other planning process?
Yeah, the upcoming procurements, some of it will be coming from the, the first stage 3 effort on the Big Island. It's also coming from the more recent commission order to conduct the stage 3 for the islands of Oahu and Maui Island. But it's also coming from the firm Oahu RFP that we filed for specific to the island of Oahu.
Okay, thank you. I'd also just wanted to clarify, I believe you said it was going to be new firm generation capacity. Could you please just elaborate on how HECO, I guess, would describe firm generation capacity?
Sure, and in an attempt to be brief, I might have kind of should have shorted that description. So we're looking at specific grid needs for each of our islands specifically. In some cases, the nature of the grid needs that we have, we're seeking specifically firm generation. So generating resource that is fully dispatchable, that can provide power on a continuous basis and not be energy limited. That's specific to the Oahu firm RFP that we filed for. But in the case for the stage 3 RFPs, because we're looking not just for firm generation or firm generating or firm, I'm sorry, because we're not looking for just capacity as a grid need, but we're also looking for energy and other grid needs and grid services. We are looking at opportunities to have renewables coupled with storage, as well as a firm renewable to provide those grid needs. We are also exploring that specific to the island of Oahu, because battery technology and therefore paired generation technology has largely been focused around lithium batteries, which tend to provide storage and capacity for the several hours timeframes, and because the needs for Oahu are over longer periods of time, we're looking to see and exploring whether or not long duration storage resources are really going to be an option for the island of Oahu. Mark, who's also on the panel as a witness, did you want to add to that anything?
No, Colton, I think you covered it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. Just again, following up, I want to make sure I understood what you said there. So it sounds like you said for firm, it sounds like there are two types. There are in some instances where I guess a resource plus battery could be considered firm, but in other instances the company would not consider like a battery paired unit as firm. Is that correct?
In general, yes. It really depends upon the nature of how the capacity is needed. So in the case for Oahu, that capacity, because we're looking to retire a number of generating units that provide not just peaking capacity, but provide capacity over longer durations, that capacity that we've identified that we need to allow for retirements of our older steam units, as well as meet the needs from the system as a whole going into the future. That capacity is needed for longer durations, many more hours into days. And so for that, a firm renewable generator is this, the specific resource that we're focusing on for the firm RFP. But it does not preclude variable renewables coupled with storage or standalone storage to provide the services that we're looking for in the stage 3 RFP for the other islands, as well as for the island of Oahu.
Thank you. So just one more follow-up on that. So for the firm, I mean, I guess we should maybe come up with different words so we don't keep saying firm, but for the firm generation, for which you feel batteries are not appropriate, the companies are not comfortable relying on? What type of resources are the companies looking at procuring to fill those needs?
Well, we're not dictating what sort of technologies are specifically eligible, but it's very likely to be a renewable, as low a carbon as possible thermal unit. So it could be a biofuel unit, it could be a biomass unit. At some point in the future, if the resource is available, it could come from a geothermal thermal unit using ground heat. But those are the kinds of technologies that we think are more likely and more possible to fulfill those needs and services.
All right, thank you. I believe I also heard you say, as part of the efforts, that on all 3 islands, at least, the companies are also looking at procuring or doing more GSPAs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the plan that we have right now. That is correct. We think it's a useful complement, sort of part of a package along with larger firm generation.
Would you mind elaborating on, I guess, what those proposals are currently with the company? Are they underway, or are they conceptual? Like, is there a timeline associated with it?
Sure, and I'll ask Mr. Asano to jump in as well. Bear with me, Mark. So there's a number of GSPAs that are underway on each of our islands, right? And I think there's a lot of work ahead of us, including with our customers and our aggregators that are participating in this, to have those procurements that might have been contracted for, approved by the PUC. Still a lot of work to get those resources onto our system, and like with our larger systems, COVID and all of the consequences of lockdowns have kind of hampered those efforts as well. So I don't want to ignore the very important effort to make sure all of those already contracted for GSPAs continue to move forward. We have 3 that are already in place for the island of Oahu. In the case for Maui, we have 2 already contracted for, but we are planning, in the case for Maui, to conduct a 3rd GSPA, as well as to implement the battery bonus program, which is not a procurement per se, but more of a tariff-based program to provide DER capacity. And then for the Big Island of Hawaii, we're looking at the potential to conduct a 2nd GSPA for the Big Island of Hawaii. But because the needs identified for the Big Island of Hawaii are a bit way out, we think that we would contemplate doing a GSPA for the Big Island, not at the same time as the Stage 3 RFP, but in a time frame that is more suitable for aggregators to take an RFP and identify what kind of program they would design, what would be their costs associated with subscribing customers, so those resources, those capabilities are delivered when the needs of the island are identified.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Asano.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, Mr. Asano.
Just to maybe wrap that up, on Oahu, we did recently submit, I believe, with the commission from our most recent procurement, a GSPA contract. And as Mr. Ching alluded to on Maui, we are in the process of requesting the 15 megawatt battery bonus, as well as to be shortly issuing a 15 megawatt GSPA procurement for Maui to address some of the more immediate needs.
Thank you for that follow-up, Mr. Asano. Just another quick follow-up or clarification from your presentation, Mr. Ching. I think in the second point you made, it was about involving or continuing to involving stakeholders and grid planning methodology development. I believe you referenced improvements to the energy reserve margin by, I guess, developing robust, I think I heard it was evaluations of this, and I think you referenced work going on in the IGP docket. I just wonder if you could elaborate on that, or if I misstated something, correct my misunderstanding.
No, Mr. Koetsu, you got that right. I'm gonna defer to Mr. Asano to who's in the best position to respond to that question.
Yes, in the IGP proceeding, the companies have been working with the stakeholders and specifically the technical advisory panel on improving on the energy reserve margin methodologies. In our FSOP, there is some, and I can pull up the page references, but we do reference some of the TAP technical advisory panel meetings that we've had with the technical advisory panel to discuss improvements to assessing resource adequacy. And I can get into some of those improvements and that we're continuing to work on with the TAP.
Well, thanks, Mr. Asano. Do you have a rough timeline about when the companies think these improvements will be finalized and can begin to be, I guess, implemented?
Yeah, so with respect to energy reserve margin, we've already started to implement some of those improvements. For example, how we assess the dependable capacity, if you will, of solar and wind resources. So some of those methodologies have been used in some of our most recent analysis, for example, on the Maui generation update. In addition to that, we are also looking at probabilistic type analyses, similar to some that HEI has provided in 2021-0024. And so we've started to adopt some of those methods, and we've discussed them with the technical advisory panel, and some of those meeting materials and information are on our IGP website, and we've started to do some of our own internal modeling and testing on those methods to help support some of the upcoming procurements that Mr. Cheng discussed.
I'll direct the question to you, Mr. Asano, because it seems like you're the person that best to be suited for this, but if it's not, please defer back to Mr. Cheng. With these, as the company is implementing these improvements, is it internally tracking or measuring to see if they're resulting in improvements to the planning or your planning efforts and things like that?
So I believe what we're trying to do is take a look at what the results are of these new methodologies and sort of compare them to, for example, other methods like energy reserve margin, or try to benchmark them against like current system conditions or even analysis that HNEI has provided. There are some technical or key findings that we can start to gather based on some of that analysis, but I guess it'd be difficult to know whether I think your question was related to whether improvements have been made. I think that's a little bit subjective, depending on the reliability standard and the expectation of what the reliability that we would be planning for.
And is it the company's intent to, I guess, share or report out on their findings in the IGP docket or some other docket, or is it sort of just for the company's internal use?
Yes, we plan to continue to work with the technical advisory panel as well as other stakeholders as to sort of what we're finding with respect to these reliability methodology improvements.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Asano. Back to you, Mr. Cheng. I wanted to turn your attention, I direct the panel's attention to Hawaiian Electric's response to PUC-IR-89. It was submitted last Friday, April 22nd. And in particular, I am looking at the tables 1, 2, and 3 that came with that response. They're kind of cover multiple pages, so I'm not going to screen share, but I'll give all you folks a minute to pull it up. But are you familiar with the response, Mr. Ching?
Yes, I just brought up that document, and I am familiar with our response that we filed.
Okay, and just for those who are watching, so table 1 refers to historic Hawaiian Electric Company safety and safety targets from 2010 to 2020. Table 2 is the same for Hawaii Electric Light Company, and table 3 would be for Maui Electric. Is that correct, Mr. Ching? I don't. Well, all right.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, I lost my button for a second.
Okay. So my question is just looking at the data presented in these 3 tables. I was wondering if you could help explain what accounts for the differences in the reported generation outage performance, for each of the companies.
Mr. Kaitsu, to just clarify the question, you're asking about asking for an explanation why in these 3 tables, when you look at historical performance, the generation safety and safety performance for Oahu, for example, differs at levels, say, for the Big Island of Hawaii, as well as for the island of Maui.
That is correct.
Yeah. So the reason there are several sort of causes or drivers for the relative historical performance between the islands. I'm going to focus particularly on the differences between Oahu and the Big Island and Maui in general, for brevity. Here on the island of Oahu, for a number of years, I think it goes back into the 70s, we have been using a generation planning criteria that was more stringent than the planning criterias for Maui County and the Big Island. So the generating resources that we built over time, the amount of them, it differs from differs from Oahu, in that on Oahu we planned for a higher level, or targeted for a higher level of generating reliability from a generating reserve or generating capacity perspective. That's number 1. Number 2, the other factor that plays heavily into the difference from the island of Oahu versus the neighbor islands is that here in Oahu, historically, we operated the system. So this is separate from the issue of how many generators we have built on the island by us or by others, but just what is running that day and what we scheduled to run on any particular day. Here on the island of Oahu, we have an operating criteria that runs generation in a way where we run more generators than needed to serve the load. We run an additional generation, press the start button, keep them running at their most efficient point on the system, such that we can always have generation running that can instantaneously respond to the largest unit of our system suddenly going offline. On the neighbor islands, because of a much smaller customer base, the generation system is operated in a way that doesn't carry that much of a generation reserve spinning or operating on the system. And so if you lose a very large unit on the neighbor islands, it does result in a relatively short period in which our certain customers will incur an outage caused by the generator tripping offline. And generating units may still be available, but they're not running. They'll get started to increase generating capacity to quickly restore those customers. So, and there are other reasons as well, but those are, I think, are the two most significant drivers for those differences. Mr. Asano, Mr. Alberts, anything that you wanted to add to that? Okay.
Yeah, just maybe one example is that for example on Oahu we do plan the system such that like a single trip of a generator would not incur any load shedding, whereas on the island of Maui and Hawaii Island, our criteria is to allow up to 15% of the load due to a single generator trip.
Thank you, Mr. Ching and Mr. Asano. So it sounds like if you are applying it sounds like there are different criteria being applied to the systems on the different islands. Does that mean that the company has to have different, I suppose, for lack of a better term, different internal targets or standards for acceptable performance for each of those islands?
I think that's a sort of a natural outcome of having established different planning and operating criteria for the islands. But to reiterate, the driver for the difference really comes from historically trying to find an appropriate and reasonable balance between generation reliability and the cost of generation for each of those islands.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. That's helpful. And I guess in trying to find that reasonable balance you just mentioned, how does the company go about doing that and setting that balance or that target for each island?
So it's a great question, Mr. Kayatsu. So historically, and if you kind of rewind the clock back a number of years, when you're planning for a system, the choices for generation were much less diverse than they are today. It really came from the form of firm generators, and therefore our planning criteria typically looked at criteria to serve the peak load for the day or for the year, and to count on the contribution from various, whether it's a diesel engine or a biomass plant, engines or power plants that are in general firm and dispatchable by default. They all were sort of in that form. The criteria was established on that. And so when you are challenged in serving a smaller island with a smaller customer base, those technologies tended to get more expensive at smaller levels. You could take advantage of economies of scale here on the island of Oahu, relatively speaking, but here on Oahu, given the much larger electric system and many more customers to serve. Today, and really going forward, because you have a much more diverse set of resources, and especially with newer technologies not being kind of falling into that category of having large economies of scale, in part, that's one of the reasons why when we looked at our system going forward and trying to incorporate the real reliability contribution from resources other than just the traditional firm generators. In other words, reliability contributions from solar, from wind, from hybrid paired systems, from standalone storage, from distributed systems. Those things tend to not have those same similar relationships in sizing. And so we've actually established for our energy reserve margin criteria, which is a fairly new criterion for us, where we've established for the three major islands an ERM of 30%, the same for all islands going forward. So historically, I think largely a function of the kinds of resources that you had available to serve load and provide reliability. Going forward, technology really pushes the engineers and planners and operators of the system to kind of think about reliability criteria very differently because of the different functions and contributions of new technologies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ching. That was a really helpful answer. So as I understand it, a lot of this is I guess, are the companies implementing changes to better reflect, I guess, the a greater array of generation resources now? And I ask because, looking back at this time period, it's actually not that far ago. It's roughly the last, 10 odd years or so, 2010 to 2019, and we're still seeing this sort of differences. So I'm wondering at what point will we start seeing these, I guess, historical differences start to fade away with the updating of the criteria from the companies?
Yeah, so one of the big reasons, if not the main reason for us to develop and adopt the energy reserve margin or ERM criteria and move away from a Rule 1 or loss load probability criteria for the island of Oahu is because ERM is able to capture the reliability contributions from newer technologies, right? So Rule 1, looking at the peak, our loss of load probability, what we call the reliability guideline for Oahu, only looked at the peak of the year, and you really couldn't give credit to or account for the real reliability contributions from renewables, from variable renewables, from storage, and other devices and technologies. So that was a big driver to move to ERM. Once you move, and we moved to the energy reserve margin criteria and set a 30% ERM planning criteria for the 3 largest islands, looking back on historically how reliable the systems were and what an ERM target should be set to maintain those levels of reliability. So even though we set an ERM of 30% for Oahu and a 30% ERM for the island of Maui, that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll get the same SAIDI and SAFE outcome as a result of that. It's impacted by how you operate the grid. So the operating guidelines of running generation and carrying a certain amount of spin will still factor into the actual reliability performance of your generation system and outages that customers experience. And it's also going to be impacted by the relative size of generating units that you have on an island versus the load that you're serving on the island at any particular time. So that also will factor into the pace or the rate of change of your actual reliability, even when you implement a new criteria going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. So I taking all this into account, and I appreciate you said that there's I guess I'm paraphrasing, but there's going to be a transitionary period. In general, though, with the improvements and like this move to the ERM criteria, do the companies expect that generation outage performance will improve over the future compared to historic levels?
I want to be very kind of precise in my response to the question. So I think the emphasis is really identifying the right kinds and right levels of resources to your systems are going to be the big drivers of increasing the generation reliability and reducing outages that customers see caused by generation. It's not simply just the adoption of a new criteria that will directly result in that improved performance. Criteria is a piece of it, so you can identify in the future, because you can't build a power plant or a battery overnight. It takes time, so you want to have planning criteria to identify that need in the future so that you have the time to add resources that you need to the system. But generation reliability is also impacted by how you run the grid on any given day. So if you make the choice that you can run the system a little bit less efficiently by having more generators running than you absolutely need, but running more generators allow you for the ability to account for generators tripping offline and avoiding outages as a result. those are not going to be driven by your planning criteria, but it's going to be driven by your operating guidelines and practices. So that's a factor in there as well. And then one of the things that we are always continuously looking at when we're trying to build the right generation and demand response portfolio for our system going forward is to look at the relative inertia and the stability of your system in total. And so if there's a sudden change in your system and that change results in a big deviation in system frequency or system voltage, you could have customer interruptions as a result of that instability that may not be directly caused by a lack of generation adequacy. Those kinds of instances are in some of the numbers that are in our response to PUC IR 89. And those are also factors that we have to plan for in the future as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ching. So I guess this kind of leads to another question I had. Assuming if the company's recommended grid reliability PIM were to be implemented, or some other PIM that offers an upside reward component, given all these, I guess, variables and uncertainties, what specific actions would the companies take to actually exceed targeted performance beyond what they are currently doing?
Yeah, so Mr. Kaitsu, your question really gets to, I think, our recommendation and proposal to really focus on customer outages rather than the criteria, because at the end of the day, all of the things I mentioned, right, coming up with the right criteria, continuously looking at improving our planning criteria for generation capacity, looking at the right portfolio on your system, ensuring that you have both the right grid services and the right pieces of equipment on your system to make it stable. All of those things contribute to generation initiated or generation event caused outages. And number one, that's why we believe a generation outage PIM, such as SAIDI and SAFE, is the more appropriate and better PIM to employ. To your question, though, about how do we address it? How do we get all of these pieces moving forward, ultimately to improve generation performance? That's why we believe that the right place to have the discussion on what should be your appropriate planning criteria for generation capacity, but also for transmission and how you operate the grid. We believe that the IGP docket, because it's encompassing ultimately of your generation portfolio and as well as your transmission and distribution system, is the right place to perform that work and have the right discussions with stakeholders and the technical advisors that we're employing to find the right solutions with existing resources as well as new resources in the future.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Ching. I guess maybe I'm sorry, Mr. Asano, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Mr. Kaitsu, if I could maybe just add a few points to this question and the last one. I do want to note that through this transition that we're going through, we are going to be relying on a lot of these newer technologies now in terms of depending on them to provide reliability. Whereas, you could have other jurisdictions where you do have a lot of renewable penetration, but they may not be as critical to the system to assure that reliability and that the demand is served. So I do want to point out that the new methods we're doing, as well as the resources we're bringing on, these are novel approaches, they're innovative, and I don't think there are any other jurisdictions that are going to be as highly dependent on these new resources as we are. And so, part of, we do hope that the reliability is going to improve, but I also think that, part of the, to the extent that we are able to improve reliability by taking on these transitioning the system and looking at these in a different way that we have traditionally in the past. I think that would, be, in essence, exceptional performance for us to be able to do these types of things, and once again, kind of lead the industry and how we're going to be able to serve the customers, and be able to diversify our energy portfolio by not only being dependent on, for example, in the past, a firm generating resource, but also now trying to kind of mitigate some of the risks on being dependent on just one type of resource, but by really trying to diversify our resource portfolio in that way.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Asano. I guess that helps, somewhat touch on the next question I was going to ask Mr. Ching, and maybe you can also respond. Mr. Ching, earlier when we were talking about how you set, the sort of performance criteria for each island, which is different, you said there's this sort of balance between the generation reliability and the costs. And so my next question was going to be, well, if we're talking about exemplary behavior and trying to get them to beat that, are we now getting to an area where it becomes cost ineffective, where it sounds like your planning criteria is already trying to find that balance? So I'm trying to understand what we're rewarding by exceeding it. So to Mr. Asano's point, is it the company's position that it's these sort of intangible benefits that come with a more diversified grid, or?
If I understand the question correctly, that it's the question of explaining why, given that we have different, at least historically, balances between generation reliability and cost, what are the merits, or what's the intent of a upside to the PIM? Is that the question?
Yeah, I guess the way I understood your prior answers when we were talking about the levels and how they're set for each island, it sounds like the company is sort of doing an internal analysis of weighing the generation reliability and the cost, and there's sort of a threshold where it becomes, cost ineffective. So I'm wondering, if we're setting a symmetrical PIM, is it becoming, in a sense, inefficient because you're now, I guess, collecting more money for something that perhaps is not cost effective? I'm trying to understand what's the benefit to the customer, since it sounds like the company has already predetermined what an acceptable level of reliable service is from their perspective.
Got it. I got it. Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to ask Dr. Brown to jump in as well. But really our position for a number of reasons is really to couple our generation reliability performance with our T&D performance, and Dr. Brown can get into the reasons for that. But just thinking about it purely from a hypothetical standpoint, even if you look at that generation subcomponent of total customer outages, it's still based on relative performance to historical. So it's not based upon, if we were to establish, say, a new standard planning criteria that applies to all 3 of the major islands, that the proposal would be to reflect any incentives or upside to a PIM based upon that change, right? It's still ultimately rooted in a proposal for reward based upon how we're performing relative to a historical basis. And Dr. Brown, if you can expand on the question that Mr. Kayatsu asked.
Yes, I'm happy to try to do so. Clearly, for the reasons that we've just heard, the future may be, in some respects, different from the past in terms of the mix of resources that the companies have available to them, and how they operate those resources to deliver reliable service. And I think it's perhaps worth reflecting that the one of the reasons why performance incentive mechanisms with a financial component to them are beneficial is that even in a circumstance where we don't necessarily know exactly what actions are going to achieve the right, are going to achieve the best outcomes, or even to achieve the best sort of balance between positive outcomes and costs. The performance incentive mechanism provides a framework for allowing that sort of optimal outcome to be delivered, and for allowing the companies to, in a way, test different ideas or different approaches to see what works best. And the PIM provides a framework within which the companies can do that with sort of an overarching idea that the company's financial interests and the interests of the customers are better aligned because of the PIM than they would be without the PIM. I can't speak to any of the sort of technical characteristics of the system or how those might change over time, but it seems at least possible that the new ways of operating the system, some of the new ways we hope will deliver better outcomes for customers, but there may be some surprises along the way. And so having a symmetrical PIM allows the incentives to sort of operate on a continuous basis, independent of where you are in the year or how things have gone so far. With a symmetrical incentive, the companies know that it's always better to, there's always a financial incentive to deliver an incrementally better outcome, no matter what has happened, what has gone before. And so I think that's part of why a symmetrical incentive makes sense in this context, and also reflects the fact that from the as we've already spoken to, that from the customer's perspective, the customer doesn't mind whether it's generation or the network that's caused an outage. The customer is just interested in having better reliability.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And I guess this follow-up question, I guess this could be to you or to Mr. Ching. I guess I'm having a little trouble processing those responses, in that we're talking about, looking at it from the customer's perspective, but then talking about the incentive of the companies to improve all these things. But I'm trying to understand, is the point that the incentive to give the company the freedom to try new things, is that actually improving the reliability from the customer perspective, or just making it more efficient from the company's sort of back end about how they provide that same level of service? So is there actually an improvement in the reliability from the customer's perspective, or is it just the company sort of helped shifting how they're providing that level of service due to the integration of these new technologies?
So, Mr. Koetsu, let me start off, and I'll ask Dr. Brown and other panelists to jump in as well. These new technologies that we had been discussing earlier, starting off with perhaps the less new things like variable renewable resources like solar and wind, but newer things like enhanced grid services from distributed systems, energy storage systems. Those resources are being considered as part of each of our islands' portfolio, not solely from a reliability standpoint only, right? There's a number of other really sort of desirable benefits and outcomes that we're looking to get from them, right? Reducing our use of fossil fuel, reducing our carbon emissions, right? Just a number of things, and they all will have different impacts to reliability. So to your question on kind of how these things fit together towards improving reliability, I think we need to first understand that because of these very sort of clear policy outcomes that we're looking to achieve as a state, we're introducing new technologies that will have different impacts to the grid's reliability. As Mr. Asano mentioned, we're trying to really take advantage of all the reliability contributions. Unlike, I think, many other utilities, really try to capture that reliability contribution that these newer technologies can provide, but also at the same time recognize that these new technologies really changes the behavior of the grid itself. And as Mr. Asano alluded to, can introduce challenges that impact reliability. And the example I gave earlier is probably the best one, where a lot of these newer technologies are inverter based. They produce alternating current from electronics rather than a rotating electromechanical system. And you lose inertia, you lose the perfect sinusoidal waveform of an alternating current. And we're really pushing the new technologies as much as possible to provide that in some form or in an alternative form. But the real impacts we're seeing, like reduce stiffness of the grid and reduce inertia of the grid, is creating reliability challenges in the other direction. And so we're trying to use as much as possible new technologies, the right, perhaps more traditional technologies where they make sense, ultimately to provide reliable generation service in total. Some pieces will help with reliability, some pieces are going to create challenges for which we're going to need to find solutions for. So I want to make it clear that that these new technologies don't all create positive or beneficial reliability contributions. I wish that was the case, but we can use these technologies in a way with the right mix, with the right grid integrating technologies, hopefully to find a balance in reliability that allows us, right, to hit our policy objectives, to provide generation services at reasonable costs, and at the same time achieving a reasonable reliability target. So that's really kind of the real situation as we see it. It's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve sort of a maximum rate of reliability or any other metric without sacrificing the other important parameters, probably to at a greater cost to the state and to society. But we can look at different sort of targets for reliability if, as a state, we decide that we want to improve the generation reliability of the system. I think we all need to understand that we have to consider the trade-offs of doing so, right? Higher costs, potentially, perhaps limitations on what certain technologies can be in terms of a percentage or a section of our generation portfolio. Things like that are the kinds of things that need to be explored. And that's exactly the kinds of things we're having discussions with stakeholders in the IGP docket.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ching. I appreciate that. And I will give you a break now. I want to direct this next question to Mr. Nishina from the Consumer Advocate. Is he? Oh, there you are. Sorry, Dean, you're right next to me.
Here.
You, in the Consumer Advocate, as you said in your panel presentation and in your briefing, you support I guess what I would call sort of a standalone generation PIM based on SAIDI and SAFE. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a correct statement.
Okay, and I just was wondering if you could maybe elaborate on I guess the methodologies that you would use to designate, I suppose, the targets, and the dead bands and such, and to more specifically, Hawaiian Electric has raised concerns with using the existing methodology, particularly using due to the historic, I guess, the volatility in the history of the generation interruptions, that using the standard of deviation model may create some odd results. And I was wondering what your thoughts are to that, and if you would, as a result, propose an alternative methodology for determining the parameters of the PIM.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Kayatsu. I guess, first I would point out, as I understand what the company is proposing, to have a consolidated generation T&D calculation for SAIDI and SAFE. I think some of the potential concerns that the companies is raising would maybe raise additional concerns with having a consolidated SAIDI and SAIFI calculation, in the sense that to the extent that there is some inexperience with the volatility and how generation outages are measured, by coming up with a combined one, I anticipate that there will be a greater need for the commission and our office to dig into that consolidated SAIDI and SAIFI calculation, because to the extent that we have an already established SAIDI and SAIFI calculation for T&D, and the proposal is to come up with a combined one that would include, relying on what the companies are saying with respect to some of the concerns with volatility and the inexperience with the generation calculated SAIDI and SAIFI for generation, that would seem to then add that same concern with respect to that uncertainty to the T&D, which we already have as an established measurement of the company's reliability. So, I would note that there seems to be a lot more questions that need to be answered here, because the companies seem to be able to identify potential outages associated with generation, as evidenced in their response to the PUC IR 89. They have the three tables, and each of the tables reflects the SAIDI and SAIFI for T&D and separately generation. I think it makes sense to use that information, get a little more experience, and then maybe at a later point consider whether or not a consolidated SAIDI and SAIFI would be appropriate. But the companies seem to be giving us information as it relates to the calculation of generation outages through a similar type of filter in terms of SAIDI and SAIFI. And we can look at that to determine, again, historical experience. We can look at that to develop the target. And then again, we can look at maybe a consolidated one later. But I would think, looking at a consolidated one would be even more facilitated once we have more advanced meters in place, so we know what the outages are at the customer level, rather than just some estimate of what those outages might be.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Let's see. I guess I'd like to turn the next question to Mr. Moriwake. Since you similarly supported the consumer advocates proposal, I'd like to pose the same question to you, and ask if Blue Planet has any thoughts or thoughts on the concerns raised with using the existing methodology for a standalone generation PIM, and if so, if Blue Planet has any alternative methodologies they'd like to offer to help shape a PIM.
Thank you for that opportunity. As we've made clear, Blue Planet at this time is not delving into the details of how to engineer the particular PIMs, but we're just offering our input based on our experience throughout this proceeding and following this phase on the best approach in general and more high level. With regards to, at that level, this question about the trickiness of incorporating generation statistics, I do think that supports keeping those metrics separate between generation and T&D, and I believe that's what Mr. Nishina said on behalf of the consumer advocate as well. But yeah, based on the data that the companies have provided, I would think that we could at least start tracking that, and even assign incentives to that to make sure there's no backsliding, which is the purpose, again, of these backstop PIMs. And in treating generation reliability as a separate outcome and incentive, at least for the time being, I think we can also look at the specific interests in maintaining generation reliability. In particular, I believe in the working group discussions, there was a question whether we should be just applying the same approach that we've developed with respect to T&D reliability to generation reliability in a rote way, including, for example, major outage calculations or the exemption for major outages. Blue Planet has raised this question of, it would seem that in the generation context, the whole point is to avoid major outages, because that seems to be the main concern with this potential deterioration in reliability with the closure of the AES plant, for example, in Oahu. And so, yeah, just pointing out perhaps the obvious, that we need to tailor the generation PIM to the particular interests involved in that. And I think, again, and in closing, that would tend to militate in favor of keeping these outcomes separate between generation and T&D. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Oh.
Mr. Kayatsu, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break here.
Thank you, Chair. I do tend to go on.
No. It's been a good discussion. Thanks, everyone. We'll reconvene at 10:50. All right, we're going to start up in 2 minutes. Thank you. Thanks. If we can have the witnesses in the online in the WebEx hearing, please. Okay, it's 10:50. Mr. Kaitsu, you ready?
I am, Chair, yes.
Okay, thanks. We'll reconvene with the first panel on grid reliability. Please continue, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Chair. With that quick break, I'm back to you again, Mr. Chang. This is again, I'm going to reference Hawaiian Electric's response to PUC HECO IR 89. And there, I believe, I'm paraphrasing, but I believe there, one of the points the companies make in opposing the use of the standard deviation methodology from the existing reliability PIM is that in this case, if it were being applied to a generation only PIM proposal, that the deviation be bigger than the target itself, which could lead to these kind of odd results. So, first, do you recall that, or am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, Mr. Kaitsu, yes, in general, I think you're characterizing our response.
Okay, thank you. And so my question is, would the concerns there be addressed if the deadband were tightened? Like, for example, if the standard deviation was less than 1, a half, or a quarter?
And Mr. Kaitsu, I'm going to ask Dr. Brown to provide a first response to your question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. I think I would characterize the difficulty that the companies observed with the existing methodology in this IR response. I think I would characterize it in a slightly different way, that the fact that the applying the methodology produces a deadband that's wider than the target itself sort of illustrates that the methodology doesn't really work in the way that you might hope or might expect when applied to the generation data. And so I would suggest that that's really sort of a symptom of a problem with the methodology that that needs to be fixed. I'm not sure that simply halving the deadband width is necessarily the way to fix the underlying methodology, though.
I appreciate that answer, Dr. Brown. Thank you. I guess taking that under consideration, what alternative methodology would the companies propose then, if not use of standard deviation, then? If it was a standalone generation PIM.
Well, I'm not sure I can speak for the companies, but I can certainly speak a little bit about what I recommended in the paper that I wrote and was submitted along with the company's filing. I really, from taking as a starting point the idea that in order to align incentives between the companies and the customers, what I called the incentive rate parameter in the PIM needs to be somewhat similar to an estimate of the impact of interruptions on customers. And even though there's no data on customer impacts that I'm aware of anyway from Hawaii, there are other jurisdictions that we found where the PIM parameters have been derived from estimates of customer impacts. And so we were able to use those PIM parameters in the other jurisdictions as sort of a benchmark, if you will, for what the incentive rate parameter at least should be, at least roughly. And although for other reasons, I recommended that a sort of a combined PIM would be better than separate PIMs, if nonetheless separate PIMs were to be implemented, because the customer impacts are not dependent on whether an interruption is caused by generation or by networks. Sort of logically, the incentive rate parameter should be the same and should be derived from the same benchmarks. And so that's what I said in the paper, and in table 4 of the IR response is set up to produce the same incentive rates that I recommended for a combined PIM in the bottom 2 rows of that table. The same incentive rates using by modifying the maximum penalties in row 6. You have enough degrees of freedom that you can do that while keeping other parts of the methodology the same. That nonetheless, that would deal with the incentive rate parameter.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Brown. I as I understand it, you're talking about the incentive rate, but I think what the concern with the standard of deviation was pertained to the deadband, correct?
That's well, the deadband and the live band, which in the current methodology are the same width.
Oh, okay, but that's a okay, yeah, but my understanding was the concern, I guess, raised in your paper, was that utilizing the standard of deviation as part of the methodology to calculate those dead bands and live bands created an issue. And so I'm just wondering if not using standard of deviation, then what alternative methodology could be used then to perhaps avoid the complicated results that you noted in your paper.
Well, in the paper, the starting point is really the incentive rate, and then after defining the incentive rate, as I said, based on customer impacts, then the sort of the next parameter that we address is what's the maximum penalty or reward. And I don't think there isn't really a sort of a formula or anything like that that you can apply to sort of work out what the right size of the maximum penalty is. But as it happens, if you look across the other jurisdictions, they're not sort of orders of magnitude different from one another, and the penalties, the maximum penalty in the existing network PIMs seems in a reason to be set at a reasonable level. You might consider increasing it if you were to bring generation interruptions within the scope of the PIM, because then you've got more interruptions. But having sort of selected an amount for the maximum penalty that seems reasonable, then the last parameter is the width of the deadband and the live bands, but those that parameter just sort of falls out because it's simply it's calculated from the other two, and so it's just the one divided by the other. It's the penalty divided by the incentive rate. Gives you the width of the live band, and then the deadband, you could perhaps set it just to be the same as the live band as in the current design, or you could perhaps, as you suggested, you could perhaps tighten the deadband. I think that would be a reasonable thing to do if the incentive is symmetrical, if there's an upside and a downside, because then the upside and downside sort of help to balance out year over year variations. If it's not symmetrical, then the deadband has to do more of the work in avoiding those fluctuations.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And just to clarify, I want to ask Mr. Ching, since Dr. Brown did qualify that he was speaking on behalf of the author of that report, but not necessarily on behalf of the companies. I just want to check, Mr. Ching, if the companies would have the same or different response to that question.
It is the same response, Mr. Kayetsu, and I think we noted to that in the response to IR 89.
Thank you. And then I want to just direct the same question, I suppose, to Mr. Murray on behalf of Ulupono. Similarly, because I believe you supported the company's proposal of a combined pen using a similar methodology. If we were to break out the generation reliability with its own PIM, do you believe that concerns with the modeled use of the standard deviation to set the dead bands and live bands could be addressed by simply tightening the bands?
Well, let me, if I can address that in a roundabout way. And I guess the first part is the reason why we supported the combined PIM in the first place is because we truly believe that this reliability area of concern is squarely focused on the customer experience. And the customer does not care. I mean, as a customer myself, I can tell you they do not care if it's a T&D interruption or a generation interruption. Now, I've heard from other parties that there's a concern about learning and needing to see separate T&D and generation data and so forth. And if I remember my reading of either the company's statement of position or an IR response, my understanding is disaggregated T&D and generation outage information is already tracked and reported. So if we have the data, if we have the metrics, if we can see the difference and the customer doesn't care about the difference, I can't imagine why it matters to have those two as separate PIMs with separate configurations. That said, getting more back to your question, I would say that generally we're in alignment with the utilities methodologies that they've discussed, with the one exception being that we don't think it's wise to weight SAIDI so much higher than SAFE in that combined PIM, because then what you do is you technically include generation, but then you underweight it through SAFE so much that in the end it doesn't matter that much after all. So some weighting of SAIDI over SAFE probably makes sense. That level of extreme weighting probably doesn't. I hope that gets at your question. I haven't done specific modeling on standard deviations, if that's your question.
No, thank you. And I know I kind of caught you off guard there, so I appreciate the response. I want to turn this back to you, well, I'll turn it to you, Mr. Ching, but I suppose it could possibly also Dr. Brown. I want to ask, why, under the company's proposal, would it make sense to apply transmission and distribution normalization methods like removing major event days to generation reliability statistics for purposes of a combined PIM?
Mr. Kites, I'll have Dr. Brown perhaps respond first, and Mr. Pinkerton, myself can add to that.
So I think the first thing to say is the normalization method that's currently used applies to interruption data full stop. That is to say, the normalization method takes as its input all interruptions caused by T&D problems and all interruptions caused by generation problems. And that's the sort of raw inputs to which the normalization method is applied. And then after identifying the major event days and excluding them, then in a sort of second step, for purposes of the network reliability PIMs, the generation interruptions are taken out. So I guess the normalization method that's currently used already sort of treats generation and network interruptions together. And then the second thing to say is I don't think we were able to find or come up with any way to, as it were, normalize generation interruptions in a sort of separate way. The sort of statistical makeup of generation interruptions is rather different from that of the network interruptions, and you wouldn't really, it doesn't really make sense to if you try to apply the standard normalization method with generation interruptions only as by themselves as an input, then it wouldn't give you sensible results, because that normalization method looks at what's called daily SAIDI, so the contribution to the daily statistic that sort of accrues on a particular day. And because the generation interruptions tend to be very short, it's very rare that they would have any kind of sort of significant impact on the daily, on a day-to-day level, and so you wouldn't really, the normalization wouldn't really have any effect.
Mr. Kites, maybe just to add to Dr. Brown, you know, the intent of an MED is really to exclude performance or certain days of performance that's sort of out of the, however you define ordinary or regular, and really to focus on data performance that represents the performance of your grid or network, or performance of your total system, exclusive of those perhaps less frequent, less likely days. And so you can identify what's going well, what needs to be improved. That's really the purpose, right? And the IEEE methodology is designed in such a way, under its methodology, to try and define what is included and what is excluded from normal performance. So I think we can't lose the original intent of that, to really try to find a reasonable separation between, you know, the actual performance of your system on, or portion of your grid on a sort of regular basis or standard basis, and separate out those that are more abnormal. So I just wanted to make that kind of clarifying point of the sort of broad intent, and I'll invite my other panelists to see if there's anything that they want to add as well.
As Rick, just to add, you know, the way that Dr. Toby Brown characterized it is correct. It's the way that we calculate and normalize our data. It's the way we've been doing it for some time. Theoretically or conceptually, whether that is appropriate for generation hasn't been an issue until now, because you know, we weren't really discussing a PIM or an incentive for just generation, and in the you know, and so the reports that we provide through our annual service reliability reports, that's the way it's been normalized. And so, and like Dr. Brown also noted, don't know of another good alternative to normalize those generation outages.
Thank you for that, and thank you all of the Hawaiian Electric members in the panel for that response. Just to follow up, I thought I heard Dr. Brown say that due to the shorter durations of the generation-based outages, the normalization wouldn't necessarily have an effect. If that's the case, why not just use the actual generation data? Why normalize it?
If I take this one first, at least, just to sort of preface what I'm about to say, we didn't run any calculations with the unnormalized generation data, but my expectation is that, for the reasons I talked about a few moments ago, that the generation interruptions don't have a very significant contribution to daily SAIDI, and that therefore it probably wouldn't make very much difference to the to the what you would report as generation SAIDI or SAIFI if you used normalized or unnormalized data, whereas it makes a much bigger difference for network interruptions. But just to re-emphasize, we didn't look at that specifically. And again, just to make the point that the existing method sort of produces normalized generation and network data combined, and then from there, the existing network PIMs are calculated by filtering out the normalized generation interruptions, if you like. And so really sort of the input to this process was already normalized data.
Yeah, just to clarify quickly on the impact on major event days of generation caused outages. Dr. Brown's correct in that it has a minimal impact for the islands of Oahu, Hawaii Island, and Maui. However, it does have a larger impact on the islands of Molokai and Lanai. And to the point, even though it may not have an impact, I think the idea of a major event day is to provide that kind of cap for an extreme event. Even given that generation outages are a bit different from T&D outages. Thanks.
No, thank you for that, Dr. Brown and Mr. Pinkerton. That actually leads to a follow-up. But in terms of I guess the purpose, as I understand, of the major event day for transmission and distribution, isn't the purpose to exclude the impacts of things like major storms and events, which are typically considered outside of the utility's control? But I guess maybe from almost a regulatory perspective, do we want to apply that to generation-based outages? I mean, wouldn't we want to know if there was a major outage associated with generation and the causes for it, rather than it being excluded and not showing up?
Mr. Kaitsu, let me take a first swing at that and then ask others on my panel from Hawaiian Electric to respond. So short answer, yes, you would like to know, and that's why we report normalized and unnormalized data in our annual service reliability report. But for the purposes of establishing a PIM, just from a conceptual standpoint, you want to establish a PIM separate from information and metrics for reporting. You want that PIM really to ideally be focused on parameters and a basis for which the application, right, in this case for us as a utility, to have control over, or at least a large extent of control over. And that's why all utilities that what we've looked at when they do have some sort of PIM or PIM-like performance parameter in their performance, it's based around normalized data. And as Mr. Pinkerton mentioned, that just the physical nature of our transmission and distribution system, you're more exposed to, say, like a winds or rain from a major storm, less so perhaps for generation, but it doesn't mean that they're not exposed, right? And I think in IGP and other proceedings, we've been talking about resilience and looking at things that we can do to address resilience, fundamentally is based upon this recognition that even our generation system has some exposure to extreme events as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ching. Sorry, Mr. Chair, let me just check my notes. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this panel. I would like to thank all the members for indulging me with my questions and their patience. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. Commissioner Sunsian.
I want to thank all the presenters and the witnesses. I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Yes, good morning, and thank you all for being here. I do not have any questions for this panel. Yield to you, Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner. I do have a few questions, and I think the first one is for Hawaiian Electric's lead witness, Mr. Ching. Thanks for the presentation. It was, I think I was semi-encouraged but surprised. You think you laid out 4 areas that you were proposing to work on to address grid reliability. The first one is to accelerate procurements, but that stands, at least it was missing from the final statement of position and stands in contrast to I have the letter here that was submitted by Hawaiian Electric telling the commission back on March 10th that you're proposing to delay the stage 3 RFPs for Maui and Oahu. So how do so here you said, wait, in your final statement of position, you said nothing. And today you're saying we need to accelerate. I think we agree we need to accelerate, but I think we just want to understand, the basis for that change and that it stays that way and that we're not finding ourselves hearing a different story in a few months. So can you just kind of explain for us the change in thinking here?
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity, Chair. I think the reference that you made to the March letter is the stage 3 RFP response that we filed. In the case for that response, we were proposing to take a little bit of time, not a significant delay, but to take a little bit of time to incorporate as well as we can the work that's ongoing now within the IGP proceeding to make sure that in the stage 3 procurement, we're actually procuring the grid services that we really need in the future. We felt that slight taking that time, a fairly small amount of time to do that was worth to ensure that we're going to identify when we launch the RFP, the things that we really need. That's for the island of Oahu and Maui. Specifically for the island of Oahu, though, in addition to that stage 3 RFP, we have proposed the initiation of a firm RFP for the island of Oahu, and that was not subject to the March letter and the pause for that. We do agree, just to make it very clear, Chair, that we should find ways to seek the addition of additional resources from procurements and where applicable from programs to provide in this particular topic, in the case for providing generation and demand capacity, right? Generating capacity or load reduction to help with the reliability of the system, in particular for short term for the islands of Oahu and the island of Maui. But these procurements are also intended to seek various grid service, but including capacity for the midterm and relatively longer term as well, not only just for needs for the next couple of years.
So now I'm actually more confused. So are you saying is your acceleration consistent with the timeline you had in the March letter or different?
So apologize for not being clear. So
well, I guess maybe I don't think we want to get bogged down on this. I think what is missing here is some clear articulation of all of these initiatives and the commitments that I thought I heard you say this morning. That's not, I mean, it was not included in your final statement of position. It didn't say anything about that in this area. So I think some clear articulation of what all of the new initiatives and their proposed timelines, because
yeah, I understand. So to be really specific and clear on the stage 3, we are working to file the details in the draft of the RFP for Oahu and Maui stage 3 on May 2nd, right, per the commission's response letter to us. So we're fully committed to get that done. We're following on the Hawaii Island, continue to follow along the timelines in that docket, and that timelines associated with the Big Island or Hawaii Island stage 3. And then in addition to that, as I mentioned, we're also proceeding with the Oahu firm RFP as well, in addition to the stage 3s.
I didn't hear a mention of Maui, and given the other news you informed us of a few weeks ago, I would have thought there's even greater impetus to accelerate there as well.
The May 2nd date applies to the island of Oahu and the island of Maui, Chair. For Maui in the stage 3 RFP, to just be clear, we are looking to add capacity to assist with the generation reserve situation that we have on the island of Maui.
Okay, so when we see all this laid out, will we see an acceleration relative to what was stated in the past, or range, or what should we expect when we see this in writing?
If I may just get some clarification, when you say an acceleration from before, you're making reference to the March letter, or?
Well, you're the one who started this as your presentation this morning. So what's your baseline? I'm trying to figure that out.
So we're laying out in our filing on May 2nd, right, the draft RFPs for stage 3, for Oahu and for the island of Maui, in accordance with the commission's most recent order in that docket and the timelines laid out there. But in addition to that, right, we're not relying only on stage 3 for the island of Oahu. We do have a firm RFP that we proposed as well. And then on the Big Island with its schedule for its stage 3.
Okay, thank you. Now more specifically to some of the proposals on the outage data. I think there were questions asked on this. I just want to clarify how in the generation outage data, how is under frequency load shedding treated in that? Is that kind of, well, I'll start generally there.
Yeah, so Chair, to your question, the SAIDI and SAIFI data shown in the tables provided in PUCIR, the response to PUCIR 89 includes the SAIDI and SAIFI for all generation related outages. And in fact, when we look historically, the majority of generation caused outages were due to sudden generation and load mismatches that resulted in load shed versus a generation outage that was related to not having enough generation capacity to serve, say, the peak load in the evening. So it is included. Everything's included.
So if I were to characterize it, it's more related to unit trips and other disturbances, like, or the majority of the identified outage minutes and frequency are kind of those kind of events versus generation shortfalls?
That is correct. It includes both.
Okay.
And
And that's why it's small relative, right? And so if there was a major generation shortfall, we would see potentially much more significant numbers here.
yes, if we were in a situation where we did not have enough generation capacity to serve load, then both the SAIDI and safety numbers would be higher.
Okay, and is that, I mean, I think it was noted in the prior response of why particularly for the numbers, generation related numbers for Maui and the Hawaii Island are higher, that they experience more of these events and trigger under frequency load shedding more frequently.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Has there been any look ahead on what these numbers may look like with the addition of new projects, particularly the hybrid projects that could stop some of the under frequency load shedding?
You know, I'll ask the rest of my panel to jump in, but I do not believe we've done an analysis specifically to assess, you know, under frequency load shed performance when, you know, some of these storage and hybrid systems are in place. But, you know, sort of fundamental to the design of our generation and storage portfolio is to have non-spin capacity resources in the form of batteries that can deliver power instantaneously. Should help us reduce the amount of under frequency load shed events driven by generator trips or, you know, failed start of a generator timely or something like that.
Chair, if I may just add to Mr. Ching's response, you know, we have evaluated, you know, the frequency response of the hybrid projects as well as, for example, the Keehole BESS, but we aren't able to sort of predict the SAIDI because that's sort of dependent on generator trips itself. But we do know, for example, with the Keehole BESS, if a generator were to trip, that we would likely be able to avoid under frequency load shedding on Hawaii Island, for example.
Okay, and I'll veer off a little bit on other, but my understanding of HNEI's analysis, I mean, that has been, I mean, when they've looked at the addition of the projects, I mean, there's a little different metric, but loss of load expectation, it goes down significantly. And my understanding was the performance of these systems stopping those trips. And my understanding, having talked to folks at KIUC, that's why they've seen the improvement in their reliability as well. And so the reason I'm asking is if you're proposing to look ahead and have upside related to this, how do we, you know, what's our baseline here if these projects are already expected to come online and we should expect an improvement in this metric? So I mean, are we going to meet it just by bringing projects online, or are you going to earn the incentive just by doing what we have in the pipeline right now?
I would say that so there are different things we can do operationally, you know, to ensure that, for example, there would be a response available from the energy storage devices. So I think that's all just part of maybe the learning process and what will come with operational experience as we bring these new plants online.
So we should expect an improvement is what I take from that response. And so how has that been factored into your proposal? So what is above and beyond that should be considered an improvement?
So yeah, we, like I was stating earlier, I think it's, at this point, it's difficult to predict what a SAIDI and SAFE improvement would look like until we've sort of have a better idea of how these projects are going to be responding and how they're going to be operating. And for example, on Hawaii Island, we still don't have certainty on the Keahole BEST project, which could be critical to make more significant improvements on that island.
Okay, I did want to talk, just touch briefly on the Mr. Kayatsu, and I think others had talked about the normalization process. I think actually Mr. Curtis and Mr. Clay talked about this as well. If we look at it broadly from customer experience, those events do matter. And I look at the events we experienced in December, including here at our own commission. Those kinds of outage events, I think, are going to matter in the future. Wildfire events. I mean, how do we? I mean, I get the balance here. The utility wants to be responsible of things under its control, but when we talk about reliability and we talk about increasing frequency, intensity of these storms in the future, and I think the public expects us to be creating a system that will be more resilient to that, improved reliability. How, in this, where's the, if we, what I guess what is intuitive to me, if we factor those events out in this calculation, we will not be addressing that concern, or at least it's not tied up in kind of this incentive framework. But it seems like we need to be moving in a direction that would incorporate it, but understandably in a way that, well, what's your response? I guess you hear me kind of feeling the tug and pull on that, but what intuitive to me is excluding these events is not consistent with the customer experience. It's not consistent with expectations of building, a resilient system on islands. So but your proposal would still propose to exclude that. So how do we wrestle with that?
Chair, I'll start a response and ask others to join me in as well. I think our proposal here, tries to capture performance really focused on reliability, and normalization is a part of doing that. Your question of, well, customers experience an outage, whether it's sort of a normal event or a major storm, and if we do believe that in the future those events are going to become more frequent, then how do we address it? My suggestion is that if we really want to address performance specifically to resilience, that we should really explore opportunities to set a PIM on resilience, and not combine a PIM that tries to capture both resilience and reliability performance together in a single metric or a single PIM, because the drivers.
Well, I guess let me just clarify then. Let me keep it strict on reliability terms, because we were without power for days and our basement flooded. Our offices still we're still half of our offices down. So that was a reliability induced event. It was an extreme event. We're expecting more of those, but my understanding is that would be excluded from these methodologies, when it's certainly clearly, I mean, and all of us downtown felt that very severely. So how do we justify excluding that and continuing into the future?
So Chair, I'll respond with this and ask others. So to be clear, I think you're referring to the Kona Low event early, I think December 4th or 5th or something like that of last year. That was a transmission and distribution event that caused a number of customer outages, and some for somewhat extended times. So it wasn't a generation caused event. I do understand your point that those events are real, they're impactful. I'm not disagreeing with that. My suggestion is that if we do want to capture that performance and create a PIM for the performance of a utility or utility system, for those kinds of events, the inherent nature of those events and the things that the utility would do in response really, I don't think fit well within a single measure or metric to measure that performance. And I think it's better done through separate metrics or separate PIMs to incorporate. I'm not saying we ignore resilience. I am suggesting that that is probably best addressed by having two complementary PIMs rather than a single one.
Chairman, if I could add, so the normalization methodology that we use, which is industry standard, it's not set up, and normalizing data out is not to imply that it doesn't matter. They explicitly say that that the data should be reviewed and analyzed separately in two groups. So day-to-day reliability versus a severe event or major event day reliability. So as Mr. Ching is referring to, having this all as one metric, if you think the way it's calculated with a standard deviation, it would change the target and the standard deviations from our existing T&D PIMs. And still, if you have an extreme event day, it could drown out any day-to-day reliability improvements that we've made, depending on how extreme it is versus past events. So again, it's not to say that it's not important. It's just that these measure two different things.
I appreciate those responses, but you got to put yourself in our shoes. We need to go to explain to the public. We need to explain to decision makers what we're doing to make sure that these events don't happen, or that the customer experience as a result of them is not repeated. But what we pointed to is that these reliability metrics and the potential penalties associated with them is a significant driver to improvement and avoiding this. And so I'll just say that answer is not good enough. We got to do better. It's not the inquiries haven't stopped about those events in December, and like I said, half of our office is still out of commission. And I think so. I'll just, that's my own take here. When we're done with this, we need to have answers so we can take back to the public how we're responding to these events. A major one that is a concern are potential future generation shortfalls if we don't meet the timelines for taking units in and out of service. And so while this, the historical values look low, those could look very significant in the future. That's kept me and my colleagues up for very many nights here. So I think, this area has got to be a significant focus. And I would hope, in the filing, in the responses here, you take some of this feedback and we think about, again, how do we improve and avoid these situations again? Because we know they're going to recur, and there's different versions of them on every island. So the folks affected by it want us to, or we've said that we will address this area through this proceeding, and particularly through this generation, or through these sets of reliability PIMs. And so I guess for me, I need to be able to respond to folks when we come out with a decision on this, that here's how we factor this in, here's how it's going to improve the situation into the future. So please take that yourselves as well as the other parties here as feedback as we work on the remainder of the positions. And so with that, I want to thank all the panelists here. I want to thank the Hawaiian Electric representatives. Thanks for your time this morning. I believe we've said, as your panel is done, you can be excused from the WebEx. So thanks for your time. We're going to conclude this one. And given the time, I think we're going to, let's see, it's 11:37. I think we can try and forge ahead with at least the presentation part, the upcoming panel, and then we'll probably break for lunch and do the questions. Does that sound good? So with that, let's bring forth the next panel is the timely retirement of fossil fuel generation units. Yeah, we have actually have 3 presentations. So if we can turn it to Hawaiian Electric witness, I see the lead witness is Mr. Matsuura. Hi, Mr. Matura.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, right.
Actually, we can't hear. I don't know if you need to where your microphone is. I couldn't hear it after that. Yeah.
Is this better? Okay. Yeah, good. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Dean Matsuura, Director of Regulatory Rate Proceedings at Hawaiian Electric, and I'll be providing the company's opening statement on this AOC. So, the Hawaiian Electric Companies agree with the consumer advocate in Ulupono that a retirement of fossil fuel generation is unnecessary. The retirement of a generating unit should be the result of certain conditions occurring that would enable the retirement to take place, including the availability of renewable generating resources that can provide energy in place of the unit being retired. So stated simply, the companies already have multiple incentives to retire fossil units. The RPSA and interconnection PIMs provide the incentive for the companies to integrate renewable energy that would enable the retirement of fossil units. And the annual revenue adjustment provides the incentive to retire units, as the companies can retain the savings from terminating the operation of fossil units in the multi-year rate period. Further, a retirement PIM would conflict with the reliability PIMs and could provide a perverse incentive to retire a unit prematurely at the expense of providing reliable service to customers. But if any retirement PIM is to be established, there would first need to be clarity on the definition of retirement, specifically whether placing a unit on standby or deactivated status would constitute retirement. Decommissioning, that is taking a unit completely out of service, is irreversible. But it may make sense to have certain units placed in standby or deactivated status, which will enable them to be reactivated in unforeseen generation shortfall or emergency situations, and therefore provide reliability and resilience benefits to customers. One example is the Puna steam unit on the island of Hawaii. In 2016, Hawaii Electric Light envisioned placing the Puna steam unit on standby or deactivated status as part of a phase out of the company's steam units and eliminated full-time staffing of the unit. In 2018, the lava flow from Fissure 8 in the Leilani Estate subdivision took down PGV's geothermal facility, but the company was able to ramp up the use of the Puna steam unit and minimize the effects on customers. If the companies are not able to meet a target retirement date, it probably will be because there's a reliability or operational reason to keep that unit running so that customers are able to get continuous and quality electrical service. But the company should not be penalized if they miss a target retirement date for reasons that are justified or outside of the company's control. If there is a retirement PIM, it would have to provide flexibility for the target retirement date to be changed as conditions that affect the retirement of the unit change. The companies also agree with the consumer advocate in Ulupono that before a retirement PIM can be properly designed, there would need to be clarity on the extent to which the companies will be able to recover the stranded investments of the retired units. The company's position is that they should be allowed to recover both the return on and return of the stranded investment of retired units. And indeed, current reliability concerns emphasize that all the company's generating units are providing value to customers today. Recovering these investments is part of the regulatory compact, which encourages the companies to construct these power plants and provide electrical service to all customers in exchange for the assurance of the opportunity to earn a reasonable return on their investment. Allowing the companies to recover both the return on and return of investment throughout the recovery period would be necessary for the opportunity to earn a reasonable return on investment. The recovery of stranded investment is also consistent with Act 37 that requires the consideration of a stranded cost recovery mechanism to encourage the accelerated retirement of fossil fuel generating units by allowing the electric utility to recover the stranded costs created by early retirement of those units. That concludes my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matsura. Now, Mr. Nishina, the consumer advocate.
Good morning again. Yeah, as it relates to this particular area of concern, as we've offered in our various filings, we do not believe a PIM is necessary. Fundamentally, if there's been a good job of identifying when the optimal retirement date of a unit is, offering an incentive to accelerate the retirement will probably result in questions about whether or not the system needs can be met in a reasonable manner. Otherwise, then perhaps that initial identification of the optimal retirement date needed to be revised. So again, offering any type of incentive to retire a unit early doesn't seem reasonable. We do recognize, though, if the companies are continuing to operate or rely on a unit that has been deemed to be no longer necessary for either energy capacity or grid needs, then perhaps something can be looked at as it relates to encouraging them there, and that's why we've suggested certain penalties for that. But otherwise, just to summarize, again, we do not believe a PIM for early retirement of a fossil fuel unit, assuming that we are doing a good job of identifying when that optimal date of retirement should be, again, doesn't support the need for a PIM at this time. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to offer these summary comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Now, Blue Planet, Mr. Moriwaki.
Thank you. Aloha all again. Blue Planet agrees this is an important area of concern and support the intent to establish incentives for timely retirement. The current haphazard way of doing it, basically we'll get to it when we get to it, is leaving much to be desired. We've been talking about plant retirement plans this whole time for years, but constantly pushing back. For example, the Kahului plant on Maui, and it seems like a whole bunch of these other plans that are in similar situations. Meanwhile, the delays continue to impose costs on customers, and that's the bottom line here, and especially the costs and impacts of fossil fuel reliance. At the same time, we should be careful that we don't play into any game of encouraging or enabling the companies to build new conventional generation, essentially a whole new generation of generation plants. Along the lines of this ongoing business at the legislature trying to cater to quote unquote firm generation. So if we're pursuing incentives on this area of concern, the focus should be coming up with, one, making a plan and roadmap for specific plant retirements, then two, sticking with it and making sure, at the very least, any investments for these plants, especially leading up to the planned retirement, are prudent and useful. Here, Blue Planet would like to highlight the response to Blue Planet Foundation HECO IR1, the response to which was filed, I believe, on March 4th of this year, which really lays out all the O&M, capital investment, and fuel costs associated with each of the plants slated for retirement soonest. So I think that was the Hill plant on the Big Island, the Kahului plant, or the Maalaea plant on Maui, and the Waiau units on Oahu. And this, I think, is a good way to map out any plant targeted for retirement. And I would note along these lines that as far as capital investments going forward on these plants, the HECO reports that there are little or no further capital investments that are slated for these plants scheduled for sooner retirement. And that seems to match the company's indication through Mr. Eisler in some of the working group discussions that the companies have already looked forward and have strategically stopped investing on these plants that are slated for retirement. So as far as an approach, maybe we can set a date beyond which the companies are on the hook essentially for any capital investments, at least on a going forward basis. Blue Blue Planet is also interested in the consumer advocates' proposal of disallowing return on investment, at least allow the companies to recoup the original costs without the markup. I'm not sure if the consumer advocates now disavowing that proposal now that they're saying that they don't support any incentives on this issue, but maybe that's worth clarifying. Blue Planet is also interested in the consumer advocates proposal, and we've independently proposed to disallow the pass-through of fuel costs, beyond a certain date that we established for the retirement of a plant. Since in the Oahu case, and this was where this priority concern came up originally with the retirement of the AES plant and cigarettes to crack and all that. But that's the main concern with customers getting hit with the high diesel fuel costs, especially with ever escalating diesel costs. So either disallow the pass-through of fuel costs, or maybe just disallow the ongoing ECAC fuel cost adjustments with respect to that particular plant. Essentially, Blue Planet has previously proposed, and we continue to propose, a phase out or partial phase out of the ECRC adjustments, and this would apply that sort of approach or that method to a particular plant, essentially. Either disallowing fuel cost pass-through or the ECAC changes responding to price fluctuations or cost fluctuations for the fuel cost of that particular plant. And that's all Blue Planet has to offer at this time. Summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. We're going to now turn to Lupono, Mr. Kodaga and Clay.
Thank you, Chair. With permission, may I share screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, aloha everyone again. I just have 3 slides, so I won't try to hold up lunch, certainly, but the position that we're taking on this it overlaps a lot with what the previous folks have said, but there are several caveats and nuances that I'll attempt to be clear on. Next slide. Okay, so we certainly understand the intent and desires behind this area of concern, but at a high level, just to get to the end at the start, if you will, we don't think a PIM is prudent at this time. It might be desirable, but probably is not prudent, and I'll attempt to explain that. So first of all, we all understand that retiring fossil fuel plants really depends on timely addition of renewable resources, which is directly incentivized by the RPSA. We hope will be more incentivized by a stronger RPSA. And it may also be incentivized with a new interconnection or timely project completion PIM, which we'll discuss, I know, later in this hearing. So there's already fairly decent incentives out there, and there could be more incentives through this hearing that eventually come out of this process. Next slide. So here's where the caveats come in. If a fossil fuel retirement PIM is considered, as I think the utility and some others mentioned, clarification of the accounting and recovery treatment of retired plants would be the first priority. It feels from the working group discussions that the regulatory accounting on stranded assets feels fairly secure. It seems fairly clear that recovery would normally be allowed for that. But would be helpful to have clarifications on recovery of pre-PBR. So pre-PBR investment seems clear. Post-PBR investments, how that works with the multi-year rate plan and how that interacts is a little bit less certain. We know that if you make a prudent investment and there's a policy change, that you're still supposed to be able to recover that as a stranded asset. Another question, though, is what if the investment is made after the policy change and the policy change was known in advance of that investment? Does that change things at all? And so our main concern is not to try to withhold sort of all recovery or anything like that. It's more, can the companies continue to put baseline plant improvements and other investments in soon to be retired plants or plants that are barely being used? Is there no limit to that? Are they subject to a prudence review? Do those all just get dumped into the next MRP? So if we just sort of save up all those baseline plant improvements and dump them into the target rates in the next MRP, then our cost control desires from the PBR process are kind of sold short. They don't really seem to be realized in many cases. But we do understand that some investment is necessary to keep those plants going. So notional retirement dates were presently, or in the IGP docket, provided as inputs. They are not sufficient targets. They were notional only, and they were to help in the planning process. If we really want to do a fossil fuel retirement PIM at some point, it's going to require very careful modeling of a reasonable path to our RPS goals, which would suggest when the plants could reasonably be retired. So essentially, plant retirement dates would need to be an output of careful modeling, not an input to be reliable targets. And that will require a fair amount of work, just to be clear. Last slide. Okay, more on if we do eventually go down this route. At the same time, the utility, the companies made the point that retirement of a plant should depend on the conditions present at the time. Now, I fully understand that actual retirement decisions do need to be based on the conditions at the time. But that is not sufficient if we do have a target retirement date, because what that says is that the target retirement date will always move to intersect with whatever level of accomplishment the utility reaches in terms of reaching those conditions necessary for retirement. So something that's fully conditional based on the conditions of the time provides zero incentive for performance to achieve those conditions quickly. Due to the uncertainties around setting even target retirement dates, even with careful modeling, we think any PIM value would need to be relatively modest. So not about denying recovery, but perhaps delaying the return on investment between the target retirement date and the actual retirement date. So you still get your money, but you got to wait until the actual retirement happens if you miss the target date. And that's kind of just a time value of money penalty. You don't lose the money, you just sort of lose the interest value, the carrying value, if you will, of that return. And again, that's return, not recovery only. A stiffer penalty would be to deny the return beyond the target date, but then you'd still need to have some very strong force majeure provisions in there to make sure it's not unduly overly prejudicial against the utility trying to operate a reliable grid. We do agree with the company's position that mothballing or deactivating plants should count as, quote unquote, retirement if a future fossil fuel retirement PIN were to be adopted, so long as no further investments, including base plant investments, would be allowed for recovery without explicit commission review and approval. Again, we think that retiring or deactivating a plant should sort of stop new investments unless there's a careful prudence review. So again, heavily caveated as to what should happen if at some point in the future we look at a fossil fuel retirement PIM, but in line with most of the other presentations, we don't view that that's prudent at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Just running through the rest of our order here. Just confirming with the DER parties, do you wish to speak on this panel?
Thank you, Chair. We do not at this time.
Okay. Life of the land, Mr. Curtis.
Aloha, commissioners and staff. Life of Land is generally supportive of the comments made by HECO, the consumer advocate, Ulupono, about the accounting, about the need for definitions of what means retirement, and whether in-depth modeling analysis is needed to ascertain the correct dates. However, we are mindful of one of the issues raised by the Commission that has not been addressed by other parties, and that deals with the Kahului power plant. We have seen in the Powering Past Coal Task Force, in Transition Docket 2021-0024, and in this proceeding, that Kahului should not go through the same fiasco that happened with AES. And whether a PIM is the proper way to go or not, we're not sure, but the Kahului power plant should definitely be addressed in some capacity. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Just checking, City and County of Honolulu. The one. County of Hawaii.
No comments at this time from the County of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. With that, actually break perfectly at lunchtime. So just about noon, folks, let's meet back here. We'll plan to start at 1 o'clock. If you could please be back online, say 12:55. We will start with the swearing in of the witnesses and go to the questions to the witnesses on the panel here. So thank you all very much for good morning. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you at 12:55. Thank you. All right, plan to start at 1. If we can have the witnesses come into the WebEx hearing room. Thanks. Okay, we're going to call the hearing back to order. Thanks, everyone. So now I ask the witnesses for this panel to identify themselves. If the lead witness for the party, or at least where there's multiple, I think there's only 2 cases, if the lead witness can identify the others, and then we'll swear you in. So we'll start with Mr. Matsuura and Hawaiian Electric. Sorry, Dean, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Our witnesses are Bob Eisler, Joe Viola, Tain Sekimura, Shannon Asato, Mark Asano, and Toby Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Matsuura. Next, consumer advocate, Dean Nishina is the lead witness.
Good afternoon, Chair. Besides myself, excuse me, Tim Wolf with Synapse is also on the panel with me. Thank you.
Okay, Blue Planet.
Good afternoon, Chair, everybody. Isaac Moriwaki, Earth Justice for Blue Planet Foundation.
Thank you. Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, parties. Doug Kodaga, outside counsel for Ulupono. With me is Murray Clay, President, and Samantha Ruiz, Director of Regulatory Affairs. Ms. Ruiz is not a witness, as is indicated on our witness list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kodaga. Life of the land.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Henry Curtis, Life of the Land.
Sorry, it's just a little faint.
Sorry about that. Aloha and good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Henry Curtis, Life of the Land.
Okay, it's only a little better, but we'll see. We'll work on it if we get questions for you. So thanks. Now I'm going to swear you all in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. I'll turn it over to Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you serving on this panel today. I appreciate you taking the time to spend with us to discuss these issues. I guess I'd like to start with just following up with a few of you about some things that I heard in the panel presentations before lunch. I guess I will start with the consumer advocate. So Dean, Mr. Nishina, this will be for you. In your presentation, I recall that you noted several times about how if the utility can, I guess, correctly identify the optimal retirement date for a plant, you referenced that several times. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I was just wondering if you could elaborate on, I guess, what does that mean for you, and how would you, or do you have any thoughts about how a utility would go about identifying an optimal date, and you know, whether that what influences that optimal date?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Kai. So if I might take this opportunity, I'd like to clarify, maybe in the interest of being concise, I might have lost some clarity. There was a comment made by Mr. Moriwaki with respect to whether or not we were disavowing some of the recommendations. And just to make clear, what I tried to offer was that, you know, we were suggesting that, you know, it seems inappropriate to have incentives to accelerate retirement, but that if in the instance where the optimal retirement date has been identified and the unit is not being retired, then there may be several recommendations that we have, or excuse me, we've offered several recommendations that the commission might want to consider to encourage the utilities to move forward with retiring that unit. So in light of the question, you know, that you just asked, Mr. Kayatsu, I would offer that, you know, I think similar to maybe what Mr. Play offered, that rather than using a retirement date as an input to kind of evaluate a potential resource plan, looking to have a plan have as an output the retirement would be certainly one thing that we should consider. But to some degree, I think the optimal date has to be something that is evaluated as we are looking at the circumstances before us, rather than trying to plan for a particular unit retirement date sometime in the future. I think, you know, we can use, for instance, everybody probably had high expectations that we could retire the AES coal plant as originally scheduled at the end of its current contract, and you know, we're in the situation we're in now. We can also look at, you know, again, everybody had high hopes with respect to the ability to retire the Kahului plant sometime in the 2024 timeframe, and looking at the circumstances we're in now, you know, the Maui Electric is suggesting that we actually need to acquire additional resources because the current available resources and the demand doesn't lend itself to retiring the plant as originally expected. So I think to some degree, we can have a model output that suggests when the optimal date might be, but as we get closer to that date, we will need to evaluate all of the resources that have been brought online, as well as, you know, the demand at that time, to see whether or not those things are properly aligned to suggest that yes, the originally modeled date as it relates to the optimal retirement date is something that we can still adhere to, or whether or not it needs to move. I sort of see that as really depending on the resources we have available at the time, as well as the demand.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nishina. I guess a follow-up to that, to you then, is the retirement date sort of an output from, I guess, the state of the conditions of the system, versus is it something that may or may not have influence with the utilities? For example, say if the planning produces as an output an optimal retirement date, and then you get to that date and the system conditions are not appropriate to support it, would your in your kind of description of that date, in deciding whether or not to move that date, would, for example, do you take into consideration things like, well, was there what was the plan to achieve it, or did the utility miss opportunities to kind of get the necessary conditions in place? And sort of, is it versus an actual, well, there was a supply chain disruption that was to no one's fault? Is there in your mind a role for the utilities sort of actions and discretionary decision making built into deciding whether or not it's reasonable to move that date later or not?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. It's a really good question, and I apologize if I was implying that the utility had no role as it relates to meeting that optimal retirement date, because the utility certainly does have a very important role in terms of making sure that it proceeds with, whether we're talking about procuring utility scale resources, more DER, grid scale contracts, or whatever the various resources that are being considered as it relates to supporting that optimal retirement date. Certainly, there are probably events that are outside of the utilities control, such as what we're facing now with the supply chain issues and COVID and whatnot. But to the extent that the commission or somebody has the support to find that perhaps the utilities weren't being as proactive as they should have been in terms of procuring the resources to support that retirement date, that should be considered. But I don't think that would support the finding that the retirement date should occur if again the system conditions don't support it, because the concern is that the impact on customers would be would be adverse to customers, basically, where if again the model suggested that, just to pick a number or a date, excuse me, if a unit could be retired in 2024, but at the time, if system conditions didn't support the retirement and we said, no, you still have to retire the unit, customers could be adversely affected, because if the company then had to acquire additional resources at costs that were unreasonable and customers had to pay those costs, that's not in the customer's interest.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess in that situation you just described, I thought I heard you allude to something along those lines in your presentation. So in that case, no, I'll strike that. I can't articulate it properly, so I won't confuse you, Mr. Nishina. Thank you. Next question is for Mr. Moriwake. I believe I heard you say in your opening panel presentation, you kind of listed sort of several steps, and I think they went along the lines of how it's important to make a roadmap plan for retirements and stick to it, and ensure there are certain other steps involved. Is that more or less correct?
Yes, correct.
Could you elaborate, I guess, on what what Blue Planet considers like a roadmap plan, and how maybe that plan could be developed?
So I think number one, we have to set a target retirement date. And I think that's common to all of the positions and the recommendations on this issue. And how do you do that? I think the companies have done it already. And sometimes they do it over and over again because it keeps on getting pushed back. Does it have to be done through the IGP process as an output versus an input? All these various options, but that target date has to be set. And ultimately, the commission should make the call as to when that is. And then as far as the roadmap, it's similar to what Ulupono was suggesting in terms of, let's put on the table all the puts and takes in terms of the O&M costs, the fuel costs that are going to be imposed on the customers ultimately, and that's the most direct imposition on the customers, right? The fuel cost, because it's the pass through. The O&M, at a certain extent, is controlled to the extent that it's subject to that ARA cap, and so and then the investments. Are we continuing to invest in these plants even though they're scheduled to go away? And so put all of that on the table, figure out where the incentives lie, and then put the companies on notice at the very least about, we're going to hold you to this retirement date, and there will be potential consequences to it. And you can make it as concrete or just like vague as you want to, in terms of, we're putting you on notice that there will be serious questions whether we allow XYZ recovery, at the time, or more concretely, to say we will, after a certain cutoff date, not allow you to recover fuel costs or the changes in the fuel costs, as I've mentioned. So, roughly speaking, that's what I would envision in terms of a plan and a roadmap to be really systematic about all the costs, all the risks, and make sure that the companies put their money where their mouth is in terms of committing to these retirements.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up, in terms of setting the retirement dates, you think you could be a little more specific, perhaps, and perhaps how you would recommend establishing those dates? And as an add-on, what would you say in response to a number of the counter arguments that I think that the companies and some other parties may have made that there needs to be some flexibility to account for unforeseen circumstances that may be outside of the utility's control?
So, two aspects to my response. First of all, does a company mean it or not? If they're putting on the table these retirement dates, is that just fake? Is there no substance behind it? Or at a certain point, are we going to commit to it? And so, at some level, we need to follow through on these promises. And Blue Planet is open as to how we nail down those target dates, but at some level, the companies have already identified them. As far as the second aspect of the question, in terms of what about unforeseen circumstances, absolutely. I mean, any of these conditions or incentives, there have to be potential off-ramps. The RPS itself has all kinds of off-ramps due to force majeure. But I think what Blue Planet has emphasized is we got to make sure those off-ramps are for truly unforeseeable and uncontrollable circumstances, a true force majeure situation, rather than, I think your question, Mr. Kayasu, alluded to the situation that, we just didn't do a good job of planning and getting those renewable replacements online and what have you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Moriwake. My next question is going to be towards Mr. Clay, and you can probably see a pattern here. I'm trying to seek clarification on statements made in your presentation. So I believe, as I recall from your panel presentation, I thought I heard something where you seem to draw a distinction around what a target date is and how it is not necessarily only driven by the system conditions, but there can be a distinct way of setting, I guess, a conceptual target by when something should be done, and that's not necessarily only just decided by the conditions as they exist. That was a very inarticulate way of saying it, but was I correct in you were trying to make that distinction?
Yeah, I was trying to draw a distinction between actual retirement dates and decisions on when to actually retire, and how you might reasonably set a target retirement date. So the companies are quite correct, and the consumer advocate as well, in suggesting that actual retirement decisions have to be based on actual conditions on the grid at the time. To me, there's no question about that. But that does not mean that you have this loosey, kind of loose target retirement date that kind of just moves to the actual performance regardless of what the utility does. That's not acceptable either. So you could take a modeling exercise like we did in phase 2 of PBR or in the IGP docket, where you model a path to 100% renewable energy. And instead of taking the retirement dates as an input, you sort of solve for them by assuming a reasonable, not maximum, not minimum, but reasonable pace of adopting grid services, renewable assets. How much megawatts realistically could you get per 5-year period, let's say? So you can model that out and say, okay, well, based on how these resources produce, based on the forecasted demand, you can start identifying, when plants could at least theoretically be shut down. Now, that's an inexact exercise, but it's a lot better than what we have now, which is notional retirement dates that were used as inputs to IGP. So you could set a target retirement date. You could have incentives around early or late. And to the consumer advocate's point about, retiring early is never optimal. Retiring early is optimal if it's because the companies accelerated the conditions necessary to allow retirement. Then retirement early can make sense. But it's all about what the utility can and what they cannot do to accelerate or delay the conditions needed for retirement. Hopefully that was more clear.
No, it was, and I appreciate that. I know you were trying to get us to lunch, so I can appreciate you not wanting to spend so much time during the panel presentation. Thank you. Let's see, and the next one I'm going to direct to Mr. Curtis of Life of the Land. There in your panel presentation, I believe you made a reference to need or wanting to emphasize on the Kahului power plant, and I think you referenced something, and I may be paraphrasing that it doesn't go through the same process as AES. I was just hoping, could you elaborate a bit on what you perceive to be, I guess, the AES process and why it is undesirable?
Well, it seems like we were continually scrambling to make sure that we can make up for the capacity shortfall of AES. And we know Kahului is a couple years behind AES. So the MECO should be scrambling ahead of time rather than filing a request to delay it. It seems delaying it is not the way forward. They've identified for a long time, and we actually had a docket before the PUC about closing the facility. So HECO's had plenty of time to deal with this, and I'm not sure whether a PIM is the proper way to go or not. But certainly, if we can't hold HECO to the 2024 date, then all this discussion about when is a valid GCOD date sort of goes out the window.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification. I'm now going to direct a number of questions to Hawaiian Electric. So, Mr. Matsuura, I'll direct them to you, and then we can take it from there with your co-panelists.
Okay.
So we've kind of heard some discussion from some of the other panelists here about, how do you determine a date and how firm should that date be? I was hoping you could maybe elaborate and explain what from the company's perspective, what is your process or plan that it uses to determine when it can safely retire a fossil fuel unit? And for the purpose of points of clarification, when I say retirement for this question, let's assume that also could mean not just purely taking it offline, but mothballing it as well.
Okay, I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Eisler and possibly Mr. Asano.
Yeah, so let me start by saying you asked, what's the optimum date to retire a unit? The optimum date, this may sound simple, is after we have new resources on the grid that allow us to do so, or conditions have changed such that we can do so. So that's what's optimal. And it isn't always the conditions that are on the grid at that time. It's also trying to anticipate what could happen. For example, who might have anticipated the PGV issue with the lava years ago. So it's good that we had some units available there that were slated for retirement and were kind of partway shut down. So our job is to look at adding more resources. That's what we should be targeting. When are we going to add more resources? I mean, if you look at Maui, we've been trying to target adding new resources since back in 2016, asking to open up RFPs. Not all of those were opened. We've had RFPs. We've selected projects. We've selected more projects than would have been needed in a vacuum to retire Kahului. Those projects have not happened within the time schedule people were expecting them to. Some of those projects haven't been approved by the commission. And then we've also had the new issue with the Mitsubishi unit. So there are a lot of things that the company can do, but there are a ton of things that aren't within the company's control. But I'll reiterate one more time, the best time to retire something is after we put on new resources to replace it.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Mr. Eisler. Maybe I'll be more specific. I understand that point you're making in terms of when we define an optimal date. I guess I was asking, could you get maybe a bit more specific on what are the factors the companies look at? Is there like a checklist? Is there a process? What are the inputs? What are the considerations in getting your optimal date?
Well, I think there's a few things, and it's not necessarily a one size fits all. One that's kind of cut and dry is if there's some type of regulatory requirement. For example, on the air permit, there may be dates where we're required to retire units by a certain time. So those are pretty simple. We put those down on the date and we plan for it. The other ones, like I said, it's a matter of like today we're looking at transforming the grid. We're trying to figure out the best way to get resources on the grid that can replace many of our older units that specifically, well, one, they're old, and two, they're not designed to be the type of unit we need in the future. And so that's why we go through these RFP processes to get more resources on the system. IGP has been a way to do that, to look at long term. Sometimes IGP maybe hasn't moved along far enough to get to where we want to do, so we'll put out RFPs ahead of the IGP results coming out.
Okay, maybe look at a historic example. Could you walk me through then the process the companies took when they retired the Honolulu power plant?
Well, the process that we went through is, we looked at the system, we looked at the need for firm capacity on the system. We had more than we needed to meet the planning criteria at the time. We looked at Honolulu and said, that's where we can potentially save the most O&M by retiring those units, as opposed to other units that we have on the system. And so we felt comfortable putting those in a deactivated condition at the time because they weren't needed to meet the planning criteria long term. They weren't needed in the short term. And we deactivated them in case unforeseen things happened. It would allow us to bring them back.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, how was that evaluation put into motion? Is this like is there a regular schedule you evaluate your plans to determine this and to create steps to, or milestones to sort of get there, or what triggers these things?
Well, I'd say it's the system conditions are what trigger it. I mean, we're doing adequacy of supply evaluations on an annual basis to look at long-term needs. That helps to inform the decision. There's a lot of analysis that's done through IGP or other processes that allow us to look at what we need or don't need from a system reliability standpoint to meet our planning criteria.
Okay.
Sometimes,
oh, I'm sorry, please continue.
and sometimes we make plans in that sense that get changed by other things happening. WILE 3 and 4 is a perfect example of that. We were planning to retire WILE 3 and 4, but we didn't realize that the coal plant on Oahu, the 180 megawatt coal plant, was going to be in forced retirement. When it did that, when that became true, we had to alter our plans for WILE 3 and 4.
Okay, so I guess maybe kind of like following up with the example, what made you decide to focus on reach the conclusion, the desire to retire WILE 3 and 4? I guess I'm trying to understand just what's the internal process here. Like, you're looking at units and how are you, you say system conditions. I'm wondering, can you be a little bit more specific maybe?
Well, whether or not we have enough capacity to meet the demand at all times. I mean, that's our number one concern, is reliability, having enough generation capability to meet the demands. And those change at times. I mean, if you look at peak loads right now on Oahu, they are not what they used to be. In fact, they can easily be hundreds of megawatts less than they were many years ago. With lowering peak load demand and other things going on with the grid here, it became apparent that we wouldn't necessarily need to keep Honolulu 8 and 9, for example, anymore. And so we looked at whether or not that could provide savings, by not spending the money on those units anymore. And we decided that it would be in everybody's best interest for us to deactivate those units.
Okay. Sort of as I'm trying to process, sort of, you have these, you're looking at the system conditions and you're determining how these units fit in and what's coming online. Is this kind of against the backdrop of a longer term overarching plan about when and where you want to ultimately retire all of these units by a certain date, or is it sort of just as system conditions present themselves?
I think it kind of depends a little bit. In the past, when the system wasn't changing much, when we weren't transforming the system into something new to meet the 100% renewable, it was a little bit more simple in just looking at what do we need to meet the system demands and the capacity, because the units that we had were certainly capable of operating in that manner. And we had the ability to keep those units running for a long period of time to do that. The situation we're in now is a little bit different because we are transforming to a very different system where we're going to have a lot of inverter-based or customer-based type of generation supply. So a lot of it is looking at simple, do we have enough capacity? But we also have to look at, are the units that we have right now the right type of units for the future? And in many ways, they're not, especially the big steam units on Oahu. So we need to look at what do we need to transform that into and come up with a plan for that to add replacement type generation, substitution type generation, and then look at when that happens, at what point in time could we then shut down the existing units and not have to count on them anymore. So it's all about looking at what the system needs are going to be, not just peak loads, but types of units and things like that. And we need to make decisions on what to add.
Okay, so it does sound like there is some sort of planning process you're alluding to with sort of the desire to transition to this new system. So is this the plan that HECO is currently working off of, or is it under development, or where is it?
Well, I think you see that happening within IGP for the long-term, plan.
Okay, so aside from the discussions and development at IGP, there's no separate, say, plan the utility has in terms of when they want to bring certain units on or take certain units off or things like that?
Well, no, not specific dates. I mean, it's easy to talk broadly and say that, for example, a steam unit on Oahu needs to be retired someday and replaced with something else. It's a lot harder to say when that has to happen. Nobody has the exact crystal ball to say when that's going to be problematic. But, the idea is to move forward. And so once we get new assets on the system, whether that's storage, tied to PV, standalone storage, thermal generation that's coming in, we look at what the plans are to get those on, and then we can make decisions about what units may or may not be needed anymore. And even in the needed part, there's a difference between being needed on a daily basis versus being needed for standby versus needed for, hey, if stuff happens that nobody really thought of, can we take advantage of having this infrastructure there?
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to keep pushing on this subject, but I'm just trying to understand it. Seeing as the companies are moving up like a hard deadline of 2045, it sounds like there's sort of there's no sort of like more robust sort of backstopped plan there to make sure that's met, because with the lead times for these projects to come online, right, I would imagine there's got to be something there that's sort of making sure you meet that target.
Yes, I mean, if you look at Oahu and you look at 2045, a first step is are the RFPs that the company is working on now to go out with not only more renewable as available assets, but firm assets. We need to start doing that now. And so that's good. I think that's going to be a really good step on Oahu moving towards that goal. That said, I want to make it clear that there's not a firm set date that certain units have to be replaced by. But I think that we need to continue to move forward with the transition to 100% renewable. And that means changing out some of the firm units that we have.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe let me try to rephrase it this way, and maybe not since essentially a plan to retire units by a certain date, but sort of keeping all this, the RPS in mind. Is there some sort of guiding plan that the company's using to ensure that they procure the necessary resources and have the necessary system conditions in place such to be able to meet that date?
Well, as far as meeting RPS, once again, the planners have a plan for that. That's IGP takes that into account and what it's doing. The RFPs that we've been doing take that into account because we need to meet the RPS goals, which we have.
Okay. Okay. So when you say the planners are planning through, I'm sorry, I dropped my pen, excuse me. When you say the planners are planning and that's happening in IGP, so that plan that's being developed there, that's going to be the company's guiding, I guess, resource procurement systems conditions plan for the foreseeable future.
I think it's part of the picture. I think it's a big part of the picture.
What are the other parts?
Well, so the IGP will probably result in even more RFPs going out to do changes. The other parts have been RFPs that have been going out, in between when the PSIP came out and the IGP, because there have been needs and desires to put other assets on the systems that reduce fossil fuel use, but also assets that can help maintain reliability. So it's been a continuous process that we're looking at. The planning milestones of a PSIP or an IGP, help to inform that a lot. Maybe results don't come out of those as quickly as we'd all like.
Okay. My understanding is the IGP docket is still ongoing, so the planning is still under development. So how is that being used to execute action on the company side then? Or is it not?
Well, I don't think to date it has, but I think that, like I said, as the IGP is developed and they come up with a plan, the idea is to go out with RFPs to obtain the assets that IGP has determined that this different grids need.
Is there a concern that depending how long the finalization of IGP takes, that it may limit options in terms of subsequent execution on that plan?
Can you help me understand your question a little bit more? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, sure. So it sounds like you're saying, the planners are using IGP to develop how, what they need, and they'll go out and acquire it. And I'm asking, well, it sounds like IGP is still ongoing, and sort of as you take up time, opportunities might be lost. You might have less time to actually do the execution. So is there a concern there that, you may find yourself with fewer options or in a tighter space later if you wait through relying on IGP solely?
Well, we're not relying on IGP solely, and that's what I was saying. I mean, we've been putting out RFPs. We've been selecting projects. The commission has approved many projects. Some of those projects are getting built as we speak. Some of them are experiencing delays. But even before IGP comes out again, the plan is to go out with more RFPs. What I was trying to say is that when the IGP plan is complete, it might give a better picture as to even more additional resources that should be coming on to the different islands. And as those resources come on, some of those resources will allow for discontinued use of older generating units that we have.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So I think you referenced RFPs 1 and 2, then you referenced, I believe, a third one that's underway. So if the IGP is still developing, how does the company determine, I guess, the size of the procurement in the RFP?
Yeah,
maybe if I can weigh in.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
So I think going back to maybe sort of the previous line of questioning, the stage 1 and 2 projects were sort of based off of the power supply improvement plans back in 2016 that laid out a long-term plan and a near-term action plan. Subsequently, we had stage 1 and 2 procurements And then now we've started the IGP process, around 2019 or so. And yes, it's ongoing. However, we do, as Mr. Eisler was saying, that we have annual AOS assessments, and throughout the docket 2021-0024, we've been doing updated reliability assessments to kind of assess the real near-term needs. Part of the IGP docket currently, though, procurements are integrated into that, where we are looking at resources that will be needed to meet any grid needs or compliance with RPS or any reliability kind of rules in terms of the modeling, and that helps to inform the procurements, and that's part of the work that's being done to inform these stage 3 RFPs that are going to be, well, for Hawaii Island, we've filed a draft stage 3 RFP, and we'll be filing stage 3 RFPs for Maui and Oahu in the beginning of May.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So I guess this is kind of a good segue for another question, set of questions I had. I want to focus now on Waiau 3 and 4 and the Kahului power plant. My understanding is those are slated for retirement, but this is to occur before the IGP finishes. So what was the decision? What was the decision making behind designating those for retirement at those dates?
So let me go back to Waiau 3. Let me start with Waiau 3 and 4. As I mentioned, the system has changed on Oahu, where the peak loads are not as high as they used to be. When we've evaluated the system and what it would need, we saw that it would need less. So it made sense to us, if we were going to retire units, that we would retire the oldest units on the system, which are Waiau 3 and 4, 72 and 75 years old this year. That would have still been the plan, but things changed in that it was determined that AES would retire first. With AES retiring, it was not capable we weren't capable of retiring Waiau 3 and 4 and maintaining adequacy of supply until some of the stage 2 projects come online. So now, when there are sufficient number of stage 2 projects that come online that will allow us to retire the approximately 100 megawatts of capacity that Waiau 3 and 4 represent, we will do so. And we've been treating Waiau 3 and 4 as if they were going to be retired for a long time. In other words, we have not been investing a lot of money in them, which leads to even a stronger desire to retire Waiau 3 and 4. Kahalui's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue. No, please continue.
Well, so you also asked about Kahalui. Kahalui is slightly different in that Kahalui has gone through a journey, and part of this journey is we thought there was going to be a hard date set in stone where we had to retire him due to some environmental permits that we have there, but we were able to work that out. In the meantime, we were trying to get new assets on the system that would allow us to retire Kahalui. Some of those things didn't happen as fast as we wanted to. RFPs did not happen, but eventually we did the stage 1 and stage 2 RFPs, which picked 175 megawatts of solar and 250 megawatts of batteries for the island of Maui. With a subset of those, that was going to be sufficient to retire Kahalui, knowing or with the expectation that those projects were going to be in service, at least some of them, a large portion of them would be in service in 2023. We made plans to retire Kahalui in 2024 after those new assets come online. Most of those assets look like they're not going to happen in 2023, so that pushes out the need for Kahalui. And we will push Kahalui out as far as we can until or unless there are new assets on the grid, that allow us to operate reliably. Now, in the meantime, an air permit restriction came along that says that we cannot operate those units past the end of 2027. So that is a hard set date where we have to retire those by, which means we have to get assets on the system prior to then to retire them. Now, if we get enough assets on the system prior to 2027, and we're in a situation where we can retire Kahului earlier, we will do so.
Thank you for that. I just a follow up. I think you said you know, you want to make sure you have these resources that allow us to operate reliably. I was wondering if you could elaborate. What metric is that based on when you say that allows you to determine if you can operate reliably? Is that ERM or?
I'll let Mr. Asano speak to that part, but I'll just say this before he speaks. In general, it's a combination of many things. ERM is one part of it. We also have to look at whether or not we have proper voltage support for the whole system. We have to look at we have enough short circuit current producing capability to make the system safe. We have to make sure that we're not putting the system in a situation where we're overloading transmission lines. But if Mr. Asano wanted to add more to that, he can.
Yeah. So, I think this is part of the discussion that we had this morning, where the system was a lot more straightforward in the past. We relied on conventional generators and assessed that against potential load growth and whatnot. And then over the years, the system has slowly changed with energy efficiency, customer DER, and now heavy reliance on utility scale solar plus storage and standalone storage projects. And so that's where we are sort of in uncharted territory in determining what are the best ways, best practices to assess reliability given the changing resource mix, and that it's not the resources that we're relying upon are dependent on things like the weather, the sun conditions, wind conditions, etc. So that's where we are working closely with the TAP and other industry experts on how best to come up with sort of a reliable metric or dependency that we can depend on for these new resources. So that's all in process, and we are making progress on that. There's always going to be some risks associated with transforming the system in this way. But in short, doing assessing the system on using things like the energy reserve margin and hourly dependable capacity, as well as some of the probabilistic methods that we've been looking into. Those are kind of the indicators that we're looking at to make some of these informed choices, and laying out sort of the prerequisites or things that need to get done in order to eventually retire units.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Asano. A quick follow-up there. I think I heard you say, to help you come up with a metric, and you listed some criteria. I believe Mr. Iser listed some criteria. Does that mean that sort of the evaluation of these things is done on a case-by-case instance, or is there sort of a standard evaluation that's undertaken when looking at these situations, or is it fluid?
In terms of a process or something that's actually quantifiable, like a metric or something? Could you clarify?
Yeah, I guess both. I guess I'm trying to understand the process. You like the criteria that you're using when you kind of are looking at this and making your decisions. Then I suppose to the extent you do make a decision, are the metrics the same, and sort of what are the quantities, I guess, or the thresholds you need to make that decision?
Yeah, from an analytical perspective, I think we do look at currently energy reserve margin is sort of what we're looking at, and sort of determining what resources would be needed to ensure that we have enough resources. As Mr. Iser has been pointing out, resources on the system or the system conditions would allow us to do so. There are other factors, operational factors, system security or transmission type of factors that also need to be considered in making those decisions. So it's it's a collection of a number of factors that ultimately, we are using analysis and some of our experience and engineering judgment to arrive at a decision on these matters.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Asano. I want to use that response to kind of follow up here. This is going to be a question about Hawaiian Electric's response to PUC HICO IR 82. So I guess I'll direct it to you, Mr. Matsuura, and if you can, I guess, direct it back to Mr. Asano if you feel he's the right person. But and I believe this response was filed on March 30th, 2022. But there, as part A of that response, the commission asked Hawaiian Electric, what were the system conditions that would be needed to retire YL 3 and 4, and in response, it kind of just lists two criteria or two categories of things. There is one, capacity and energy, and it lists a number of the RFP 1 and 2 projects. And then there's transmission and distribution capacity, which then lists a couple of other projects that would have to be put into place. So I guess my question, following up from the response Mr. Asano gave me, is he seemed to indicate that there were other criteria that have to be taken into account. So I was hoping you or someone from your team could help clarify this IR response in terms of, is this all that is required to retire YL 3 and 4, or are there other things? And if so, why weren't they included in the response?
Mark, can you respond to that?
I can maybe start on this IR response. So at least from a technical and engineering perspective, we did evaluate capacity, energy, as well as transmission considerations. And based on those analyses, capacity, energy, and then those transmission and distribution capacity considerations are what we identified as needing to occur purely from an engineering perspective, as to the services that would need to be mitigated or provided by prior to or simultaneous to the retirement of YL 3 and 4.
Okay, you say from an engineering perspective, would that be the same as a systems operation perspective, or are there other criteria that are not identified here?
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Eisler chime in from the operations perspective.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Asano said this, so maybe I'll say it in a slightly different way. When we look at YL 3 and 4, we need to look at capacity as a whole for the system. Do we have enough capacity? The answer is, with certain stage 1 and stage 2 projects going in, we will have enough. The second thing we need to look at, though, is because YL 3 and 4 specifically tie into the 46 kV system at YL and provide certain services that other units don't provide, specifically backup type services in case certain transformers are to fail, we need to make sure that we have a plan to be able to provide that backup service with something other than YL 3 and 4. And so there is a project to take care of that. That's an active project. I can't remember exactly when it's going to be done. As far as I know, those are the only two things that need to be done in order for us to retire YL 3 and 4.
Thank you. I appreciate that, both Mr. Asano and Mr. Eisler. I guess, Mr. Eisler, flipping it the other way, say if any one of the things identified in this response were not to happen, does that mean you would not be able to retire YL units 3 and 4?
I think it would be imprudent to retire WILE 3 and 4 if we don't have enough capacity to replace it.
Okay. I guess given sort of the, well, I guess, well, we've touched on this a number of ways. Maybe because we have a specific example in front of us, maybe I'll ask it again. So how did you specifically come up with all of these specific requirements to determine that this is what would be the bare minimum needed to retire YL 3 and 4?
Once again, that is primarily done on a capacity analysis and adequacy of supply analysis. Once we determined that, so first of all, it kind of makes sense that YL 3 and 4 would be the next units on Oahu to be retired, because as I said, they're going to be 72 and 75 years old, less efficient. A lot of reasons to retire those units ahead of other ones. So then we also looked at, is there anything unique to these systems to these two units as far as where they are in the system or where they interconnect and services that they provide? And we had to figure out, what else might be needed. There was a time in the past, for example, that we had to run one of those two units when the Navy did certain operations that I won't go into, but several years ago, we worked on a project with the Navy to ensure that their needs could be met without having to run YL 3 or 4.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eisler. I guess in a somewhat similar vein, and I'm not sure if maybe Mr. Asano's the best person to look at this, but again, I look further down this response and we asked the same question for Kahului. And there it looks like, three categories of items are identified: capacity and energy, transmission capacity, and voltage support. So again, would you mind just walking me through how it was decided that these three things were needed, as a minimum to be able to retire the units 1 and 2 at KPP?
Yeah, so and maybe just quickly to touch on the last point, we've been conducting energy reserve margin analyses primarily to verify the capacity and energy requirements. I think normally, those probably would be done, say, annually, but because of the circumstances and the dynamic environment that we're currently in with, the stage 1 and 2 solar projects that, we have been updating those analyses more frequently as the conditions have been changing. With respect to Kahului 1 through 4, I'll focus the answer initially on Kahului 3 and 4. We've conducted adequacy of supply analyses, which includes the energy reserve margin, to evaluate the capacity and energy requirements, with consideration of the solar plus storage and proposed standalone storage projects. We've also undertaken what we've called a Central Maui T&D study that evaluates these other services that are listed there, such as transmission capacity and voltage support. So through our normal course of our transmission planning activities, we may identify some of these needs and conduct specific analysis around that and determine, look at sensitivity scenarios in cases where Kahului power plant is not available, and what the system would need in order to ensure that the system is stable from a transmission perspective.
Thank you. I guess moving slightly back up to YL 3 and 4 again, I know, for example, you identify the RFP projects, and again, subject to check, but I think the combined capacity of those projects is greater than the YL 3 and 4. So how is it determined that the extra capacity from those projects is needed to safely retire those units?
Yeah, so that goes back to the way we're accounting for the availability of, in this case, the solar resources, because it's not every day will be sunny and provide maximum solar irradiance to be able to charge the storage projects. And unfortunately, out of the remaining projects, none of them are grid chargeable. So on a cloudy day, we wouldn't be able, except for the couple of energy storage projects. But in terms of the solar plus storage projects, none of the remaining solar plus storage projects are grid chargeable. So that in some sense reduces its contribution to meeting the energy reserve margin. So it's not a 1-for-1 megawatt replacement of a firm generator. You do need a little bit more. And I would say, we're not, there could be, well, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay.
If I can provide one clarification, because I wasn't sure what you were asking. We do not need all of the stage 1 and stage 2 projects to be installed in order to retire WOW 3 and 4. We need, a certain amount of them above. Some of the stage 1 and stage 2 projects are going to allow for the 180 megawatts of the coal plant going away. There's enough stage 1 and stage 2 projects to retire an additional 100 megawatts from WOW 3 and 4, but and beyond that a little bit.
Okay, so what is the amount you need for YL and 3 and 4 then, if it sounds like there's a little bit more baked in?
As in terms of I think in our IR response there, we do say that, Ho'ohana isn't necessarily scheduled to come in prior to the beginning of 2024. So we do indicate there that, the other projects with their currently estimated commercial operation dates, we should be able to, be able to retire WOW 3 and 4 as currently planned. So it will kind of, we will continue to assess the energy reserve margin, but it will depend on which projects are ultimately reaching commercial operations, since things are changing so much in this current environment.
Thank you, Mr. Asano. I have I had a follow-up question to one of the responses you gave earlier, Mr. Eisler. Bear with me, the preface might be a bit long, but I believe a few minutes ago you mentioned that the retirement of WOW 3 and 4 was adjusted because of changes in the retirement date for the AES coal plant. I specifically think that you said that previously WOW 3 and 4 was slated to retire first. Mr. Asano then referenced the prior planning process, the PSIP. But as I recall, I think in the PSIP, which was prepared back in 2016, the Hawaiian Electric had already anticipated AES coal plant being retired in 2022. And in that plan, AES would be retired in 2022, while 3 and 4 would be retired in 2023, followed by Kahe 6 in 2025. So can you clarify the earlier response you provided where you, I believe, stated that the dates for WOW 3 and 4 were changed because of the retiring date for AES?
Sure, and I may have to get a little bit of support from Mr. Asano on this one. I do not know. I do not know. Maybe he can answer whether or not the PSIP assumed that that AES would be retired in 2022 for planning assumptions, but the thought was that one of the solutions to AES could have been AES itself. But that said, we were looking at retiring YL 3 and 4 from back before even the PSIP came out. We had stopped putting a lot of money into those units with the anticipation that they would be retired. Even before Honolulu 8 and 9 were retired, we were looking at potentially retiring YL 3 and 4. And that was one of the lessons that we learned, is that we really need to be careful about what we do with units, or more importantly, what we don't do with units, because there's a plan on paper as opposed to a plan that's actually happening. And so we changed our policy around that time, back in the 2015, 2016 timeframe, as to what we will do when to units, depending upon what stage replacement projects are in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eisler. And let's see. Following up on another response, I just want to make sure I understand. I think earlier when I asked you about the IR response, PUC HUCO IR 82, about the necessary, I guess, preconditions for retiring YL 3 and 4, you said that without all of them, it wouldn't be prudent to retire those units. However, then I think you subsequently said that it wasn't necessary for all of the RFP, stage 1, stage 2 capacity to retire it. So I'm trying to reconcile those statements. Are you saying that the companies build in a certain amount of buffer of additional capacity, or?
No. So the stage 1 and stage 2 projects, the amount of projects that were selected, if all of those projects were to happen, that would provide us more capacity than we need to retire both AES as well as YL 3 and 4. It was not the intent to just we didn't go out with stage 1 and stage 2 RFPs just to get enough capacity to retire those 2 units, but that's what those units would provide, or those projects that were selected would provide. It's possible that if all those projects were still alive, that it might be enough capacity to retire even more units. However, some of those projects have not survived the process so far, so I don't think that's going to be enough. So that's what I meant by that. So we don't have to get all the stage 1 and stage 2 projects in place to retire YL 3 and 4. We need a critical mass of them in place. And I don't know exactly what that amount is, but I know that stage 1 and stage 2 projects, if they all happen, is enough.
Yeah, if I could add, in the 2016 PSIP, we did assume that AES would at least be deactivated in 2022. I think the thing that changed was since the PSIP was, the state law mandating the end of continuation of any coal plant, and subsequently to the PSIP, the stage 2 RFP, I believe, included that requirement for 200 megawatts of storage, which was intended to be the replacement capacity for AES. And ultimately, it's what we did end up with was the KES project, and I believe the Kupehau project that has since withdrawn from the process was also a grid chargeable project that would provide close to that 200 megawatts. And then going from there, taking together the other resources that were primarily procured for energy because of its low cost energy resource, the other solar plus storage projects, those when evaluating the entire system, those could contribute to capacity in some way that would then allow us to also retire YL 3 and 4.
No, thank you for that. This has been helpful. Thanks for both of your time. I guess kind of zooming out again, I guess bring it all back together. I'm curious, to prepare this response to PUC IR 82, what kind of analyses did the companies do, I guess, to help prepare for this response then? You know, is this something that you guys had already done, or was it independent analysis, or what did the companies have to do?
For this response, a lot of this, so for example, in response to YL3 and 4, that response, that, you know, a lot of this has already been done, you know, as part of our normal course of planning and keeping the commission up to date in the 2021-0024 docket. You know, some of the transmission issues that we evaluate are part of our normal course of transmission planning, but we do look at specific scenarios on a case-by-case basis as needed. For example, you know, what does the system look like when YL3 and 4 is not available? What does the system look like when Kahului Power Plant is shut down? So there was nothing specific prepared in response to this IR, but you know, we had already had a lot of analysis and studies that we based our response off of.
Now that's helpful to hear. Would the companies be willing to supplement the IR response to kind of provide this more detailed analysis beyond just, this is kind of a list of things, but I think it would be helpful to sort of understand the methodologies and I guess the data you're using to make these determinations.
Yeah, we can do that. A lot of it probably has already been filed in various dockets. So for example, the Kahului transmission voltage support was part of the Waiana switchyard and Kahului synchronous condenser conversion docket. I don't have the docket number off the top of my head, but those studies were part of that docket. And then numerous energy reserve margin updates that we provided, but we can provide the specific references to those analyses.
Thank you. And as much detail and narrative description as you can provide as to how you utilize it, I think would really help, because again, I think we're just trying to understand, I think, how the company views this. So the more you can help us with that, I think it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. So turning again back to the response. So you've laid out all these things that you've identified that are necessary to be able to retire while unit 3 and 4 and you know KPP. What actions are the companies taking now then to make sure this actually comes to fruition? Like, for example, are there specific sub-task plans or checklists or milestones the company has set for itself to help ensure that these things happen in a timely fashion, or what sort of action plan, if any, has the company developed for this?
So you asked about the two different sets of units. So
yeah.
I'll start with YL 3 and 4 again. So there's two things that need to happen. Number one, we need to try to get the stage 1 and stage 2 projects installed as soon as possible. That's a big key. You know, certainly what I call the critical mass, a certain number of them installed as soon as possible. The other thing that we need to do, without getting into all the technical details, is we need to install a new transformer at one of our other substations. And so there is an active project to do that. For Kahului, there were three main things. One was to get more capacity on the system. Once again, that goes back to stage 1 and stage 2 projects, getting as many of those in as we can as soon as possible. Number 2 was to build the new switchyard at Waiana, which was approved by the commission, and we're working on that to have that in place around mid-2023. And the third part is, once we're able to start shutting down units 3 or 4 at Kahului, we will convert them to synchronous condensers. one at a time. And so that's another project that was approved by the commission. But we have to wait until we have enough stage 1 and stage 2 projects to go on the system in order to meet that. And then with Maui, the added complication is we don't want to take out the Kahului units until we have a good solution for the Mitsubishi, the 50 megawatts of Mitsubishi engines, whether that's a way to keep them operating for a longer period of time or getting replacement generation on the grid for those too.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Eisler. I appreciate that. And who at the companies, or I suppose could be more than one person, is responsible for overseeing all of these actions?
Well, yeah, I would say that's a multiple of people. So going back, if we look at the stage 1 and stage 2 projects, we have our renewable acquisitions area that covers that. If you look at the capital projects to install a new switchyard or a new transformer or to convert to synchronous condensers, those are the engineering groups in operations.
Is there someone coordinating between these various groups to help make sure it's all going efficiently and everyone is on the same page?
Yeah, I would say in general, that's the executive team as a whole. We have what we call steering groups, executive steering groups that we put together for these important type of issues so that we can stay on top of things and help make policy decisions where necessary.
Is this executive steering group just, I guess, for these 2 units, or is there sort of a standing executive steering group to oversee all retirements for the companies?
No, not for all retirements. It's specifically for these, for the projects either that we're doing or that we're looking to IPPs do. And it's not necessarily even just one steering group. It's some of those steering groups that just have, common members throughout there so that we're tracking it all.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes, Chair. I have no further questions for this panel, Chair. Thank you very much to all those who participated. I appreciate you taking your time to help educate me. I yield back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Katsu. How about we take a short break? 5 minutes? Call it 6 minutes, 2:20. Thanks, everyone. And then we'll start with questions from the commissioners, Commissioner Santian. So do we have all the members of our panel back? Okay, looks that way. Call the hearing back to order, please. Okay, Commissioner Asuncion, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. It's more for clarification purposes. And maybe let me start. I get it. I think I hear all the parties, right, that retirement PIM is not needed. But then, and maybe I pose this to everyone, but maybe Hiko can start or anyone can chime in. But what is there to give us some assurance that, right, we can retire fossil fuel unit generators? Right, we have a deadline, 2045, 100% RPS. Right, we want to try to be carbon neutral as a state by 2045. So, I mean, how do we, right? And right now it's tied to these fossil fuel units. So, how do we get there? What is there, or is there something the company is already developing or keeping on record, right? Some kind of plan, if you will, to show, right, how these fossil fuel units could be, right, put on standby. And I understand the terminology there, right? Whether or not we put it on standby or we put it on, or we actually retire it, right? Get it totally offline. So maybe I'll start there and then I'll get to my other clarification questions after that. But I think that's what we're trying to look for, right? At least for me, right? What is there? And it could be a timetable, it could be a plan, it could be something that shows, right, we're working towards, right, retirement, and put it in air quotes, retirement of fossil fuel units.
Okay. If I might begin, Commissioner Asuncion, I'll try and start and see if I need help here. But I think to summarize the prior discussion, I think we have planning documents, right? There's long-term planning. It used to be IRP, right? And then it became power supply improvement plans of PSIP. Then it's become IGP. In an ideal world, right? We're not living in an ideal world, but in an ideal world, that plan, the IGP plan, the latest plan, would inform the resources we need and by when, and then we would execute on that plan. And I think, and in between, because those processes take a while, in between we have our adequacy of supply updates on an annual basis. And we're updating the commission on a monthly basis with respect to the progress on the stage 1 and stage 2 projects. I think the company's position, where we're at, is we want to retire units. All we need to do is have kind of, I think, an agreement with kind of the commission, whoever else needs to agree to it, that we can retire these particular units when these resources come on, and whatever, Bob said, we need voltage support and things like that. And that they're tied together, not an unconditional commitment to retire units regardless of what else happens. We know there's frustration with the commission that some of those haven't happened. It's frustrating to us as well. But I think we can work together, the stakeholders. I actually think there's time in AGP to do that, right? But identify that when these things happen, and we all agree, or hopefully we agree, but we come out of a planning process with when X, Y, and Z happens, we can take YL 3 and 4, whatever the units are, offline. And then probably it would be smart to have, before we pull the trigger on that, because it would be a future date, that we all get back together again and say, okay, has anything changed in the meantime that would require a reconsideration of that plan? Either, I mean, in the meantime, it could be sooner, could be later after that. But I think all we're looking for, we want to retire these. We got to balance multiple outcomes, right? Reliability is an outcome as well as affordability and all those other things. We want to have a understanding that when we get these, we can take units off. And part of that, it's a bilateral process. We can say that we want to take these units off if this happens, but we need to submit applications to the commission to approve, and we need to, kind of like the other AOCs are delving into, we need to make sure those things happen timely. So I think there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle here. But I think for this one particular one, we want to retire units. We need to work together. I don't think Hawaiian Electric has to propose something, and I think others can weigh in. That's what the beauty of the IGP process is. You get a lot of stakeholder input, but I think you could come out of that, if we get guidance from the commission, to develop plans saying, here's the date to retire these particular units. here's what we think the conditions are that have to be satisfied before we do that. And then you have a subsequent review process at some later point to determine, okay, have those conditions been met, or have the conditions changed? Hope that helps to begin with.
Thanks. No, that does help. Thanks, Mr. Boyola. I think my only other questions, and I'm going to put Bob on the spot here. Bob Eisler. Right, we're talking about, right, that, right, things have to happen, right, in a certain, I wouldn't say in a certain sequence, but there are things that have to happen, right? Getting as much renewables online, or stage 1, stage 2 projects, right? I would assume that you would have to go through some check to make sure they're operational, right? There's some, right, that there's a period of whatever testing or validation or whatever, right, after it's operational, right, to make sure. And I would assume at that point, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you would start to move, say, YL 3 and 4, if it was all perfect, right, as much of the stage 1, stage 2 projects come online, they start operating, you start checking to make sure that they working as they said they would, that you could start to move YL 3 and 4, for example, on standby. At least, is there like that intermediate step before actually retirement?
Yeah, and I think it depends which units. I think for YL 3 and 4, we wouldn't go through an intermediate step. We would just take them straight to full retirement. But for those units, it's exactly what you said. Once new resources come on, they've kind of been proven. You know, other than that other project I mentioned with the transformer, it wouldn't take much to just shut YL 3 and 4 down. We've been taking actions over the years to be prepared for that. And in fact, one of the concerns that we have whenever we retire sets of units like this is people concerns too, because a lot of jobs then go away, and we want to make sure we can manage with people. But with YL 3 and 4, they're only good for 8% use now anyway because of the mercury air toxic standard rules, MATS rules. So we only have 3 people assigned to those units anyway, and we already have a plan to incorporate them into operations for other units. So for those 2 units in particular, that would be a very simple process for us to retire.
Okay. And I guess is that the same for what? Well, actually, no. I'll take that back, because Kalu is a different animal too, as well, right?
Kahului is different for a couple of reasons. One, we have a full staff there. Kahului has to run, it has to be capable of running full out until everything goes in, and then before we can stop actually running Kahului, we have to convert to synchronous condensers. So we have to go through that conversion process. That's why we'd only do one at a time, unit number 3 and then unit 4, or it could be the other way around. Once that's done, and then we're satisfied that the synchronous condensers are working fine, then we would retire all the units. But I guess technically, number 3 unit would be retired as soon as we take it down and start converting it, right?
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Just Commissioner, it's your questioning, but I know your first question went to the panel, and I've seen two hands go up wanting to answer. So
I think I saw Isaac's. I think I saw Isaac's.
Mr. Curtis and now Mr. Clay. So
all right, everybody get in line. Take a number.
Three,
I think
three eager
Henry,
students.
I think Henry raised his hand first, so I'm happy to go after.
I think common to this proceeding as well as to other proceedings, there needs to be 2 things done. One, far greater work on contingency planning. And second, if we assume that we need to get things done by 2045, we should get them done ahead of time. And that way you have a cushion at the end rather than not having the cushion. So seeking to actually increase renewables faster than the current planning process. And that way, if something goes wrong, you have some time.
Isaac?
Okay, thank you. So Thank you, Commissioner Sunshin. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. First of all, you mentioned that the parties aren't supporting a PIM for this area of concern. And I just wanted to clarify, I don't know if we're getting to the semantics of a PIM, but Blue Planet definitely supports the Commission's initiative on this area of concern and supports an incentive, whether it's, you call it a PIM or not. I think incentives are in order to make sure that the companies follow through on these plans. And I think the bottom line to your question, Commissioner, about what can we do? What does it take? And that's where I think there's various options in terms of sending a signal and putting the company on notice that this is just not going to drag on and on. And I heard Mr. Viola with his suggestion of how we approach this. And essentially, we can retire when the resources come in and check down the line if the resources come in to decide whether we're going to follow through on the retirement. But that's the very crux of this problem, right? It's essentially a different way of saying it's going to happen when it happens, and it's essentially circular. And that's the problem here, that the resources aren't coming online. So what are we going to do about that? And I think there's a way to set up incentives. Again, sending a message, putting the companies on notice that past a certain date, and you can provide certain safety buffers or what have you, and off ramps. But past a certain date, we're going to require follow through on this, and there's going to be consequences, whether it's not passing through certain costs or what have you. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. McMurray?
Yeah, I want to make sure I got Henry and Isaac in there first, since I was last in line. I offer this, and I might be a strange person to offer these comments, but just looking at what we know from the modeling that was done in phase 2 of the PBR docket and in IGP, let's just remember that 100% RPS in 2045 does not mean no thermal plants in 2045. Some of us might want that, but it doesn't mean that. The modeling actually shows that on a capacity side, you might have, even when you're 100% renewable, and those thermal plants are either biofuels, biomass, or waste to energy, by 2045, depending on your assumptions and your constraints, you're anywhere from 12 to 20% capacity is probably still thermal at that point. So some of these plants will probably not be retired. They'll be either repowered or something else will happen, at least with the way the costs look now in the model to getting to 100%. I would also point out, though, even though the capacity might be 12 to 20% that's thermal, the energy is much lower. It could be as low as 5 to 8%, let's say, on the energy side. And so what we're going to have as time rolls forward is we'll have lots of thermal plants that are not used very often. Now, I understand that there's optionality and value based on the location of those plants, but there might be a situation where the companies could take 2 plants that are barely being used and shut one of them down and put more of that energy share on the other plant or something like that. But if you can keep investing in both plants without limits, just saying that the additional plant has value, then there's really no incentive to retire early. But again, we do know we're going to need something. There's going to be thermal on the grid, so we're not trying to retire everything, but we need to deal with this issue where you've got a lot of plants that you're barely using. And I think that's why we have some interest in the PIM area, but our 2 major qualifiers are we need much, much better, more rigorous target retirement dates, and that will take a lot of consultant money and time to get to those if you want to have any faith in them. And the accounting issues probably need to be clarified a little bit before you can reasonably do a PIM. So I just wanted to set the stage a little bit, if that's all right. I know it's we've been at this topic for a while, but I wanted to make sure we weren't kidding ourselves. There's not going to be any thermal on the grid in 2045.
Thank you, Murray. Anyone else?
Just to clarify, Blue Planet doesn't necessarily assume that there has to be thermal generation come 2045. I think its own consultant has shown that hydrogen perhaps is a cost-effective solution. So I didn't want to sort of create any misimpressions there. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, of course.
And as far as life of land is concerned, we don't have a crystal ball for 2045.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Chair, you are back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter?
Thank you, Chair. I do not have any questions for this panel. It's been covered very well. So thank you.
Okay, and I think the discussion's been very good. I appreciate it. It's covered a lot of territory. I do want to hone in on a couple points. And look, I think everyone here has come to I think there's clear acknowledgement that the right path or kind of the timing on retirement does require replacement resources. I think we've heard everyone say that. The concern, the frustration has been about getting those resources online, ahead of the units that we've just been dealing with, and how do we improve on that? And I just want to be clear. I mean, the way I'm keeping score, we're 0 for 2 right now. We're 0 with AES, meaning we have it's anticipated we'll have one project and 5 megawatt. We'll have the Mililani 1 project. It's currently GCOD ahead of September 1st. And I think the latest estimate was 5 megawatts of battery bonus capacity. Everything else is coming after. So that's some projects, but that was not anticipated to be the entire amount. With the other backup generation online, that's like from HNEI's analysis, that's barely meeting the minimum reliability risk or maintaining the reliability risk. So that's the good news, but it's the bare minimum. But from my standpoint, that's not, if our criteria is having all the sufficient resources online ahead of September, that's not going to happen. We're basically on paper not on track to do that for Kahului by 2023 or by 2024. I just looked at the most recent update. The AES Kuehilani project may be in service. I mean, the estimated GCOD is end of 2023, but there are a lot of caveats to that. So at least on the first pass of meeting that deadline, we're not going to meet that. So, and I guess, so the way I look at that, we're batting 0 for 2 here, when the industry standard, what we've talked about, is to bat 1,000 on this. And so really, again, I think this is a different follow-up to Leo's question. We're calling everyone together so that we can align on that and make sure that that is what happens for each of these successive ones. And so I guess my first question goes to Mr. Viola, but I brought up the baseball because I know you're often wearing the Yankees shirt in here. So hopefully that gets some traction. So how, looking ahead, I want to be prospective, action oriented. How can we get the various stakeholders here to align, make sure we get resources online? I think we all agree that the solution here is bringing resources online safely ahead of, these projected retirements. So how can we, I think what I want to hear, and when I see the following proposals, how do we have confidence that the reforms that will happen as a result of this we have assurance that, going forward, we'll bat 1,000 on these next ones. And so I just first want to offer that to you, Mr. Viola.
Okay, I'm gonna be a downer to start. I can't give an assurance that we're gonna bat 1,000 in the future. I don't know what the future holds. Jim Morrison said the future's uncertain, right? But I think what we proposed, the package of percentages, a package of improvements we proposed at this, including the panel that's coming up next, right? Process improvements, as well as potentially some incentives that would work. So it goes to one of your earlier questions, Chair. The incentives are a piece of it, right? But and I think the commission said this in phase 1 and phase 2. There are a lot of elements that have to work to get to the outcomes we want. The incentive mechanisms are a piece of that to encourage that. We agree that we need it sounds like there's actually a fair amount of commonality here. We need to kind of get together and plan out what it'll take to get the resources. And I agree that the commission's already got it, teed up for whether there should be additional incentives to make sure those projects come on in a timely manner. But I think one of the company's points, and I think one of the promises of PBR is that there is some flexibility to get to the outcome. So I think we have to acknowledge that there's going to be, we can come up with the best laid plans, do the best we can, and have some flexibility during the process to update and reevaluate whether we need to change course a little bit. But I think from our perspective, if we know what the commitment or the expectation is, and we have some assurance from the commission that there'll be approvals, not not a blank check, but yeah, okay, that's the plan. We have to propose projects that are cost effective to achieve that plan, and then we have to execute them to the extent that within our control in a timely manner. We will sign up for that. I know that we haven't been batting well on that. For a lot of different reasons that we're talking about. We have proposed, and I think we're actually executing on process improvements that should help with a more timely execution of and implementation of renewable energy projects. That's the next panel. If everybody is on the same page and says, yes, if you can do this, we need this, not just generally, we need this, we will be willing to be held accountable as long as we work together with the commission and other parties so that we can actually implement those plans so that those conditions are met.
So I think I understood most of that except the first part. I think I understand why you said you can't, assure 1,000, but I think Mr. Curtis actually had his finger on the right answer to that. What I understand is there's uncertainty about the future. There's risk on any single project. And I think that's been a big sore point here, is that there's been too much risk placed on individual projects. So we certainly need to think far more about meeting the replacement resources doesn't mean just enough, just in time, right? There needs to be buffer both in, exceeding that goal, both in timeline and in volume. And, that is the way of, I think we've seen that's how we're going to have to manage the risk here. And so it's a portfolio of different technologies, projects, programs, so on. But I think, that's how we can at least, I think, hope to have the expectation of meeting that. We got to go from zero to far. Well, everyone has said the way to do this is to have everything you need before you take it offline. So again, I think we have to shoot for the 1,000. So do you? But I think what I'm not saying is that we have to assume, right? Have to have a perfect crystal ball for the future. In fact, it's the opposite. And at the moment, it's as cloudy as it gets. But we still have to manage through that because we can't just kind of fly blindly and not meet reliability targets and not keep making progress here.
Absolutely agree, Chair. And so I think Mr. Curtis said it as well. We need to have contingency plans, right? So I absolutely agree. What we've learned, if we didn't know that before, is we need a lot of options. We can't put all our eggs in one basket and assume that's going to work out and do our best to have that work out. We have to have multiple, I think, contingency options to get us where we need to go. So absolutely agree with that, Chair.
I did want to have a couple follow-ups to, it was Mr. Eisler that talked about it, but I'm not sure the best, but you talked about having an executive steering committee overseeing, what I also get, we've seen it in other venues, this process is cutting across many parts of the company, right? There's lots of coordination internally and externally. And so you said you've formed executive steering committee. Can you give us more detail on how that's currently working? Right? How does it, what does that consist of? How can you build on that into the future?
Can I, is it okay, Chair, if I start off on that one as well?
Yeah, I'll open that to, whoever on your side needs to, it was Mr. Eisler brought it up, but yeah, sure, please go ahead.
Thank you. And Tane, maybe I'll put you on notice that you can help out with this. But a little bit of this, Chair, was talked about in the management audit report. And actually some of the proposals, some of the suggestions for improvements in the management audit report have been implemented. So for example, we have several steering, I'll call them steering committees. They're oversight committees, governance committees, depending on the nature of the investment. There's some for assets, there's some for services, there's some for technology. Those all float up into the overarching, we call it our CIRC. So it's that Capital Investment Review Committee, but it's not limited to capital. So that's pretty much it. All executives in the company are involved in one or both or multiple of those committees. So that's one way. And as part of that governance process, not only do we review the proposed investments, we review progress on approved investments. We're approving progress on projects that do have do cross boundaries. It's hard to actually identify a whole lot of projects that don't cross multiple process area boundaries. So at the highest level, that's something that we had in place. We made improvements for that based on the management audit report, and that's our highest level governing committee. I don't know if you have anything to add, Tina.
Yeah, I'd like to add a couple other things to Joe's response there. As part of this Corporate Investment Review Committee, we also look at the various perspectives and risks of the project, including timeline, costs, and those things. In addition to that, we look at our company's risk through the enterprise risk management, where we take a look at what our company goals are and what are the various risks to meeting certain goals, including RPS, reliability, and those sorts of things as well. So there's a complementary executive committee that also looks at that through that lens.
Okay, that's all, but I guess correct me where I'm wrong or if I'm misunderstanding it, that what I hear is that's looked at through the lens of utility capital investment projects, where it seems to me the lens here is very specifically looking at retirement of plants. Some of those may be utility capital investments, but at least so far, most of the stage 1, stage 2 projects are IPPs as well as customer programs. So, it seems like that lens is not exactly the same. They're not one and the same from what I heard here. I guess what I want or what would be more reassuring is if there's a specific focus on each one of these retirements, the suite of things that need, everything we just said, all of the projects necessary to do so, how's that being tracked?
Right.
And is this team accountable?
Yeah, so let me weigh in a little bit more on that. There is one group that gets together every 2 weeks. Rebecca Deha Matsushima, one of our vice presidents, she gives all of the execs as well as other people on the team members an update of every one of the stage 1 and stage 2 projects and where we stand. So we do that every 2 weeks on a standing basis. That way we can understand what decisions we might be able to make as a group to help move the projects forward if it's getting stuck at a different level in the company. But the other thing that we look at it, and for example, I'm always asking the question, does this change the in-service date for these projects? Because we need to take that back and look at how does that affect our plans to either retire Kahului or YL 3 and 4 or whatever units might be. And so that gives us a good lens there for all the contracted projects, all the IPP projects. Then for the individual projects that we are doing, what Tane and Joe talked about at the CIRC committee, that happens, we keep up with that, but we also have separate, what I called steering committees, such that executive level decisions can be made if necessary to help move those projects along or to remove obstacles. And so all of that's with the eye of, that these are super important projects for us to, continue this transformation that we're doing in a proper way.
Thanks. Joe, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I want to also mention that with particularity to the AES transition plan, the Maui transition plan, and actually a transition plan relating to the Big Island, Jim Alberts, our Chief Operations Officer, heads a committee of which most of the executives are part, or at least many of us are part of, that's specifically to focus on making sure everything you're asking about today, Chair. Do we have the resources? Where are we slipping behind? What do we need to supplement? How are we doing in terms of grid services? How are we doing in terms of command response in general? How are we doing in terms of contingency planning? So there's specific committees or executive oversight committees at the highest level. Shelley's part of those as well. I think we kind of take them for granted because we're in them all the time. And I'm, message to our team and me, we're going to, our closing brief, we can cite some of that because I think we're probably forgetting some. But we have a grid management steering committee. We have steering committees, executive steering committees for the RFPs to make sure those are going to progress in the right manner and that we're coordinating. So your point is an excellent one. It's necessary. I think, we can always improve, but we do certainly have a number of, hard to imagine a major initiative that doesn't have a handful of executives at the highest level involved in oversight and coordination.
Okay, thanks for the insight. When, at least the one specific to the different plant retirements, when did those form? How long, when did it start?
Yeah, I don't know that. I think we don't have a plant retirement oversight committee. What I think that probably falls under is our transition plans, or maybe it's the IGP steering committee. I'm demonstrating here. I need some help.
Yeah, I think the committee that Jim Alberts is heading up and looking at specifically, for example, the AES situation, that got put together late last year or early this year. I'm somewhere in that time frame. I'm having a hard time remembering exactly when. So, then the other ones I talked about, like for specific projects, those started up years ago when we were doing the projects. And for the updates that Becca gives us every 2 weeks, those have been going on for at least 6 months, I'd say, if not longer, maybe even longer. So it's been a while.
Okay, I heard a few different things. I heard beginning of the year, well, I get it. They're different committees.
Correct.
But it seems like the two targeting kind of these specific transition plans have started end of last year, early this year.
The updates on the stage 1 and stage 2 projects have been going on for a long time, longer than that. But I want to say maybe they moved up to every 2 weeks, at that period of time. I could be a little off there. I've been waiting for Becca to IM me and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, what form, internal to the company, what forms of accountability are there for not meeting the timelines? I'll start with Joe.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, in terms of accountability, we're tracking them, right? So in terms of I guess at the highest level, we have, we're reporting up to our board, right? We're reporting to ourselves internally. The incentives that are in place, obviously right now, there are potential PIMs to be obtained or penalties that we want to avoid. So that's the level of accountability, right? We're tracking performance under all the existing performance incentive mechanisms. I guess in terms of accountability, I mean, those are performance issues, right? If we're not meeting a milestone that we need to get to where we need to go, there's an inquiry into why, right? So, I mean, ultimately, the commission is going to we're reporting to you folks. We have accountability to our board of directors. We have accountability to the executive team in general. And ultimately, Shelley our CEO, is going to keep track of those, hold us accountable.
I guess I'll go back to my beginning. We're 0 for 2 right now, and there's nothing on the hook to penalize that currently. Correct?
Well, there's lack of rewards. Those are incentives as well, right? So true, I don't know. The commission has indicated that it would be looking at potential penalties. We hope that that's not the case ultimately. There are rewards in place for achievement of those, at least in terms of interconnection for small scale renewables. There is a penalty involved in that. Might be missing a few, but I think there are some penalties in place. So there are certainly incentives. That's what kind of the PBR framework is based upon, that we would have a fixed income and then we would be relying on extraordinary performance to achieve additional income through the PIM. So I think not being able to achieve a reward is detrimental to us. It matters.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think the structure the commission tried to set up with the phase 2 decision was to front load the RPSA incentive to encourage you to bring, things that you could try and move up to try and move up. And, we've heard that should be the answer, but again, I say we're 0 and 2 and we're here having this discussion. So I guess internal to your discussions, particularly among this group, what's not working about that?
I think that'll be part of the discussion in the next panel. That's a piece of it. I know that we'll have probably differing views on all of the factors. The pandemic hit, that hurt. I think we'd have a different expectation of projects coming online, but for some of the issues arising out of supply chain challenges that are going on around the world. So I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses. That's not what we're here to do, but I think things have changed pretty dramatically on us since then. I still think the framework that's in place will work. Those incentives are important to us. They do motivate us for various reasons.
Okay. Thanks for that, Joe. I have a couple questions. I think these are focused for Blue Planet and Ulupono. First with Blue Planet. Mr. Morwalk, you talked about establishing the roadmap. And I guess it's a question for Ulupono as well. My first take is, right, the MRP for this is look ahead 5 years. So let's stay focused on the very immediate term, not all the way to 2045. So you've talked about a roadmap for additional plant retirements. Actually, just to Joe's point here, I mean, we're probably in the most uncertain environment that we've witnessed in our lifetimes, certainly affected, the supply, I mean, the ability to bring projects online. So, in that environment, how do we get our hands around what to expect in the next 3 to 5 years? Or, how do we place sufficient uncertainty bounds around what can happen, what can be done in those timelines? So just maybe first to Isaac.
Thank you. Quick clarification. When I was referring to a roadmap, I was conceiving in terms of a plant-specific roadmap, not necessarily a long-term, long horizon 2045 roadmap that answers everything under the sun, because as we've recognized here, that's not possible.
Well, no,
So,
I think that's what I'm trying to ask you about. Or tell me, what's your timeline, or what's the time horizon?
so drilling down to the individual plants, again, I look to the information provided in response to Blue Planet Eco IR1 that lays out, at least on the cost side, and what we're dealing with here, it's all included in there. So we're talking about for the past 10 years, looking back, and the 10 years looking forward until applicable, and until when HECO says they're going to retire these plants, so it's moot anyway. And what have we been spending on capital costs, O&M, and fuel costs? And then looking forward, what does that picture look like? And so that's the incentives right there, right? And so to me, that's informing in terms of potential approaches of how we move forward and make sure the skin in the game for utilities is there, make sure the customer's not bearing all the risk, and what have you. So just as a specific example, as I pointed out, according to the HECO companies and that response to that IR, they're not planning any more baseline retirements for these plants. It was Kahului, I wanted to clarify, on Maui, Waiau, those certain units on Oahu, and the Hill units on the Big Island. So that's a good thing for starters. So we're not thinking any more costs up to the planned retirement dates. But then I think there should be an inquiry about, okay, what investments have you put in already, and were those prudent and used and useful? Come time for the retirement. I don't think we should simply assume that, but certainly going forward, there should be an indication that you shouldn't be sinking more costs into these plants, and if you do, either you bear the risk or you better have a justification for it. So that's just an example of how we map out the incentives picture. As far as the related question of how you set the target, again, that's up to the commission, and we're open on that given all the uncertainties. And that's why Blue Planet recognizes that you have to have buffers built in. You have to have off ramps if necessary, because we didn't we didn't anticipate COVID. We didn't anticipate a war and the fuel issues and supply issues associated with that. And yet, Chair, you've made it very clear that you have to assume difficulties at some level, and then who bears the risk? And so whether it's, let's start with what HECO's already put on the table, and they put on these dates on the table multiple times, and they keep on getting pushed back. But let's pick a date with the with the proper amount of safety valves put in, and then start allocating the risks, on the costs. I think that's fine. I'm not suggesting, Blue Planet is not suggesting that we need to go through an entire IGP process in order to start, setting some of these dates, because that's a never-ending, road that goes to potentially nowhere. I hope that answered at least partially, your question.
No, that's very helpful. And I guess to Murray, I mean, you heard my question. How do we? I think you talked about a roadmap or a projection out to 2045. I guess how do we? Right, my initial thought is how do we keep it? We've heard the companies talk about the next projects, the next plants on the block slated for retirement. How do we keep enough near-term focus there? Again, because I think this is still kind of a major, I guess I would say it's a portfolio management execution challenge, right? We've identified a set of projects, programs, that will hopefully build the critical mass. And it's about the group kind of managing all those and making sure they get online in time. And so how do we keep the focus there? Or I guess, how would you propose, that focus? And then I just want to talk, you had some of the discussion about the need for firm versus other generation. We can get to that in a minute. But again, I just offer your thoughts, please.
Sure. So there's a few ways I can come at this. I'll kind of try a couple and see if it resonates. But you mentioned that the RPSA was supposed to incentivize a lot of the actions that should have enabled plant retirement, and I think that's still true. I think what happened is, and I know we've all talked about it so much about COVID and supply chain disruptions that we're tired of talking about it. But I think the commission's order that had heavier weighting on the RPSA in the early years made a lot of sense. I think what happened is you had COVID come in like a referee and call timeout for 2 to 3 years. And that wasn't to the benefit of the utility. It hurt them because they didn't get the RPSA rewards. It hurt the developers who invested a lot of time and money in getting those projects going, and many of them felt like they had to withdraw. So it didn't help anybody, and that one clearly is no one's fault. So I wouldn't make too much of the understandable frustration that we have over delaying plant retirements. May not be 100% attributable to COVID and supply chain disruptions, but we shouldn't underweight the impact of that. But what's helpful going forward? So as I mentioned, I think that it is possible to come up with reasonably supportable retirement dates. It's not a trivial exercise. If you want to do it quantitatively with modeling, it is probably at least a 1-year exercise to get there, at least. And it's going to cost a lot of consultant dollars to do a good job if you want to do a good job. So that is a possibility. It's a little bit difficult, but it can be done. And it's not a crystal ball. It's just a reasonable guess at what a reasonable retirement date would be. I guess the other option, the reason why I kept talking about accounting issues, is one way to potentially shorten that timeline, not so much in the modeling, but it could be on the accounting treatment. So I'm going to try to really quickly give an example that hopefully will flesh this out. So it is my guess, and nothing more than a guess at this point, that since it's my understanding that, for example, baseline plant improvements cannot go into rates during a 5-year MRP, I'm sort of expecting that those will be, if you will, saved up, and they'll be kind of tried to push into the setting of new target revenues in the new MRP. So if that's the case, and if we have even decent target retirement dates, there could be a determination, just as an example, I'm not necessarily proposing this, but just showing why the accounting matters. There could be a determination that any plant whose retirement is scheduled to happen in that next MRP, when they come into the start of that MRP with all these built up baseline plant improvements, they have to go through a prudence review, whereas baseline plant improvements normally wouldn't go through a prudence review. So this is back to kind of Isaac's point of, you don't want to sink a lot of investment dollars, despite the capital bias, into plants that are soon to be retired, although we know that some investment to keep them running probably will be retired. And so what I'm suggesting is the uncertainty of a prudence review itself, even without a PIM, could give an incentive to say, okay, let's really think about whether we can retire these or not, pocket the O&M savings, and call victory. So I'm just suggesting that there's other ways beyond just a PIM value that might be more effective, especially on the accounting side. I don't know if that gets at your question sufficiently, but I'm happy to take another shot at it if you want.
No, I think that was helpful. So I appreciate that. I just had one, this is really a clarification. Senior modeling, a point well taken on your projections on some of the dispatchable generation needs into the long term. But if I understood Mr. Eisler's point that the plants on, let's just talk about the next three, YL 3, 4. I think their intention is well, you heard them, said take them offline completely. They're 72, 75 years old. Kahului has an air permit question. So these are not kind of question there, we've approved the conversion to synchronous condensers there, but these are kind of not on the radar for conversion for longer term kind of renewable biofuel conversion, right? So
Okay.
is that, I mean, we all in agreement there that that's another discussion, but on these near term focus, this is a more clear cut question of we just need to identify what's needed and get it online.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. As I said, the conditions that exist on the grid absolutely are relevant. If anything, you want to find ways to incentivize achieving those conditions as quickly as possible. And one last point on that, and again, I hope this is still responsive to your question. So I do agree that, yeah, for plants you're not going to repower or whatever, then yeah, you just want to get them retired as soon as you can. But when I think about incentives, I think about what's missing, what's uncovered. And so as I think about what's necessary to retire a fossil fuel plant, you've got to add more renewables covered by our PSA. You've got to interconnect them faster. If we adopt another interconnection PIM or project completion PIM, that will also be further incentivized. Reducing fuel costs. If we adopt a CSSM or something like it, that will be further incentivized. So the only thing in my mind that's left is this issue that I mentioned where you've got a fair amount of capacity, but it's not used very much. So if you'll forgive a quick example, let's just for argument's sake, let's say 10% of the energy on the grid is thermal, whether it's biofuels or biomass or whatever it might be. Say 10% is thermal. And again, to make the example simple, with all these old plants out there, there might be a situation where the utility could decide between 10 units doing 1% each, 2 units doing 5% each, or 1 unit doing all 10% of that thermal energy. Now, those will have different optionality values because more plants is more optionality, more flexibility, but more plants probably means more investment and more cost. And so if there's no incentive, if I were the utility, if I was responsible for running a reliable grid, I would always opt for as many units as possible, even if the share of the thermal energy doesn't change at all. It doesn't affect the CSSM because there's no change in fuel use. I would want to opt for more plants for flexibility, but that probably also costs more in terms of investment. So some sort of incentive to retire those plants can help deal with that one slice of the incentive that doesn't seem to be covered presently. Hopefully that made sense. If I ramble, you can punish me later.
No, that's fine. I appreciate everyone's willingness here to engage. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you to the Hawaiian Electric team. Thank you for the panelists here. That concludes all my questions. Let's take a break until 3:15. Let's call it. And then our final panel, I think this will be the final panel for the day. We'll talk about interconnection, large scale projects. Thanks, everyone. I will get started in just another minute or so. Mr. Aoki, do I take it you're leading the Hawaiian Electric presentation?
Chair Griffin, I'm actually not leading the presentation, but we do have a PowerPoint that we'd like to present, and I wanted to ask the Commission's leave to have one of our analysts drive it from their side for Ms. Dehuff Matsushima.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Do we have Ms. Dehuff Matsushima?
I'm here, Chair.
Ah, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, it's 3:15. So I think we'll get started here. We're on our third panel for interconnection of large-scale renewable energy projects. Just as a reminder, we've allotted up to 15 minutes. Everyone's been good about that. And so we'll start with Hawaiian Electric, and we'll let you guys take it from here. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rebecca Dehuff Matsushima, and I'm Vice President of Resource Procurement at Hawaiian Electric. And you can go ahead and advance. As the company has noted in our filings, we agree that interconnection projects and getting projects interconnected as quickly as possible is really important. And that's why we've been working with our team, developers, and other stakeholders to improve the process between each of the procurements. In addition, the awards under RPSA, statutory RPS, penalties, public expectation of the companies, and the company's own carbon reduction goals provide a strong incentive to increase the speed of interconnection of large-scale renewable projects. Additional penalties associated with renewable integration would be inappropriate when the company continues to meet or exceed the statutorily mandated pace of renewable generation. Further, additional PIMs in this area may have unintended consequences, which other parties in the docket have agreed with or pointed out as well. These can include things such as overestimating guaranteed commercial operation dates, increasing gaming, discouraging ideas for creative process improvement, and likely lead to disputes between the company's developers and the commission, which could result in months or years of dispute resolution. Today, I'll be discussing why we believe process improvements and the existing PIMs already in place through PBR are sufficient to encourage faster interconnection. I'll detail some of the process improvements we've made to date, explain the company's proposed alternative PIM, and provide comments on the PIMs proposed by the Commission and others in this docket. So moving now to just briefly discuss some of the process improvements that have been made. I won't detail all of them today given the time constraints, but more information can be found in our December 2021 presentation in the Google Docs drive for this docket. In stage 1, the average IRS took 22 months. In stage 2, through process improvements, that was cut down to 16 months. And in stage 3, we have proposed improvements to further reduce this to 10 months. Noting, however, that this 10 months is after the final model checkout in gray on this slide. This has been accomplished through revised sequencing of the activities and to allow for more paralleling of efforts between the facility study and the system impact study, which is what comprised the total IRS. And I'll discuss that in more detail throughout the presentation. In stage 2, we also made process improvements to the post-IRS process, including the option for early engineering, providing additional information such as typical drawings and design assumptions for company-owned interconnection facilities to aid developers, and reduce our company review times from 30 days to 25 days, often even beating that 25-day timeline. Through early engineering, we're also providing standards and specifications to the developers earlier in the process. And the company is reviewing up to the seller's 60% design review during this early engineering, as well as creating up to 60% designs for the company-owned interconnection facilities that we build. This can potentially allow permits to be submitted earlier and some long lead items to be procured sooner in the process than they typically would have been. We've also proposed further process improvements either in CBRE or stage 3. In stage 3, we propose a new process for model checkout. Typically, this process was done after selection and could take many months to complete, as was seen in stage 1. As a threshold requirement for stage 3, we propose that bidders provide models and model documentation with their bids as proof that the models were self-tested and work as expected. Then, as part of the non-price evaluation, our team would do a quality and acceptability check of the models. And then if the projects were proceed to the shortlist, we propose that we do an initial round of model checkout during the actual RFP evaluation. And this would be at the developer's cost, and it would identify any deficiencies in the models, and developers would be provided that information. So then if they were selected, they would have 30 days to use that information to then provide us working models within 30 days post-selection, which would greatly speed the process for when we could start the IRS. In addition to improving the model checkout process, we propose further modifications to improve the IRS process. The companies have proposed to eliminate the bifurcation of the PPA and the IRS amendment instead of waiting to execute and file the PPA. Instead, waiting to execute and file the PPA after completion of the IRS. The companies are also providing more information with the RFP regarding technical model requirements and review process documentation. The companies continue to further revise the sequencing of the system impact study and facility study portions of the IRS, including completing a preliminary facility study prior to completion of the system impact study. And this way, the final facility study only needs to be updated post-system impact study versus waiting to start the whole facility study after the system impact study, which was done in the past. The companies in stage 3 are providing pre-identified remote substation requirements during the RFP process. This information can then be used with cost information in Appendix H to develop more accurate cost information upfront for interconnection. In the past, we haven't identified these until the facility study portion of the IRS, which is post-selection. And while we're endeavoring to capture as much as we can, we do recognize that there will still be some things that will need to be confirmed through the IRS process. The companies are also completing system studies to determine the available megawatt capacity and transmission lines and substations available for interconnection. And the intent here is to allow developers to have a better sense of the issues that may exist with proposed points of interconnection. And however, we know that the system is dynamic. And so these studies assume the addition of one project in a particular location at one time. But as we know, our RFPs will be selected through a portfolio of projects. And when we add resources in another location, it may impact this, which again won't be known until the final portfolio of projects is known. But again, we're trying to endeavor to provide as much information as we can upfront. The companies have also added more detailed cost information in Appendix H to the RFPs with clear guidance on how to use such information. And in fact, we just held a Stage 3 technical conference and went through Appendix H and how that information works. This includes template interconnections to simplify design and reduce cost, and even site-specific interconnection designs are available after execution of an NDA for identified sites. Finally, the companies strongly support the use of an independent engineer for its procurements, and we're happy to move forward with this if the commission were to approve it and provide further guidance on who should contract the independent engineer. So as you can see, the companies are continuing to make process improvements to the interconnection process, and we look forward to continuing to work with stakeholders to further refine and continue to improve that process. Moving on now to discuss the proposed interconnection PIMs by the commission. The companies have detailed our position on the key project milestone PIM, the project completion PIM, and the guaranteed commercial operations date delay PIM in a number of filings. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time today discussing those. As we've noted, we believe the existing PIMs and process improvements in this docket will be the most productive way to improve the interconnection process. Some concerns we have with these proposed PIMs is that they could result in penalties to the companies, even if projects come in on time or even ahead of schedule. They don't account for delays outside of the control of the utilities, such as developer delays or force majeure, and they encourage setting GCODs as far in the future as possible. The companies provided our comments on the commission's new modified proposal yesterday afternoon. So I'll briefly just touch on that here, but our more detailed comments are in response to the IR. We have concerns with the penalty front end allocation of this proposal. The modified proposal doesn't account for, doesn't account for items outside the utility's control, such as delay from the developer or force majeure or change in law. During this process, the models may still have bugs or other issues that have to be fixed even after the model checkout. And so this, time needs to be accounted for the developers to do that, which is not within the company's control. Likewise, during both the system impact study and facility study portion of the IRS, drafts are sent to the developers for comment, and we don't control the time the developers take for that. Further, the PIM doesn't account for the fact that developers may change their design or equipment, which will require a restudy or stopping the existing study and restarting it once that new information is provided. And finally, it doesn't account for the fact that we currently have 13 RFPs either ongoing or in development before the commission, meaning that there'll be numerous projects going through this at the same time. So when we developed the 10-month time period, it was not contemplating running 13 RFPs simultaneously or very close to simultaneously. So that's something to consider in that timeline. We also think this penalty could encourage agreeing to non-standard or less reliable or resilient interconnection if developers use the threat of penalties to withhold agreement to requirements that may come out of the IRS, knowing that the companies would either have to just forego the requirements of the IRS or agree to a penalty to complete the study on time. Finally, this mechanism provides a penalty even if ultimately the project is completed on time or early. So while the companies strongly disagree with the front-end proposal for the reasons I stated, if it were to continue, in order to address some of these issues, we would suggest that there be carve-outs for items outside of the utilities control, due process steps before penalties would be assessed, a consideration of penalties not starting until month 13 or later to account for the fact that we don't control the entire process, and the 10 months proposed is a new effort to improve the process, and we haven't actually had a chance to go through those improvements. And a return of any penalties or just not assessing penalties in the event that projects are ultimately interconnected by or ahead of the RFP need by date. With regards to the back-end allocation of the modified proposal, the companies are generally agreeable to this approach. However, we do suggest that for the year 4, where it's reduced to a 5% allocation, that should occur in year 4. I think in the commission's proposal that occurs in year 5 with the 15%, or in year 1, I'm sorry, with the 15% occurring in years 2 through 4. And further, we just note that it's written specifically to the RDG contract and assumes that there would be a bid NEP and $1 per megawatt hour value. But for a firm contract or storage, there is no bid NEP. There would be a capacity. And so maybe $1 per megawatt hour, $1 per megawatt and a capacity value would be more appropriate in some instances. As noted, while the companies do not believe any PIMs are needed, the companies have proposed our own interconnection PIM in the event that it's determined one is needed. We have detailed this in our filings as well as our December 2021 presentation available in Google Docs. So I'll just go through a few brief comments on it today. This is an upside-only PIM that provides incentives to both developers and the company to meet interconnection timelines. Further discussion would be needed to set the benchmarks, or as proposed in our FSOP and the Commission's modified proposal, it could be a set $1 per megawatt hour or set $1 per megawatt. The company's PIM is split into multiple allocations. The first is to encourage timely procurement and execution of the PPA and completion of the IRS, and the others encourage reaching commercial operations in a timely manner. The initial allocation, as can be seen here, is based on how quickly the IRS is completed and the PPA is filed after selection. The amount of the award starts at 15% for both the company and the developer if the PPA is filed within 12 months, and after selection, it declines to 3% if not filed until 18 months after selection. It's calculated by taking a percentage of the shared savings times the NEP if RDG or capacity of a firm or storage resource. The rest of the allocations are based on when the project reaches its in-service date prior to the need by date of the RFP. So in this example, the need by date was December 31st, 2030. And if the project reached commercial operations in 2026, then we took the shared savings times the NEP multiplied by 15% for each year, prorating the partial year. Finally, I'll briefly touch on the proposed cost PIM and modified RPSA PIM suggested by Ulupono. The companies support Ulupono's proposal for a modified RPSA. As I explained, we believe the RPSA provides a strong incentive for timely interconnection. This modified proposal will further incentivize the speed of interconnection while taking into consideration the delays seen recently that are outside of the companies' and developers' control. The companies do not support the interconnection cost PIM as proposed by Ulupono, but may be able to work with Ulupono to further refine such an approach. As drafted, the companies believe that it could encourage less reliable and resilient interconnection, encourage gaming in the RFP, We also don't think it properly accounts for the RFP requirements that are currently in place, nor does it recognize that the developers largely control design, construction, and procurement of the company-owned interconnection facilities. Further, it doesn't take into account that under the current process, developers already receive 100% of the savings from interconnection costs if they come in under estimate. And so developers are already strongly encouraged to cut costs and to question every interconnection cost in the process. So thank you for your opportunity to present today. As I noted, we reiterate our belief in the importance of improving the speed of interconnection of projects, and we're here today to work with stakeholders in order to do that. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Dayhoff Matsushima. Next is Consumer Advocate.
Good afternoon. Similar to our earlier comments, I'll keep these brief. In general, we appreciate the Commission's attention to trying to emphasize the need to interconnect these utility scale projects on a more timely basis. However, as offered in our statements of position and other filings, we believe the proposed PIMs may not be appropriate at this time. Just kind of again covering some of the things we covered in our filings, but also echoing some of the comments that were just offered by Ms. Dayhoff Matsushima. We believe that there are other measures that can be taken now that don't involve incorporating or implementing a PIM now, but looking at process improvements and other measures to speed up or otherwise incentivize more timely interconnection of the utility scale projects. And somewhat consistent with the discussion that was held earlier, to some degree, if some of these measures are already being taken place, implementing a PIM now, whether it's rewards only or a mixture of rewards and penalties, may result in either a reward or a penalty, even notwithstanding actions already taken in place. So I think it makes more sense for us to investigate the measures that can be reasonably taken now. And then if there are still concerns with the timeliness of the interconnection of the utility scale projects, we can then evaluate whether or not there is a solid design as it relates to a PIM, whether reward, penalty, or a combination thereof. Thank you for the opportunity to offer these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. Next is Blue Planet.
Aloha again. Isaac Moriwaki, Earth Justice on behalf of Blue Planet. We support the establishment of a PIM for large project interconnection, which we see as a counterpart to the PIM that the Commission already established for DER interconnection. Now, this utility scale project interconnection issue is a long-standing problem. And in my long but fading institutional memory, I'm thinking back to the Reliability Standards Working Group even before, where the commissioners pleaded for some sort of standardization on the utility scale front, and it's still not happening, although it's promising to see under Ms. Dayhoff Matsushima's leadership some proactive steps in that direction. So along those lines, those process improvements like the independent engineer, which parties have proposed in this document and other contexts, and HECO seems to agree with and are taking steps to adopt, those are important and helpful. We appreciate HECO being proactive along those lines. We also do support an incentive in this area. And looking in particular at the modified proposal presented by the Commission's IR to parties number 10, we believe that's at least a basis for a reasonable approach. In particular, the incentive tied to an IRS makes sense to us because the IRS process in particular is a recognized long-standing pain point. The companies have recognized that IRSs should be able to be completed within 10 months, which is an important step forward compared to historical claims that such standardization just wasn't possible. So that's an important step forward in itself. And we believe that the Commission could establish a PIM around that time frame, similar to, again, the interconnection PIM for DERs. There's a parallel there. Blue Planet would be fine with incorporating some sort of leeway or deadband. I believe there's also proposals for an escalating penalty, so not cliff and a penalty all at once. And so open to the approach on that, but I think there's an opportunity there in general. And as a final note, the Blue Planet wants to make clear again that we supported the RPS APM throughout this proceeding from day one. We were there advocating for that approach. But at the same time, we've never seen that PIM as an end-all solution that covers or overlaps with any and all incentives related to renewable energy. We believe a both-and approach makes sense along the lines of the portfolio system that, going back to Mr. Binns and how he conceived how we can build the incentives from a portfolio standpoint. These are incentives that are complementary, mutually reinforcing on all these priority outcomes. So both the RPS APM and then targeted specific PIMs focusing on these recognized pain points and opportunities, improvements, growth opportunities in the language of performance evaluation. And those specific targeted PIMs will provide that focus, transparency and accountability on areas for performance improvement. And then, we're not just assuming that a single high-level PIM to rule all PIMs solves our issues, because to Chair Griffin's point, it seems, for whatever reason that, that hasn't been enough. And Blue Planet believes that, that's an important foundation or umbrella incentive, but that, the PBR PIM is about the portfolio approach, as we stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. Next is Ulupono.
Thank you, Chair. May share screen here.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, I will be going through briefly at a fairly rapid pace, because I'm hoping folks have looked at it, the benefit cost analysis of the RPSA, but I'll move through it quickly. So I do have a few more slides, but I'll try to keep things moving for everyone's benefit, I think. So yes, next slide, please. Okay, so similar to many of the comments made by several of the parties previous to us, we believe this area of concern should be addressed by both PIM incentives and process improvements. And with anything, perhaps a stress on the process improvements, and I'll get to the details of that later. As we've made the point repeatedly, and Mr. Moriwaki also just made the point, I believe the companies did as well, that a modified RPSA directly incentivizes the rapid addition of renewable resources. And the difference there, as a high-level outcome PIM, it includes and incentivizes literally anything that speeds the addition of renewable energy. So it could be the IRS timeframe, could be project completion, could be anything in between. But it's a high-level outcome PIM that sort of captures everything related to adopting renewable energy more quickly. And that is supported, as I said, by this updated benefit cost analysis that I'll run through at a high level quickly now. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you look on the key at the bottom, I do need to thank the consumer advocate folks and their consultants that initially did the sort of the suggested form of this benefit cost analysis, and we just decided to adopt really their format and the way they kind of broke it down, and then just slightly update it. So the light blue is policy benefits, so that's greenhouse gases, risk reduction, things like that. The dark blue, utility benefits, means things that impact the utility bill. So think of them as financial or utility bill benefits. And the gray is total costs. Then on the right-hand side, you'll see net present value of benefits and costs, the benefit cost ratios for policy and the financial side separately. And then you'll see the combined benefit cost ratio of 1.8. Now, I should note that this is based on the RIST and the switch modeling from phase 2. So we have not updated this to reflect the lower amounts of renewable that will come online because of, again, those COVID and supply chain disruptions. But we wanted to remain consistent with the modeling that everyone has seen from phase 2 of this PBR proceeding. Next slide, please. So I share this just to point out that all of the numbers other than those in yellow are really the same as what was in the consumer advocates form of this benefit cost analysis. We reorganized the spreadsheet, tried to streamline a few things, but really the numbers are all the same. except for the greenhouse gas monetary value, which just comes from the updated social cost of carbon numbers, which as far as we know are the most widely supported values for carbon value that really are available. And the second one is the risk reduction value. And some of you may recall that was from our expert, Dr. Constantinides from the University of Chicago, that specified a range of values that consumers would effectively be willing to pay to have fixed rates instead of volatile rates, as in based on oil. And that number there works out to be 2.8 cents per megawatt, or sorry, per kilowatt, 28.50 per megawatt hour. Now, to put that in context, if you look at residential rates from 2006 to 2021 across the state, there was a swing of about 19 cents over that time frame. So we're talking a max of about 40.1. This is, I think, weighted across population across the state. So 40.1 cents was the max. The minimum was 21.5 cents. Standard deviation was almost 4.8. So what we're saying is, to avoid a 19-cent swing in electricity prices, a reasonable consumer might be willing to spend 2.8 cents more per kilowatt hour to have it fixed and have zero exposure to the risk of volatile oil prices. And that seems, given the magnitude of the swing, seems to be a reasonable number and is the midpoint of what Dr. Constantinides recommended. Next slide. So this is breaking it down a little bit further for 2024 only, just to pick one year to focus on. You can see that risk reduction benefit, getting fixed bills instead of volatile bills, that little slice at the top. Greenhouse gas reduction benefits, that's the social cost of carbon numbers. And of course, avoided capacity, avoided energy. The RPS cost is the cost of that renewable energy, and that tiny little sliver at the bottom, that really the skinniest of all the bars, is the PIM cost that would be paid out in terms of PIN rewards. And so when we saw how small that slice was, next slide, please. We wanted to see what that meant in terms of per megawatt hour numbers. So if we can think about what each megawatt hour is worth, focus just for the sake of the discussion on 2024. So you can see the total financial benefits, those are bill-related benefits, policy benefits, the total cost, excluding the cost of the PIM, which leaves left the available room for a PIM, which is the amount that benefits exceed costs. So benefits for adding renewable energy are $156 more than the costs of adding renewable energy. Keeping in mind that right now, the schedule has the 2024 PIM amount at $10. So if you wanted to, and we wouldn't ever recommend trying to kind of break even on the benefits and costs, but if you wanted to reward a PIM to the level of the excess benefits, you'd have to multiply that present PIM reward of $10 by over 15 times before it became a break-even exercise. And again, we're not recommending that, but just want to show there is indeed a lot of room in the benefit cost analysis for a PIM value of greater than $10 per megawatt hour, and certainly more than enough for $20 per megawatt hour, as we've recommended. Last slide, please. So long story short, we do support the process improvements proposed by the companies. We think they make sense. We're especially enthusiastic about the role of an independent engineer. We think that's critical. We recommend joint approval of the interconnection requirements by the companies and the independent engineer, or in other words, the independent engineer would need to sign off on or agree with the interconnection requirements proposed by the companies. That's a straightforward way to make sure the requirements are reasonable, they're not overbuilt, and they don't include any grid upgrades in that interconnection cost. Lupono also supports, as was mentioned, a shared savings mechanism to control interconnection costs, and I'll give you a caveat here at the end, but at a high level, our initial proposal was that the utility and developer share on savings 50-50 below the interconnection cost estimates in the PPA, so that makes those cost estimates a little bit more real. And then share overages 2/3 to the developer and 1/3 to the utility for developer-built interconnection equipment, and potentially vice versa, 2/3, 1/3 for any utility-built interconnection equipment, to have the responsibility for overages track more closely with those that are controlling those costs by doing the building. Now, the big caveat to this is if the recommended process improvements are in place, including, and very importantly, that need for a joint approval from an independent engineer, and the independent engineer and the companies for the interconnection requirements. And most of the equipment, or especially if all the equipment is developer built, a shared savings mechanism may not be necessary. And the reason for that is if you got an independent third-party technical expert saying what is being required is reasonable, okay, so you know you're not asking for too much. And then if the developer ends up building all that equipment, then it's really up to the developer at that point to control the cost. So in that scenario, we're less enthusiastic about a shared savings mechanism, but we really proposed this initially because, as Mr. Moriwaki pointed out, we've been hearing a lot of pain, sort of cries for help, if you will, if it's not too dramatic, from developers on surprises in interconnection costs. I do think some of those process improvements address that. Again, if that independent engineer is in place, and if the developer is building all the equipment anyway, the shared savings mechanism may ultimately be unnecessary. And then finally, we don't object to the modified proposal, as discussed in PUC Parties IR 16, provided our recommendations, at least on those front-end incentives, are adopted, which means, potentially making it a more symmetrical PIM in terms of potentially a reward for coming in under 10 months, maybe a deadband, for example, of 2 or 3 months, and then have penalties kick in after that. It felt a little premature and maybe even a slight bit aggressive for penalties to kick in right at 10 months. If you have the companies saying, if we put these process improvements in place, we think we can make 10 months, and then immediately have the penalties hit at the 10-month point, feels a little bit almost like punishing them for coming up with a goal to reach, but making that more symmetrical would make it more palatable. And we certainly don't object to the back end side of that either. So I will close there. Thank you for the time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Clay. Just to confirm, DER parties, no witness.
Thank you, Chair. No witness for the DER parties.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Curtis, Life of the Land.
Yeah, Life of Land initially strongly supported an interconnection pin, but a lot of discussion has gone on about the myriad post-PPA requirements that HECO has raised, the CA, the DER parties, Ulupono, and Blue Planet, about who to hold responsible for the amount of time that it takes. And that is a very difficult enigma to unwrap. Second, establishing a baseline is difficult due to the changing conditions, the idea of an independent engineer, the non-bifurcation of the transmission line process, the ability to shift the GCOD date, and the increased paralleling of steps, as stated by Becca and as part of the Powering Past Coal Task Force. And therefore, we are less supportive of the idea of an interconnection PIM and more looking at the solutions proposed by Ulupono, the RPSA, and the shared savings mechanism. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Just to round, still no representative from city and county.
Hi, this is Kit Batten from, I'm representing the County of Hawaii, but we don't have any formal comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a short break and then we'll move into the panel questions. So let's please reconvene at 3:55. Thank you, folks. can have our witnesses file in. We'll get started in a minute. Same as before, we'll have each of the parties identify their witnesses, and then I'll swear you in, and then we'll proceed with the questioning. Okay, so it's 3:55. So if we can, with Hawaiian Electric's folks, can the lead witness please identify yourself, the rest of the panel?
Hi, Chair. That's me, Rebecca Dehuff Matsushima. And then with me, I have Ken Aramaki, JP Ogata, and Michelle Okabe.
Thank you. Consumer Advocate.
Good afternoon, Dean Nishina again, and with me is Tim Wolf from Synapse, available for questions. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Blue Planet.
Isaac Moriwaki for Blue Planet.
Thank you. Ulupono.
Sorry, Chair. Doug Kotiga with Murray Clay here for Ulupono.
Thank you. DR parties had no witnesses. Life of the Land.
Aloha, Commissioners. Henry Curtis for Life of the Land.
Thank you all. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Kayatsu, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for all the panelists here on this panel today. I know it's late in the day and you've probably been watching a lot of this, so thanks for sticking with us and joining us here today. My first question is going to go to Ms. Dehuff Matsushima. I just want to, again, as you can probably anticipate, follow up with a few questions from your panel presentation. Just a couple of statements I thought I heard you say. I just want to clarify a few. I think at one point when you were discussing some of the concerns the companies have with the commission's most recent modified PIM and discussing the front end panel downside incentive, I believe you made a comment about how this could inadvertently overstrain, I guess, the interconnection folks at the companies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, the companies, the developers, as well as outside consultants that are used to complete the system impact studies.
Okay. I guess maybe that I'm seeking clarification on is I'm not sure if you heard some of the earlier panels today, but in the one just preceding this on fossil fuel retirement, I believe Mr. Eisler and some of the other witnesses from Hawaiian Electric were discussing how this is a priority, and I guess there's been a shifting of resources to this, and there's been a lot of active monitoring to make sure these projects come online. So I'm wondering, is this something that can't just be addressed by sort of this resource reorganization that's happening in the companies internally?
Well, I mentioned it's not just company resources, and it's really given the sheer number of RFPs that are being run almost simultaneously. So it's, if we were running 1 or 2 RFPs, that's one thing, but right now we have 3 LMI CBRE RFPs, 3 Tranche 1 RFPs on Maui, 1 Maui, Oahu, Hawaii, 1 on Lanai, 1 on Molokai. We have the Stage 3 Hawaii RFP before the commission, the Oahu firm, and the Stage, per commission order, we find in the Stage 3s for Maui and Oahu on May 2nd, as well as the North Kohala RFP that for the non-wireless alternative that we've proposed. So these RFPs will all be pretty close in succession, many of them overlapping at the time period for the interconnection process. And so when we set that 10-month period, it didn't contemplate running 13 RFPs virtually at the same time. So that's where the concern comes in with the 10 months, but it is a priority and we are committed to improving the process. But just as we've seen in Stage 1 and Stage 2, many of the developers will likely overlap. There's not a huge developer market that participates in our Hawaii RFPs. And as I noted, there's only so many consultants that run these studies. So just competing for all of the time, the computer resource constraints to run some of these models and things, that's where our concern is coming in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe I misunderstood something I heard earlier, but my understanding was this new 10-month timeline just conceptually was something that companies felt that they could achieve with the new process improvements they're implementing. So, but you're saying that that is not the case given the resource constraints for the interconnection?
We have concerns about, when we created that 10-month timeline, it wasn't created contemplating 13 RFPs. So we do have concerns with that resource constraint and the 10 months, depending on how the dates for all of those RFPs overlap for the IRS process.
Okay, so I believe I think it was an IR response perhaps, and maybe in some other briefing, the companies have indicated that they believe they could get the process down to 10 months, or perhaps it was maybe in um, the presentation you did today. I think it was on the third slide or so. It said that for stage 3, you were estimating 10 months. Is that not including this last phase then with the 13 projects, or is it limited in scope to a narrow batch of RFPs?
No, so we do believe that if you were looking at, 3 RFPs at a time, we could for sure get this down to 10 months. And we're going to try our hardest to get it down to 10 months with 13. But what we're saying is it seems unrealistic to place a penalty on a 10-month timeframe that was created, assuming a much smaller subset of projects would be going through the process at one time, than to look at 13 RFPs simultaneously. So there should be some consideration given to whether it's appropriate to place a penalty on a 10-month time period that hasn't been tested yet, that is based on proposed process improvements, that does need developer input, other stakeholder input to complete that 10-month time period, and then compounding the number of procurements that are being asked to be run at one time.
Okay, thank you. I understand. So perhaps if I could paraphrase, when you developed that timeline, there were perhaps different considerations built in regarding the number of RFPs going on at the same time. Now, that being said, it's still the aspiration of the companies to try to meet that 10-month deadline, but you're saying that new circumstances are come to light.
Correct.
Okay. Along the same vein, I think earlier in your panel presentation, when I heard you describing some of the concerns with the front-end penalty component of the modified PIM, you indicated that it does not account for certain events that are outside the company's control. And I think you mentioned force majeure and changes in law. I'm wondering, are those still relevant concerns for that component of the modified PIM, given that you've now sort of resequenced where the interconnection process falls and it's now ahead of the PPA negotiation versus in the past when it came after?
No, they absolutely are, because as we've seen, force majeure or change in law recently have required the change in equipment because equipment's no longer available due to supply chain issues, or equipment is no longer available because it can't be sourced due to government regulations preventing the import of certain equipment from different areas around the world. So that requires a change in equipment, which requires IRS restudies. So if that were to occur, during the middle of the IRS process, or let's say we completed all the model checkout and then right before we're going to start the IRS, that equipment is, needs to be changed. Those are things that could require us to, re-go through a model checkout process, recomplete at least portions, if not all, of the IRS based on those equipment changes.
Okay, maybe my question just came up from the issue of semantics. I guess I was confused because I think of force majeure as a PPA term, and the stage is now happening before the PPA is negotiated. But I think I understand the point you're making. Let's see. I know you covered it. Let's see. You covered some of the process improvements that the company is in the process that the company is implementing in your presentation. It looks like, let me see, sorry, I'm just for your reference, I'm looking at, I think it's slide 3 of your presentation where you have sort of the that chart showing the timeline of all of the processes that the improvement is tracking over. And it seems that some of the process improvements are intended to address the stage that's called model checkout and validation. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I just want to clarify that that graphic, it only is illustrating the process improvements for the actual interconnection study, not the full interconnection process of going through and designing, engineering, which all comes after the IRS.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. There is another area here. It's called different things depending if it's stage 1 or stage 2, but it looks like it's called finalized facility study in both, and looks like there's a bit more description on the stage 1s. Are the process improvements that the companies are implementing targeting that stage as well?
Yes, so as I talked about in the presentation, one thing we're doing is parallel. We've created the preliminary facility study process to start that facility study prior to completion of the system impact study. So now it can be started once we receive single lines and other drawings from the developer. So we actually complete a preliminary version, and then it only needs to be updated post completion of the system impact study. Whereas before they used to run, one after the other. Now we're trying to run them more concurrently.
Okay, thank you. Well, these process improvements, including the other ones that you haven't specifically mentioned, are they going to be captured and reflected through the current reporting requirements that we have? For example, the monthly PPA status updates, as well as the IPP interconnection reported metric that's on the PBR webpage?
So the current monthly status updates are for stage 1 and stage 2. Early engineering occurred for, I think, the majority of the stage 2 projects. We do report on that in the monthly status updates, but the majority of the process improvements that I detailed are occurring in the new phases of CBRE and stage 3, which we haven't procured yet. So those aren't those won't be available to report on the progress in the monthly updates. And I think we will have to, I think we tried to make the monthly, the PBR webpage reporting metrics, those categories general enough to capture, and they already account for things like the preliminary facility study. So we'll have to just make sure, but I think that they would capture these changes already without having to modify that spreadsheet that we use for the interconnection process.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. So in light of these process improvements that the company is already taking, say for example, if an additional upside incentive was provided for the company, or any incentive was provided to the company, whether it be a modified RPSA or some type of PIM, what sort of additional efforts would the companies take to earn that incentive or avoid that incentive?
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, we're looking to continue to improve the process. So we haven't actually implemented any of the stage 3 or CBRE implementations yet, as we're still, in the either draft RFP phase or waiting for proposals or selection. So those are yet to be seen how they will work and how effective they'll be, and then we can always continue to build off of those and continue to work with stakeholders to find further ways to improve the process. But so I think it's just a continued process of trying, seeing the results, adjusting, with any process. You're continually trying to go through that cycle of improvement.
Thank you. But just to clarify, it is the company's intent currently, regardless of if any new incentive is approved or not approved, to implement the new process improvements to the upcoming stage 3 RFP?
If approved by the commission, yes.
Okay, thank you. Turning back to this process, and actually maybe it'll be easier if I share my screen just so we can all see the same visual, but this is taken from, I believe it's Exhibit B to the company's final statement of position. Hopefully I've done that right. Do you see that? Do you see that chart in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and you recognize this as, I believe it's Exhibit B, page 4 of the final statement of position?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and I'm looking at the bottom part of this graphic where I believe you've helpfully kind of illustrated sort of where these steps have broken down historically over the stage 1, stage 2 RFP projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you, I'm trying to understand sort of where's the variation in all of these stages coming? Like, for example, it seems like, model checkout and validation, it can fluctuate wildly across these. Can you help me understand like what's driving these differences across the projects? Especially since it seems like it's a fairly preliminary step in the entire process.
Sure, I'll start and then Ken, maybe you can correct me if I get anything wrong here. But in stage 1, so first I just want to set a little bit of maybe context here. So the way that we are asking to use these inverter-based technologies is really sort of state of the art. We're one of the first utilities, if not the very first, that's using these as dispatchable resources and looking for things such as grid forming and black start and other things from these inverter-based resources. And when we went through the stage 1 process, most of the inverter manufacturers did not have the models prepared and developed that could show how these resources could work. So they were representing to the developers and to us that the inverters could do what the PPAs were requesting in terms of performance standards, but they didn't have the models yet developed. So in stage 1, you'll see significant time needed for the model checkout and validation process. And different developers are using different technologies, so they have different manufacturers that are creating these models. So some manufacturers a little bit more on it, maybe had some models starting in development, they could go through that process a little faster, or they were quicker to respond to requests from us or the developers to make tweaks to the models. So that can help, speed the process. But in stage 1, really a large portion of how long the model validation took was because these models needed to be created from scratch. They weren't available. They weren't being used elsewhere in the country. In stage 2, we saw a lot of improvement in the process because one, a lot of the developers were repeat from stage 1. So they had been through the process. They understood how it worked. We provided a little bit more information up front, and we're providing a lot more information now in stage 3. How this process would work, what would be expected. A lot of the inverter manufacturers already had models. There were a few performance standard changes between stage 1 and stage 2. And so that did account for needing to, make the models reflect those. But a lot of, there were several manufacturers at that point who had created their models. So that helped improve the process as well as just improvements within our staff and working, understanding and working more closely with the developers to aid them through the process. Those were all improvements. And so what we're looking to do in stage 3 is move some of this gray timeline to prior to RFP selection to further shift this timeline to the left.
And thank you for that. That's really helpful. So a follow-up to that then is it seems like as this iterative process has helped increase knowledge both on what the developers need to do and how the utility can assist the developer, I'm wondering now, as we're going into stage 3 and future solicitations, is this an area that the companies feel there is still like, I guess, a pain point or a pain where there's a lot of unexpected events?
So because this area is largely out of our control, our consultants do the model check, but we are not involved in building the models, developing the models. We don't select the inverter technology. We don't suggest which inverter technology should be used. There's a lot of it we don't control. So I think that we're optimistic that that the developers are more knowledgeable, the inverter manufacturers are more knowledgeable. We are more knowledgeable. We're providing more information on how the model checkout process works and shifting that timeline. So we are optimistic that the process will be better. But I think other people have said we don't have a crystal ball, so we can't guarantee. But we are looking at setting firmer timelines and doing it during the RFP process and only having the 30-day post-selection to really finalize this, versus allowing just an unlimited timeline as we sort of have in the past for developers to figure it out.
Okay. I guess you just gave an example. You don't really control the models that developers use in submitting these types of projects. Could you maybe give a couple of other examples of, I guess, points in this development line that the company doesn't believe that it has real control and is sort of dependent on other external factors?
Sure. So in addition to, not selecting the models or not being the ones that are working with the manufacturers to improve them, once we actually, get a working model, it goes through the model checkout process, we start the actual system impact study, there can still be bugs discovered in the models as they're being run through the computer. So at that point, that has to go back again to the developers, and developers have to work with their manufacturers to fix those bugs. So that's, one step that we don't control. There are, like I mentioned, there are single line diagrams and other drawings that we need from the developers to start the facility study. So we don't control that process of how long it takes to, get those drawings and things from the developers. And then, once there's a draft of each of these studies, the system impact study and the facility study, there's a lot of back and forth with the developer on, whether they agree with the results of the system impact study, whether they agree with the facility study, whether they agree with the requirements being made out of that, whether they agree with the cost. So there's a lot of just back and forth and time for the developers to review. And so also we don't control sort of how long the developers take in each of those steps before they're willing to agree to the, and say this is the final IRS. We agree to both portions.
Historically, how historically is it common to run into lengthy back and forth with developers over these types of study disputes or back and forths?
Yes, so I think we see that in the yellow and the yellow bars and the blue bars. That's where we're seeing a lot of that back and forth. So it depends on the developer, how familiar they are with interconnecting in Hawaii, how much effort they put in pre I guess development of the project. So we do see it varies by project, but we do see several rounds usually of iteration for approval of the studies. I don't know, Ken or Michelle, if you want to add anything to that, or if you disagree.
No, I agree. There's variation in every step, and there's back and forth in every step. For just want to point out a couple of more details. For the models, they're not that straightforward, and that's why we are moving that earlier in the process. It's not just modeling the inverters and the batteries that are going in. It's also making sure that all the models of all of the seller's facilities are included within that package and are reflective of what is actually going to go in, because as pointed out in recent events in the industry, we really need to make sure that we model these facilities in what's called EMT, or this much more detail, so that we can ensure a level of so we can ensure that these models meet what we expect in operations, and that's actually highlighted in stage 2. We have this grid forming analysis that's shown in peach. It's not shown as a variation in this, but it was a new step that was added for stage 2. It was recognized that, and actually Hawaiian Electric, and this predates me, so I can't take the credit, but it was recognized that we needed to do these studies, which are the electromagnetic transient studies, in order to ensure that we can reflect these models in this transient time domain. And that requires special consultants, that requires special software. And so one of my kind of concerns in this going forward, establishing a target that is going to be kind of forever, as we use these resources, as we find more things about them, as the industry finds more things about them, there might be other studies that we need to undertake within this process in order to ensure that we have a reliable system.
Thank you for that, both of you. I guess somewhat relatedly, I wanted to follow up on a quick statement you made there earlier, Mr. F. Matsushima. You also referenced, I guess, there can be bugs, and could you elaborate on what that means?
Sure, if you don't mind, I'll actually ask Ken. He more closely oversees the system impact studies, so I think he could maybe describe those better.
I think just by bugs, it means that these models are they're basically like algorithms, right? Or they're computer software models. So in the modeling process or the simulation process, we could find that things don't actually meet maybe either the performance requirements or they don't match to what is typically found in certain pieces of equipment. And then that's where even more back and forth would happen after like the initial orange and gray boxes. Things could still be found.
Okay, thank you. So as I understand, as I'm paraphrasing. So as I understand what you're describing these models, is they're supposed to they're taking into account the utilities system, and it's supposed to help reflect. I guess the utility provides some inputs there, and then the developer uses the model to show how its proposed project will interact with the system. Is that accurate?
It's more like their models reflect their facilities, and then we use them to do these group studies. So we have our utility model, and then we input their models into our overall grid model.
So you have one grid model, and then you take all of the I guess bidders models and input them into your system to see how they all interact together at the same time?
Correct.
Is this okay. And does that mean then you will provide I guess feedback on the model checkout and validation to all the bidders at the same time, or not?
Oh, okay. So in the submit models and model checkout and validation, we're not simulating their models with our model at that time. We're using our consultants. They're reviewing the models that are provided, and then there's a checklist that we have. I think it's in an appendix where our consultants go through and make sure that the model is complete to what they can understand from reviewing the model, and that it's executable within the program. And then after that, in the green, yellow, blue, orange steps. Oh, sorry, green, yellow, orange, green, yellow, peach steps. Sorry. That's where we take their models and then run them all together.
Okay, so that's helpful. So if at least in the model checkout and validation, if you and your consultants are, I believe you said, reviewing the models to see if they're complete and executable, it sounds like that's almost like a checklist activity. Is that information that you can publish to developers in the RFP to help facilitate that process and remove any sort of snafus that might occur there?
Yeah, so that is in the RFP in stage 3. I believe it's an appendix. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact appendix number. And then that's what we're checking in that threshold to see if they've submitted that checklist and that they've done that initial model checkout on their own.
Okay. Just looking at this particular exhibit B, I'm just curious for this model checkout and validation stage. At the very bottom, I don't know if you can read it, but for the Kamaole Solar Project, it is significantly shorter than all the others. Could you give some elaboration as to why that is? The gray band down there?
Sorry, I'm going to ask Jason Reyes to provide some input on that.
Yeah, I can answer that one. So Kamaole, if you kind of remember, they went through a change of ownership. So they actually came in. So what this timeline doesn't show is actually like days, right? We normalized it all to be starting on day 0, but they actually came in after all the studies were complete. So they're pretty much studied by themselves. And they also chose a study consultant that was very familiar with our process and that was actually working on other projects within stage 2. So they got through the model checkout process very quickly. And then because all the other studies were done, we were able to complete their study within 3 months. And a lot of the bugs that were worked out previously didn't appear in this study, so it actually went pretty quickly.
All right, thank you. Going to attempt to stop sharing my screen. All right. So I'll direct this question back to you again, Ms. Deihoff Matsushima. I'm just trying to understand. It seems like in the company's response to the modified PIM proposal put out in PUC parties IR 16, there is some opposition to the front end component because it contains steps that are not within the company's control. But my understanding is from the company's proposal, it goes all the way through PPA negotiation, which to me seems to incorporate even more elements that are outside of the company's control. So I'm trying to understand trying to square those two differences there.
So the company's proposal is for a reward only. It's not a penalty. So we're willing to take on some of that risk and work with the developers with the understanding that if a developer delays the process, then yes, we may not receive that reward, but we wouldn't be penalized for other people's actions.
All right, thank you. Turning again to the response to PUC parties IR 16, I believe the companies there, as part of their response, propose a revision to provide exceptions for penalties on the front end stage for actions outside of the company's control. Do the companies have a proposed approach for making these exceptions?
I think that's where we were looking for due process steps. So the ability to demonstrate that any delays were, caused by a developer or, a force majeure event or change in law, or just basically anything that was outside of our control. So we would be looking for some process to do that, whether that's through agreement with an independent engineer, whether it's before coming before the commission. And then sorry, to go back to your last question really quickly, I also want to point out that the company's proposal provided incentives for both the developer and the company. So we feel that the developer would also, in our proposal, the developer is also incentivized to move through those steps quickly, which is another reason that we're, didn't propose the same carve-outs, because the developer is being incentivized, whereas in the modified proposal, the front-end allocation, there's no penalty to the developer if they're the reason for the delay. They don't have that same incentive to move through the process.
Thank you. Earlier in your presentation, Ms. Deihoff Matsushima, you also referenced as a concern that a penalty could perhaps chill or disincentivize creative opportunities to explore new process improvements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you identify where in sort of that process timeline we were looking at such these events have typically occurred in the past?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? When you refer to these events?
Just where in the process timeline do such opportunities where I guess the company's developers propose or discuss these process improvements?
So for example, there may be, I think when I was referring to process improvements, maybe, disincentivize, what I meant there is more like we may be disincentivized to come up with new improvements to the process, because if we're penalized before even testing them, then there's a risk there, right? Because we don't know if that improvement, we think it's an improvement, we're hopeful that it's going to work, but it may not. So if we know we have a process that's going to meet the 10-month timeline, then we're just going to stick with that and not try to, further improve that per se. I mean, I'm not saying that we would, but that's a possibility if we fear that the change may not work. I think that's separate from, I made a comment about, or I think in our presentation materials, we have a comment that sometimes delays are caused to improve the project. And in that case, that can be because, developers may want to make changes to the point of interconnection or how far back the project sits from the property line or how high the panels are. So they may switch racking equipment or panels or different equipment to, accommodate community concerns. Or we may be able to do a smaller footprint, which would require, changing things that would potentially require a restudy. And so those things not only do those things just take time to work out and figure out, but then, there may be restudy time. And so if there's penalties there's sort of a discouragement from making changes to the project that may benefit customers in the long run.
Thank you. I believe at in your final statement of position, the Hawaiian Electric Companies state that currently developers are incentivized to cut corners and argue for lesser interconnection requirements after selection to increase their returns. Do you believe that's a function of timing insofar as the interconnection process occurs after the bids are submitted?
I don't think it's a function of the IRS occurring later. I think it's a function that the developers, set their price when they bid. And if after they set their price, they can change interconnection requirements or have less interconnection requirements or reduce, argue for a reduction of what was required under the RFP, that's a 100% savings to the developer, because the less they spend on interconnection, the more profit they're making under their PPA. So they're incentivized to dispute or really challenge interconnection requirements and cost, because that is currently a 100% savings to the developer, because the prices of the PPA is not going to be lower, but the price of the interconnection will decrease.
Okay. Taking a step back, Ms. Matsushima, and if we were to kind of contemplate that that Exhibit B again and that process timeline, are there any? I'll bring it up again just so we can sort of see if we take a look again at this timeline. Are there any stages that the company believes it has reasonable control over?
I don't think there's any stages that we have 100% control over. And I think we made this point in the past, that's just the nature of large scale interconnection. I think if we were looking at model, once we have a confirmed model, check out that model's been validated to maybe a draft of the system impact study, or from when we have the drawings needed to start the facilities study to the draft of the facility study, then that may be a period where we have more control, because there's less, there's still going to be the back and forth of bugs, or if they change equipment, they're going to be back and forth on both of those things, or make any changes to location or anything like that. But there's a little bit less back and forth. Once we, issue the draft before we make that final, then there's more back and forth at that point. And Michelle or Ken jump in if clarify any of those points, or Jason.
Hey, Becca, just to clarify, so even if it's for model validation to draft the first report, there's still back and forth with the developer. So One of the things, like Ken mentioned with the model validation, we're looking at the projects on their own, right? We do some testing, make sure we get some responses that we're expecting. And then we plug it into the system model, and that's like where the green is. In those cases, that's where you start seeing the interaction between the different projects. So sometimes it does require developers to go back to their OEM to update their model because sometimes there's unanticipated interactions like oscillations or maybe their model, you know, I wouldn't say clashes, but it won't work with another model in the system. So they have to repair it or make adjustments. So there's still a lot that can happen that requires us to go back to the developer to make model adjustments, even in that draft period.
Thank you for that. I appreciate those clarifications. So kind of bearing all that into mind, maybe another way to phrase the question, Mr. Matsushima, is, are there any stages then that the company believes it is sort of reasonably responsible for then, if it's sort of under the, in light of that response, I suppose?
Well, I think that, you know, we would argue that there's dual responsibility. So I don't think we would argue we're not responsible for the process or interconnecting projects, but I think we would argue that developers also share in some of that responsibility. And depending on the stage, whose share is larger varies. But you know, I think that it's a very integrated process. And so to try to carve out a piece here or a piece there that's 100% someone else's responsibility is it's just not the nature of the way these projects work. But you know, as the utility, as myself in my position, ultimately, you know, we're responsible for making it work with the developers and getting the projects online.
No, thank you. And I appreciate that. Which stages then would you say the companies have more responsibility, or I guess to the extent you said there could be varying levels of responsibility, which do you feel which stages do you believe the companies have more responsibility over?
And I think, you know, what Jason mentioned, there's still a lot of back and forth, even when we're doing the study, when we're integrating their models with ours. I mean, that's ultimately our consultants. So we're responsible for running the study, going back to the developers, making sure they're fixing those bugs, you know, working with them, getting that information they need to make those changes. During the facility study, you know, again, there's back and forth with the developer, but we're ultimately responsible for getting that draft done. And then, you know, during the design period, there's company-owned interconnection facilities that we design, a small portion, because in most of the cases it's developer build, but we do maintain, for safety reasons, final tap and work within our live existing substations. So there is, you know, some design work that I think is largely within our control, though again, there's always some sort of back and forth needed. And we also have review periods. So once the developers provide us things, as I mentioned, we've been trying to shorten those. So we've gone from 30 to 25 days, and we, you know, whenever we can, try to exceed and beat those 25-day review time periods.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dayhoff Matsushima, and thank you very much to your co-panelists. It's really been helpful hearing all of this from you and helping me understand the process better. Chair, I have no further questions for the panel. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. Commissioner Sunsian.
Chair, I don't have any questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I also have no further questions for this panel. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Commissioner. I think I just have a few, and then we'll call it a day. Ms. Dayhoff Matsushima, were you watching for the whole day?
The majority.
Okay. Were you watching the first panel?
A couple minutes I missed, but for the most part, I was watching.
You watched the beginning?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to reconcile Mr. Ching talked about 4 opportunities, I think, to address grid reliability. The first one was accelerating procurements. We had more back and forth about that, but now we get to this part of the day where in your presentation, you're proposing process improvements as the main means to address interconnection, but concerned about, the growing number of procurements, affecting that 10-month timeline. So I'm just trying to reconcile, again, when we look at the companies coming forward and saying, here are our ideas. Beginning of the day, we said, we're going to accelerate. We want to do more. And what I'm hearing from you is that that's a concern at some other point in the process that may slow things down. So was that discussed prior to coming in today, or is that something we can rectify afterwards? But I'm not sure what to make of that.
Sure. Yeah, I think with any process that you're trying to accelerate, there's always concern that as you accelerate, there could be issues, whether it's with completion of the interconnection, whether it's with, is the market big enough to bid into all of the RFPs, whether it's with pushing things into the, we're not out of the supply chain issues. We're not out of COVID shutting down factories in China, where, there's a war going on in Ukraine. So these are all issues that we talk about regularly and that we're concerned about and that we're trying to find solutions to work through or creative ways to run the procurement to address these. But I think we'd be remiss to just come here today and not acknowledge that these concerns exist and that we need, all stakeholders to work together to address them, because they are there, they are real. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to attempt to accelerate and work as quickly as we can to bring these projects online and to get new projects in the pipeline. But they're all concerns that need to be addressed and talked about. And, not just the company, but, we encourage other stakeholders to think of creative solutions to address them. And, I don't think that PIMS will address a lot of those issues, because some of them, we can be incentivized heavily to bring projects on sooner, but there's certain things we just can't control. But that being said, for things within our control, for ways we can do process improvements, we're going to continuously try to do that and try to improve the process and eyes wide open, going into it with things that may cause issues and trying to adjust and work on them as we go through the process.
Okay, let me just be more specific. Was there discussion among the panelists here that if you're going to propose at the beginning of the day to accelerate things and at the end of the day say that may slow things down, was that ever discussed as a team?
We, as mentioned in, I think the last panel, we have executive steering groups. So discussed, particularly with PBR and Mine No, but when we're discussing the RFPs and the acceleration of them and concerns and risks, those are concerns and risks that we have, discussed between our steering committees and our executives. And so those are things that we, like I mentioned, that we are aware of and that we're, either trying to think of creative process improvements to address or to adjust internal resources to account for. So these are things that we're, talking about at an executive level within the company.
What I feel like there's a disconnect here. Was it resolved before coming in here and proposing to accelerate? And then again, I feel like there's a big problem if we put the foot on the gas pedal and the foot on the brake at the same time. That's going to perpetuate the problems that we've had. And I'm just pointing out, sitting here through the day, we've heard that, that's what I'm sitting here as the takeaway. And that should be something that's resolved beforehand, not getting to this point. So I
apologize,
or am I misunderstanding what either the recommendations are or how that played out?
So I apologize if that's your takeaway. So, I think what our presentation was trying to show is all of the process improvements that we're planning to make, but they are new. And so, how effective they'll be, we can't say. We can't tell you that this is for sure going to shorten a process by 10 days or 30 days or 40 days. What we're trying to do though is to make those process improvements, and that is the intent of my entire presentation. That's the intent of the efforts that we're making in stage 3 and some in CBRE, largely in stage 3, to improve this process. Our intent is to go through that process to implement these improvements. We are very optimistic that they will work, and that even with a large number of procurements, that they will be successful, and that we will increase the speed of interconnection and continue with our procurements on a fast pace. That doesn't mean we shouldn't acknowledge that there are risks to that process. And that's simply what I was doing, that is one risk. We don't know that it will occur, but it's something that we're keeping an eye on. That's one of the things we did to address that is we staggered, not by much because we know the importance of CBRE, but we staggered the LMI RFPs and the Tranche 1 RFPs by a little over a month to sort of, be able to then throughout the process, things will be, at least not month for month exactly on top of each other. So we are trying to address those issues throughout the design of the procurements to accommodate for these potential issues, while still being very optimistic that all the process improvements I went through will work, whether we're doing 1 or 13 RFPs.
Okay, let me change course a little bit. If I look at your presentation, I think it's slide 2. Well, really, the takeaway headline is that, right, a PIM's not necessary, the process improvements are underway, and that should address our concern here. Is that, I think that was at least in bullet number 3.
The combination of process improvements, the RPSA PIM that's already in place, we've said we also agree with the proposed modified RPSA PIM, as well as the statutory penalties that are already in place, and that would apply to the companies if we don't meet our statutory obligations to meet RPS, as well as just the public expectation on the company. We've also put out our own carbon reduction goals. These are all things that are incentives for the company to accelerate interconnection and accelerate renewable generation on the system.
Okay, understood. Were you present or listening for the last panel?
Yes.
Okay, so when I had, overall made the characterization and we had the discussion that when we look at the combination of these projects, having enough resources online to support retirement of units, my observation is we're 0 for 2 at the moment. Is that, you disagree with that?
I don't know that that's how I would characterize it. I think things haven't gone to plan.
Have we had sufficient resources online for September 1?
We intend to have the Mililani project online, which meets the megawatt needs that our analysis show that we would need to retire
the minimum,
AES.
Correct? The minimum. And what's going to provide the rest?
The existing resources on the system.
Okay. Kahului, are we on track to meet the 2024 timeline?
I think, Mr. Eisler and Mr. Asano covered that, there were unforeseen things, but I will say for Maui, we well over procured, for the needs for Kahului, and there were unforeseen circumstances that, we couldn't control. 2 of the projects on Maui went through significant community opposition and long approval periods. We had COVID, we had supply chain crisis. Now we have a war in Ukraine. We have projects on Maui that haven't been approved yet that are still going through that approval process. So, I think we did attempt to provide a significant buffer on Maui, and I think unforeseen circumstances, largely outside of the commission, the company, the developers controlled, have delayed that. But we're still working as hard as we can to make adjustments, to course correct, to get back to where we need to be.
Okay, and that's a fair discussion. When I look at what's proposed here, though, I think my takeaway is that, again, the proposal is basically to, the process improvements, particularly the 10-month timeline, or improvements to target a 10-month timeline for the IRS is well, as you said, I mean, in addition to the other incentives, but that's what you're offering as comfort that we can turn around that track record.
I think the 10-month is just, one portion of all the process improvements we described. We described an independent engineer. We described significant improvements to the cost information, the design information, the information we're providing about the grid for, acceptable points of interconnection that should make it easier and quicker to interconnect for developers. So there's a lot of process improvements I covered today, in addition to just trying to improve the IRS study timeline, which is one very small portion of getting a project online.
But if we look at that chart that Mr. Kayatsu showed, that was a significant stumbling point on the phase 1 projects across the board.
Correct. And I think largely that, as I mentioned, was due to, these models were not available to study. And, it took a long time to get to work with the developers and their OEMs to develop those models and to show that these projects could work. And it would be imprudent to move forward without those models showing that, and to just, ask our customers to have blind faith that these projects, once they are built, are going to work.
But we're balancing that against the risk of not having sufficient resources online.
Yeah, I think that there is a balance there, and that's why we're trying to improve the process, and we did make significant improvements in stage 2, and we're trying to further improve that in stage 3.
So and this brings me to my kind of end here. So I mean, I think that chart you have going from 22 months to 10 months, that's to be applauded. I think that is what we're trying to work towards. I think my concern is that, in the modified proposal, we've tried to put some accountability towards that. You've offered that as a kind of a major improvement that we should hang our hat on. But I think without any sort of accountability there, how can we have assurance that will turn, significantly improve the track record here?
I mean, I think what we're showing is that we have, with the exception of things that were completely, outside of our control. If you look at stage 2, the IRS process went much more smoothly. It was much quicker, but then unfortunately, and it followed the process that we had set forth in the RFP and the timelines that we had anticipated in the RFP for stage 2. But then unfortunately, we had, COVID and major supply chain issues. So I think our track record is showing that we are continuously improving the process. And I think for the reasons we pointed out, we feel, a penalty only on that front end allocation is inappropriate. We did suggest modifications that would make that front end allocation, in our opinion, a little bit more palatable and fair.
Okay, I appreciate that, and point well taken. Appreciate that. And actually, just to shift over to Ulupono for a second on that exact topic, you had talked about, I want to cover the recommendations you had offered on that front end allocation. Can you just reiterate that for us, Mr. Clay?
Sure. Happy to do so, Chair. I think the idea was that if we all agree, and I don't know if we do all agree, but if at least the commission agrees that 10 months is a good goal to aspire to. So let's just assume for a moment we agree with that. If that is a good goal to aspire to, then logically, I would think that coming in shorter than that might be worthy of a reward. There might be a reasonable deadband, a couple months or something, who knows, after that, and then have penalties kick in after that point. So that seems to be a little bit more balanced, and recognize that 10 months would be a pretty good improvement, rather than just have penalties kick in immediately after 10 months, which seems a little bit, more penalty heavy.
Ms. Dayhoff-Matsushima, can you offer any perspective on that response?
Sure. And the response to our IR and what I covered earlier today, we agree that if there was some sort of deadband period at the end, 12 months or 13, if the penalties didn't start until 13 months, and that provides some cushion to allow for this for our process improvements to go through a cycle and for us to see if they work and how they can be implemented without an immediate penalty associated with that 10-month period.
Okay, I appreciate, those are all the questions I have. I appreciate everyone's time and discussion here. I just want to look at all the discussion today. I take away again, we are working towards the same goal. We are working towards bringing new clean resources online. We're trying to displace old, dirty, inefficient plants. I think as long as we keep that in focus and how we continue to improve. Again, I just, for my own sake, I've got to come back to what I said. Our track record here needs to be close to batting 1,000, not on the other end of the spectrum. That's what the public demands of us. And so with that, I will bring, our discussions to a close today for these 3 panels. We'll start tomorrow morning at 9. We'll move through the next 2 panels, the cost control, demand side resources after that. And I would expect that we can go into the closing statements as well tomorrow and wrap this up by the afternoon, but we'll see how time progresses. With that, we'll draw the day to a close, and thank you all for your participation. Hearing's adjourned for the day.